Hey y'all. Welcome back for part 2 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Itachi. Quickly though, I want to let you guys know that I'm also currently working on a couple other videos. The next post after this one will most likely be the third and final part of What If Naruto Wanted to Be the Greatest. I'm also considering posting a special. The story is a little shorter than the rest and I want to post the full story all in one video. That will be a little challenging to do considering how tough it will be to process and upload such a long video. But I'm thinking F it, I'm gonna try anyways, ha 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 ha. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with 20 other stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 7. A smile found its way across Naruto's face. Only one thought came into his mind when he saw the black crow standing on top of one of his flowers. Itachi. So finally, Itachi had come to Konoha. It had only been a week and a half since he returned to Konoha. Nothing serious has been happening as of yet. He had been staying inside the walls of the village. There were no missions for him to do. Tsunade seemed reluctant to allow him to do any higher ranked mission. She was only willing to give him C rank and lower. But with the boredom that had taken refuge within him, he was surely going to have to take the missions. Going outside the village would be pleasant. He walked over to the crow and stretched out his hand. The crow flew onto his stretched hand. He locked eyes with it. He knew where Itachi was waiting for him. He was probably not taking any chance by coming into his house. He would not have minded though if Itachi had come. He would have set up privacy seals just to make sure that no one eavesdropped while they talked. He was also positive that Itachi knew the layout of the village to be able to come in and out without anyone noticing. But with how things were, he could understand Itachi's reasoning in staying out of the village. He had given Itachi the Hiraishin kunai, he was wondering why the Uchiha had not used it. Oh, how forgetting of him. Itachi had said he would only use it on emergencies. So anything that was not a life and death matter, he would not be using the kunai. Sighing, Naruto burst into a flock of crows. Itachi had chosen a good place for them to meet. It was just outside of Konoha, but nowhere near where Anbu kept constant watch over the village. Anbu always patrolled near the village walls, especially at night. Good thing it was still day. I was wondering when you would come, Naruto said walking over to the stoic Uchiha who was seated on a tree branch. You have grown bored already? Itachi asked. To him it sounded like, what took you so long? He assumed that Naruto had already grown bored with being around Konoha. Yes, Naruto said with a nod. He stopped walking and sat down leaning against the tree Itachi was sitting on. There is nothing interesting to do inside the village. The only thing that seems to keep entertained are a few sparring sessions with Guy and Lee, he explained, his eyes staring down the ground. Odd, they never did the greetings like every normal people did. They just moved on with the flow. Well, they were not normal people. Their conversations weren't like what other people had. There was no need for greetings. If Itachi was not well, he could have already seen it. And if he was not well, Itachi would have seen it without him saying anything. That was how it was. You are training with Guy? Itachi asked with a raised brow. Yes, despite his ridiculous training methods, he is a taijutsu master, something I am not. I can learn something from him. You never do stop training, Itachi said, shaking his head slightly. Naruto always wanted to become strong. He was always training. He always wanted to find new ways to become strong. The blonde always spent his time trying to invent new things that even he could not understand and creating jutsus that he could not even hope to learn. There can never be too much of training. Each day we always learn something new, we always improve on ourselves, Naruto responded, not even looking up to Itachi as he did, because we are alive. Yes, the international criminal admitted. But you have to know your limits. When you become too engrossed with training, becoming strong and gaining the knowledge of the world, it will change you and you will become obsessed. Speaking of Orochimaru? He is a prime example. All his life, he has been obsessed with gaining everything there is and learning all jutsus in the world. Look at where he is now. It was no secret that Orochimaru of the Snake Sannin was obsessed with gaining all the knowledge of the world. His obsession has led him to do so many experiments on himself and others. Correct, Naruto said. But that is because Orochimaru was messed up from the beginning. He has no moral values and loves too much power. Aren't you messed up from birth? What about when you have gained too much power? Will you not think back of your childhood and reason that with the power you have you can change everything? make those who pained you suffer? That will depend, Naruto said, not denying anything Itachi had said. On my mindset. With the correct mindset and someone to always put me in correct path, someone to remind me of my purpose, something like that can never happen. Understand this, Naruto, Itachi said. You will not always have someone to guide you and support you. There will be times where you have to find your way on your own, times where you have to stand on your own without anyone helping you out. I know that, the blonde-haired Namikaze said, casting his eyes over the green trees. The fire country was lively. If he could enter sage mode, he could feel it perfectly and be one with it. What are you planning now? Itachi asked, getting to business. This was why he liked Itachi. They talked serious matters. Nothing as of yet, Naruto answered. My plans will depend on the shape and mindset of the elemental nations over the next month. You think things will change from what they are now? Yes, I believe so. Itachi merely nodded. In the meantime, I have something for you. Naruto waited for what Itachi had for him. I am just coming from Kumagakure. I spoke to Konan, Itachi said. I told her you would visit her and I believe you will. She will be a good friend on your path and someone who will always support you, should you convince her to join you. So like Itachi to look out for him. When did you say I would visit? I did not say. I just made sure that she was expecting your visit. I will make time, Naruto said and paused for a moment. Has she finished rebuilding Ame? Itachi shook his head. No, but it will be soon. She had some difficulties because during Pain's reign, the village was not allied with any other. Therefore, she had no help from other villages. It must have been hard for her doing all that alone. She was doing it alone at first. But after I spoke with her some time ago, she got help from those she leads. Let me guess, you told her that speech about one not being able to achieve anything on your own. Yes, do you not agree? Itachi asked, sensing something from Naruto's words. No, it just amuses me how you get passionate when you speak about it. But I guess it is because it is one of your biggest mistakes that led you to realize that. You will also make mistakes and learn something from them. Perhaps. Are you afraid? Itachi asked suddenly out of nowhere. Of what? Failure. All your predecessors have so far failed. The path you have chosen to take is not an easy one. None have succeeded. Those who failed were even greater than you, as you are now. Once a man comforts to fear, he cannot move on, he cannot see a way forward. Fear can cripple even the greatest of the great. It can be the difference between life and death, success and failure. Naruto paused for a moment. When fear of failure consumes you, you start to question yourself. What if I fall? Will everyone laugh at me? Will I even succeed? Nobody as yet has passed. What is special about me? Will I lose everything if I fail? But you know what, Ni-san? Naruto looked up to the heavens. I am not afraid. If I perish trying. If I fail once, I will get up again and try to succeed until there is no life in me. The words were said with so much conviction, that Itachi smiled for a moment and adopted a proud look on his face. Not that Naruto could see it. He said nothing further to what the blonde had said. There was no need to. He had said it all. Someone is coming, Naruto said, getting on his feet. Itachi nodded. I sense him too. The chakra felt familiar, so much familiar. I will teleport to the hideout in a few days to tell you of when I will see Konan so we could go together, Naruto said, looking at Itachi. By the look on the Uchiha, he knew who it was that was coming. Perhaps the person had an Itachi radar with him. He did not comment though, it was not important. Itachi nodded and gave a last glance to where he was sensing the familiar chakra. Without another word, he disappeared in a flock of crows. Naruto did not bother to look at the direction Itachi had glanced at. He did not care and it was not of importance to him. He simply just disappeared in a yellow flash. He did not leave his scent or chakra signature, not even a trace of it. Naruto's house. Though he never showed it, he was quite excited to visit Kumagakure. Itachi had informed him a little about Konan. He wanted to know more about her. He was curious. She was the only female member of the Akatsuki, had been living with a guy who had a god complex. He had been told she rarely spoke during the Akatsuki meetings, which meant she had to be one serious woman. She was also an orphan who lived through the Second and Third Shinobi World War. All that made up for something that spelled interesting to him. A small smile flicked through his face. Yap, the meeting was bound to be interesting for sure. He just had to make time to go there. If he could get Tsunade to give him a solo mission outside the village, he could go to Kumagakure after completing the mission. His cause was still being delayed by the fact that he had yet to make a name for himself. He was not going to use his Namikaze name to gain fame. He was his own man, he would make his own fame by doing great things. Speaking of his name, the night he had met with his friends, he never told them that the Yondaime was his father. It was quite amusing when he saw Sakura's expression after she had learned of his heritage from Tsunade. She had called his friends to inform them because he had not. He did not think it was much of a big deal. Perhaps when he had been younger, he would have thought so. But now, he thought differently. He understood that his father's achievements were his. He may be a son to him, but his achievements were reached through his own efforts. He would also achieve many things through his efforts. Boasting that he was the son of Konoha's greatest hero would do him no good. But living to become greater than the greatest hero in Konoha would. There was also the fact that he did not want to live under his father's shadow, like Konohamaru did living under the shadow of his grandfather. Not all his friends had been shocked to hear the revelation though. Well, it was obvious with his looks and it was just a matter of time before the villagers realized it too. It would not matter to him though. Naruto walked slowly to his study. He closed the door behind him and went behind his desk. He picked up a blank scroll and began scribing his book. Later that afternoon. That was another good training, Naruto-kun. Guy exclaimed happily looking at Blonde who was on seated beside Lee looking heavily tired. Your speed never ceases to amaze me. It's hard to believe you started training to increase your speed 3 years ago. If you had started the same time as Lee, you would probably have been just fast as me without my weights. Truly he was impressed. Not even his eternal rival could match him in speed and force him to release his weights, well not all of them. Still, Naruto was in the same league in speed with Lee when the latter was not wearing his weights. Naruto shook his head smiling weakly, with your speed, I might have to start wearing weights again just to catch up on you. You are way faster than me and for me to be able to contend with your speed I have to use chakra to enhance my own speed, he said looking at the green beast of Konoha. In all truth the guy was a freak when it came to speed. He had thought Itachi was fast. But no, Guy was a lot faster. Well, he was a taijutsu master, that is to be expected from someone like him. He still had not yet tested his speed while in sage mode with the green beast, but he would not try that any time soon. As far as everyone in Konoha was concerned, he did not know Senjutsu, not even Jiraiya knew. The toads had not told him, yet. You should be proud of what you have achieved, Guy said, this time his voice was down. It takes years and hard work to make it to the top. You are still young. I have no doubt that in the next years, you and Lee will be the fastest shinobi in Konoha. He did not know that Naruto could go faster with the Hiraishin. The blonde had kept it to himself that he could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Only Tsunade, Jiraiya and possibly Kakashi knew. He liked it that way. He wanted to keep it as one of his ace cards. Lee smiled brightly looking at his sensei. You mean that guy sensei? He asked feeling quite happy that his beloved sensei had said he could become the fastest in Konoha in a few years. Yes my student, Guy answered smiling at his green student. I have no doubt that with your guts and determination you will surpass me in speed and taijutsu. Yosh. I shall. Before Lee could finish his sentence, Naruto cut him off. Lee, Naruto said calmly. You weren't just about to say that you were going to train harder than you have been, were you? Lee scratched his head nervously making Naruto shake his head. How many times have we gone through this, Lee? I told you, you cannot add more weight to your current training regime, or your body won't be able to handle it. He had placed a gravity seal on Lee to increase his speed. Since Lee could not utilize the little chakra he had designed the seal especially for Lee. But like all gravity seals, it carried some risks. Lee had to train at a given program that Naruto had designed. This would ensure that his body did not take in more than he could handle. Lee also wore his weights while he had the gravity seal on him. That put a lot of strain on his body, more specifically his muscles. Should he overdo it, his muscles would tear at every part of his body, little by little. And Lee would only notice it when it was too late. If something like that was to happen, Lee would never become a shinobi again, considering what Gaara had done to him during the Chunin exams. The gravity seal Naruto had created was special in some sense because it did not restrict parts of Lee's body, it restricted his entire body. If a Hyuga could look at Lee with their Byakugan, he or she could see a seal around Lee's entire body. The seal also restricted Lee's movements and pulled him down each time he got used to the restriction. That meant that the more Lee trained, the more the seal restricted his body. Like everything else, a body had its own limits. With each increase in restriction, his body would also be reaching its limits. Lee might not feel it on his body, that he had reached his limit before something goes wrong. Even the gravity seal does not know when the body will reach its limit. That is why it will continue to add more weight in restricting Lee. Because of this, he had designed the seal to function for a month before giving out. Once that is accomplished, Lee could train as hard as he could because he would no longer have the gravity seal on him. However, the results would be satisfactory. I get carried away sometimes, Lee said. You will train as hard as you want after 3 more weeks. I just need you to follow that program I gave you and everything will be alright. After I take off the seal, you will see the difference, Naruto explained to Lee. Lee nodded, but he was happy. He could not wait for the 3 weeks to be complete so he could see how fast he had become. Listen to Naruto-kun, Lee, Guy said, agreeing with Naruto. He had listened carefully when Naruto explained the dangers of using the gravity seal he had designed. As much as he loved his student and wanted him to become strong, he did not want him to kill his shinobi career carelessly by doing something he was told abundantly not to do. We also don't want you injured before the exam, Guy stated, smiling. In the next month, a few chunins were going to take the jounin exams within the village. Lee, being only skilled in taijutsu, had to improve as much as he could before he took the exams to have more chances of succeeding. Sorry Guy-sensei, I will be careful from now on, Lee said. Guy nodded and turned to Naruto, who was picking up his sword. How good are you with it? I have never seen you use it before, he asked the blonde. I have not tested myself against some hailed as a kenjutsu master, but my skills with a sword are about jounin level. As for using it, I rarely use it even though I walk everywhere with it. Guy nodded. So I guess you were given it as a gift, he deduced. The only way someone would carry a blade such as the sword of the Thunder God without even attempting to use it whenever he or she got into a fight was if it was a gift. This meant that Naruto valued it highly and would only use it to someone he feels worthy of it. Yes, Naruto said, not denying anything. Besides, there is no one in Konoha who can test me in kenjutsu. Kakashi no longer uses a blade, and the only person who was a kenjutsu master in the village was killed during the Chunin exams about 3 years ago. I might help you with that, a lazy voice of Kakashi said, appearing into the training ground. Naruto raised a brow at the man's appearance. He had certainly not sensed the man when he appeared. Perhaps it was because he was relaxed with the two and was tired. But even when he was relaxed, he should have sensed his former sensei. Well, the man was a former Anbu, he could still surprise him. Ah, Kakashi, my eternal rival. When did you get here? Guy asked, happily not bothered by his presence. A few minutes ago, the famed copy ninja replied with a nonchalant shrug of his shoulder. You can still use a sword like you used to? Naruto asked. He had never seen the man use a sword before, but he had been told that before Kakashi got his Sharingan he used to carry a sword, even when he was Anbu, and was very good with it. Yes, but I doubt I would be of much challenge to you, Kakashi replied, looking at Naruto. However, I do know someone who can help you. Who? Kakashi merely smiled at the blonde. You will see her, he said. So it's a she. Naruto concluded. He looked at Guy and Lee. I will see you tomorrow, he said, and disappeared into nothingness. Guy looked at Kakashi curiously. There seemed to be some emotions that ran through his face when Naruto disappeared without even sparing him a glance. He guessed the reason the jounin had come to the training ground was to speak with Naruto. Shaking his head, he walked over to the jounin and patted him on his shoulder. Kakashi merely smiled weakly. Lee, let's go to your afternoon laps, the green beast said to his student. Hi Guy-sensei. Kakashi watched them go about their business with a slight sad look on his face. If he had not messed things up when he had the chance, he would have been also doing laps or something of that line with Naruto. He would have been like an older brother to the blonde, but he failed to do anything. He was a failure. Without another word, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves to the memorial stones. Memorial stones. Kakashi was surprised to see Naruto at the memorial stones. He had only seen him once at this place. Even so, then, he did not look like someone who was having regrets, or mourning. He was just there looking at the stones with a blank stare. He could never figure what the blonde had in his mind. I knew that if I disappeared like that, you would come here, Naruto said, suddenly not even looking at Kakashi. The famed jounin silently walked towards Naruto and stood beside him, but said nothing. What could he say? It is what you do, right? Each time you try to speak with me, I simply shut the door on your face, never giving you any chance to say what you wish to say. The blonde paused for a moment and looked at the heavens. It's about to rain, he thought. During his training with Guy, the clouds had begun to gather around. Each time I did that, you came here to confess, remind yourself of how much of a failure you are. Each time that happened, I simply watched with disinterest. I never thought of helping you while you drown in your sorrows. Do you know why? He paused again, taking his off the heavens. I did not pity you enough to bring myself to help you. To be quite frank, seeing you repeatedly confess you were sorry was not the least amusing and not a sight I want to keep seeing. And that is why we are here today." Kakashi remained quiet. It appeared that Naruto was not done speaking. He still wanted to speak. He would say something when given the chance. "Do you know what I thought each time I watched your therapy sessions? Pathetic. I asked myself, was this the man trained by my father? Was this the man many consider as the strongest in the village? Was this the man my father saw as someone who could succeed him as Hokage?" The answer was no. Naruto continued speaking before pausing. "What I was seeing was a pathetic man with serious mental issues. I was seeing a man who was lost in his own failures. So Kakashi, say what you wish to say." Kakashi did not respond immediately. Naruto was not being gentle with him, he was quite harsh and frank. He had not expected their conversation to begin the way it had. Regardless, this was his chance. "Naruto," he said after a few minutes of silence. The called blonde was waiting patiently for the jounin to speak. "Sensei was more than just a teacher to me. He treated me like family. And I saw him as someone to look up to. He was always there for me, my teammates. When your mother became pregnant with you, Sensei was overjoyed. I too was happy. By that time I had already lost all my teammates and the only friend I had was Guy. I was happy that I would have someone to call a little brother. But Sensei died. I had already lost my mother, father, but my father's death was the one to have affected me the most. My teammates were dead already. And when your father died, it was too much for me. Everyone I cared for had died and I could not do anything to save them. I thought I would make up for my failures by looking after you since Sensei was gone, but the Sandaime forbid it. He told me to stay away from you. For years, I had to watch you tormented by the hatred from the villagers. The fact that I could do nothing reminded me of how much of a failure I was. When you entered the academy, I knew that one day you would graduate. It was my chance to make up for my failures. I quit Anbu and returned to serving Konoha as jounin. When I became your sensei, I was happy, but again I failed to teach you anything. Sensei taught me his signature jutsu. I as your former sensei even failed to do that. I even told Jiraiya-sama that it was not a good idea to teach you the Rasengan after I had seen you use it. He chuckled dryly. But that was after I had taught Sasuke my own signature jutsu. I saw it wrong for you to be taught something that would help you survive, as at the time the Akatsuki were still hunting you. With Sasuke I knew that he would use the jutsu to kill. Well, that is what I created the jutsu for anyway. Naruto listened to Kakashi's words silently, making no interruptions while the jounin spoke. Between you and Sasuke, you were the one who deserved to be taught the jutsu. Nevertheless, I failed to see that too. So he was not blaming the council for ordering him to teach Sasuke something useful. That was good. Naruto thought. When I saw you return from your training, I was happy to see that you had grown, not just physically but mentally as well. You reminded me much of Sensei. Even so, I asked myself, did you still need me as your sensei? Would you even accept me as your sensei? Was I even worthy to be your sensei? The jounin paused for a moment. The answer I got was no to everything question. Whoever trained you well. I might not yet have seen what you can do, but I do know that you are strong. You seemed confident when taking on Jiraiya. Someone like you who is not arrogant can only be confident because you know you could handle Jiraiya. All I could say when I looked at you was that you had been trained well despite not seeing the extent of your abilities. I have watched you spar with Guy and Lee. From that I knew that you have been trained better than I could have. Again Kakashi paused before continuing. But I think I like it that way. I would not have trained you better. Do you think I hate you, Kakashi? Do you think I resent you because I simply watched you drown in your own pity? He shook his head as he spoke. No, I do not hate you. However, I am human. I have feelings. Despite how we view the world, our mentality, or the fact that we are trained killers, we are still humans. We will feel certain things. I who was known as the kindest person was and is capable of feeling hatred. Why? Because I live, I am human. The difference is what I do when I feel hatred and anger. Do I let that control me? Do I allow that to cloud my judgment? He looked up at the heavens again. Any moment now, he thought and waited. Just then, a few drops came down and danced on him. And so it begins, he did not care if it was raining on him. The other difference is that I am here talking to you. I am listening to what you have to say. You have also been patient even when I seemed no to care about what you wanted to say to me. If I had simply allowed my emotions towards you to rule everything, I would not have bothered to be here. But because I do not allow my emotions to rule over my rational thinking, I am here. Seeing that Naruto was done, Kakashi spoke. You might not hate me as you say, but how do I forgive myself for being a failure? How do I try to change the disappointment that I am? Naruto shook his head. I am not here to help you solve problems you have been having before I could even speak. Nevertheless, what I can tell you is that, if you continue walking on that path, your life will be on an impasse. There will be no moving forward. You will never be happy, you will remain miserable until you die. Acceptance is the only way forward. He paused for a moment, holding out his hands for the rain to dance on his palms. You are like a man holding out his hands, allowing acid to fall onto his hands. Little by little, the acid will consume his hands. Little by little, your inability to forgive yourself will eat you away until, he flicked his hand, allowing the water to fall off his hand, you allow yourself to be killed in battle because you see no way forward. Kakashi quietly listened to Naruto. Even after the blonde had stopped talking, he remained quiet for a moment. He did not mind that rain was falling on him. There were more important matters than that. Before I came to here, I had thought about this conversation. You were supposed to have been like my adoptive brother. When that failed, you were to be my student. Even that failed. What I can only ask is to be your friend, nothing else. That sounds acceptable, Naruto replied, not giving it a second thought. He never waited to see Kakashi's reaction to his words, he simply disappeared in a yellow flash. Kakashi smiled slightly and looked at the names he usually came to stare at. Rin, Obito, Sensei, you must have always wanted to punch me each time you saw me come here to tell you of my failures. His smile turned to that of a sad one. I am sorry, he said, and disappeared from the face of the memorial stone. Naruto's house. Dealing with Kakashi was done and dusted. Now he could look forward to other things. There was much on his plate that he had to deal with. But the situation with Kakashi needed to be dealt with before anything else. He never liked leaving things being uncertain. He had already dealt with his issues with Tsunade and Jiraiya. His former sensei was the only one left to deal with. He was quite disappointed in Kakashi, though. He had first thought that the man was strong mentally, but he had been wrong. Kakashi had a lot of problems, but he hid them too well. The man had gone through some hardships during his life. Most of it all was emotional pain. He lost his mother when he was little and his father committed seppuku. His father's death put a lot of strain on him and changed much about his views and attitude. He had read it all on some of his father's journals. His parents were not the only thing Kakashi lost. He had also lost his friend Uchiha Obito, the person who gave him his Sharingan during the Third Shinobi World War. Obito had made Kakashi promise that he would protect Rin, their teammate. Kakashi failed to do that. Then came his beloved sensei. Still, that did not excuse him. Everybody had their problems, and some during their lifetimes, they learned to solve them. Kakashi has been living for how long? Yet, he is still unable to move on with his life. He constantly reminds himself of how much of a failure he is than trying to move on with his life. It was good that he handled it though. Naruto downed a cup of tap water before walking away from the kitchen. He needed to take a shower. Training with Guy and Lee brought much sweat to his body. Without a bath, he would surely stink. It was odd that Guy and Lee never seemed to stink that much despite their ridiculous training methods. You know, I was beginning to think you were enjoying seeing him suffer, a voice of Jiraiya spoke coming from behind Naruto. You thought I was a sadist? Naruto questioned without even looking back at the Sannin, he had already sensed him. No, I was just wondering why you simply watched him suffer from afar. What would you have me do, Jiraiya? Try to comfort him? Tell him he was not a failure? You could have done something sooner. You have that power in you to get people to listen to you, Jiraiya replied calmly. I also messed up big time, but you did not give me a hard time about it. I have not forgotten about that, Godfather, Naruto reminded Jiraiya that he had yet to forget about his own mistakes. He stopped walking and leaned against a wall into the passage. Now he was facing Jiraiya. Would you have been satisfied if I had tied you up and beat you up to an inch of your life? Would you have been happy if I had removed the thing you hold so dearly just to show you how angry I was and still am with you? Jiraiya cursed his big mouth. He should have not brought the subject up again. They had already spoken about this, and he had to bring it up. No, he admitted quietly. But I would have understood because I deserved it. Indeed you did and still do. Naruto said. Perhaps I should do just that, give you what you deserve. Jiraiya was quick to reply, no, there is no need for that. We have already discussed things like adults, there is no need for violence. There is no need to worry about that, Jiraiya did not believe that for a second. While I was watching Kakashi, I was studying him trying to find a way to handle him. I was also interested to see if he would give up if I kept pushing him away. My problems with Kakashi are solved, and to correct you, I never even gave the guy a hard time. We talked and I gave him an advice. Unlike you, Kakashi was just a student of my father. You on the other hand, were my father's sensei and my godfather. Do you think a mere sorry and acknowledgement of your wrongs will make up for what you did? Jiraiya said nothing. What could he say? You said I did not make things hard for you. That is not it. The thing is, I just have yet to make things hard for you. I told you that I was angry with you but did not hate you. Do you think all the anger I felt when I found out that you abandoned me to the vultures of this village just disappeared? Do you think that I will easily forget that you let me think that my parents had abandoned me while you knew that was not it? Anger like that does not simply disappear after a one-night sleep, Jiraiya. Perhaps in the movies it might, but this is reality. I told you I would punish you and I still intend on doing that, Naruto stated, making Jiraiya pale at the thought of being punished. Now state what you wish and excuse yourself. I want to take a shower. Jiraiya nodded quietly. I wanted to say that what you did for Kakashi was good, even though you took your time, he said. Haim has told me that you wanted to go on a mission. That is true, Naruto confirmed. If you like, we could go together when I visit my contacts in Kiri and Kumo, the Sannin offered. This would give him an opportunity to get closer to Naruto. Naruto caught on to that. However, there were far more serious matters than that. This could give him a chance to see other villages before making his move. When do we leave? Jiraiya grinned. The second Naruto asked. I will just have to check things with Haim. I will talk to you tonight. Okay, Naruto said, turning to face the passage. You know your way out, he said, disappearing from Jiraiya's view. Jiraiya sighed, walked out of the house. He went to the garden first. It was quite lovely when Minato was still alive. He had some good memories in the house. He would have had a lot of them too with Naruto had he not messed up things. Not all was lost though. There was still time to make up for his wrongs. He doubted he could ever do enough, but the little he could do, he would do. Later that day, Naruto was walking alone towards his house from the ramen bar. It was so much better to take a walk sometimes than to simply teleport. He was thankful that Tsunade had decided against telling everyone about his heritage, not that he was hiding it anyway. With things the way they were, he could walk happily and peacefully around the village. A few number of villagers still ignored him, while some just went about their lives. He had no complaints though. He could not wish for any of it to be any different. He sighed, looking at his right at the corner of his eyes. Hinata, he thought, catching the weird Hyuga girl tailing him. She never seemed to be able to hide whenever she was spying on him. It had been going for a few days now. He thought eventually, she would decide to leave the shadows and step out into the light. But he thought wrong. It did not seem like she would be doing that anytime soon. He had thought that it was annoying at first, given that she was always tailing him whenever she got the chance. Sometimes she would be at it for hours. It was annoying having a pair of white eyes staring at him. He could never do anything private because her eyes were always staring at him. Anyone would find it disturbing knowing that you always had a pair of eyes staring and watching carefully whatever you did. Now it was becoming creepy. He did not think that any girl in love did what Hinata was doing. If all girls did it, then he would surely die as he was. Perhaps Hinata was obsessed with him. An obsession sounded accurate. You had to be obsessed to spend your time spying on someone without an instruction for hours. She did it simply because she wanted to. He wondered though, did she not have her own life to live? He had talked with Neji about it, but the Hyuga prodigy did not seem bothered about it or even care for it. He did admit it that he would find it disturbing if she was spending much of her time spying on him. Nevertheless, he was not willing to help him out. He simply told him to deal it himself. He could, but he often did not censor his words to accommodate someone as fragile as Hinata. He would not want to be responsible for her mental breakdown. Glancing at her direction once more, he was about to call her when he sensed someone rather. A dark figure appeared before him. Uchiha Sasuke. The only reaction Naruto gave, physically, to the presence was a raised brow. He simply looked at the matured form of Sasuke's Sharingan. They were devoid of any emotion, and looked to be studying and analyzing him like he was some kind of puzzle. Narrowing his eyes at a building on his left, Naruto saw Kakashi. The Jounin seemed ready to jump in should fireworks threaten to be ignited. Naruto. There was neither anger nor hatred in his voice. There was nothing. His voice was devoid of any emotion, just as his eyes were. Yes. Naruto said calmly. He looked at the Uchiha calmly. He had told himself that Sasuke was dead to him, countless times. And he believed it. However, he was staring at those same eyes that stared at him when they tried to kill him. This person betrayed him. He could not think otherwise. Was it just easy to say that he did not exist when he was not in presence? He realized something though, he hated Uchiha Sasuke. There was no difference in Sasuke that tried to kill him and the Sasuke that was standing in front of him. I just wanted to confirm something, Sasuke said before disappearing. Naruto sighed. Yes, Sasuke was Sasuke and he did not like him, at all. He waited for Kakashi to appear. I don't know why I was even worried, Kakashi said. Naruto looked at him. He looked a lot better than he was at afternoon. Both of you have changed so much. I know that. I have gone on a few missions with Sasuke, I should have known better. Naruto did not comment. Let's go to the Jounin Lounge, you have never been there. Last time I asked you said you had other plans. Sure, Naruto said. He had nothing serious to do anyway. He could as well see what the Jounin usually conversed. Chapter 8. Shimura Dansu narrowed his eyes at the presence before him, Orochimaru of the snake Sannin. The snake was watching him as it made its way towards him, possibly plotting something devious. He could never figure what went on in the head of the snake. He might be in a comfortable position, but the snake is dangerous, he knew that. Why the long face, Dansu? Orochimaru asked with a wide grin. You still have not brought me my perfect weapon, Dansu stated. He had contacted Orochimaru so that the snake Sannin could make him a weapon since he had failed to get his hands on the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. He needed a weapon, a strong one. Sasuke was uncontrollable. He could not depend on him to achieve certain things. Yes, Orochimaru said, keeping his grin. I am beginning to think you are incapable of making me the perfect weapon, Dansu stated, keeping his calm nature. Kokokokaku, Orochimaru laughed, finding it amusing. You forget that I always deliver, Dansu. I created your right hand. Yes, you were able to achieve that. But this task seems to be beyond you. It has been 2 years now since I contacted you. You must understand that creating this perfect weapon is a delicate matter that cannot be rushed. I also have to make sure every possibilities and impossibilities are calculated perfectly, Orochimaru stated, standing in front of Dansu. The matter is much more complex and requires me to do things that your simpleton mind cannot understand. Insults, that is what Orochimaru reverted to when someone said something about his capabilities, more especially about his genius. How many times have I told you to watch what you say, Orochimaru? Kokokokaku, again Orochimaru chuckled. It always amused him when Dansu said things like that. There is nothing you can do even if I continue to show you disrespect, the snake Sannin stated, a fact. I will assure you that there is something that I can do to you. Kokokokaku, this time Orochimaru laughed really hard in a very sick way. You forget, Dansu, I know everything about you. I know things that can get you executed by Konoha since you have committed treason many times. Enough of this. Dansu said firmly, not wanting to continue with the conversation any longer. When will I get my weapon? Very soon, Dansu, the snake Sannin said with a grin. I have collected all the materials I need for the project. Since the last months, I have been collecting necessary data by conducting a series of tests. And so far the data I have collected is satisfactory. You have not given me an exact date of when I will get it, Orochimaru, Dansu stated, tapping his fingers on his throne impatiently. Orochimaru felt sort of disappointed that Dansu had not asked anything about the developments of the project. He sighed, brutes could never understand the delicate scientific principles he had not followed with the project. It was not like magic where he would say the magic words and the weapon would be formed. Everything had to be calculated, measured and weighed at the right value. All formulas had to be rethought and composed again to see if there were mistakes. Mistakes in a project like this one were not something he wanted. It would prove to be dangerous for anyone should a mistake and miscalculation be made. Everything had to be in the exact order and angled correctly. Soon, he finally said. When is soon? You have been saying soon for months now. Dansu was really becoming impatient. He needed his weapon ready for use at any moment now. He needed it a year ago, but with the weapon not yet ready, he had postponed his plans. He could not wait any longer than he already had. Soon, just be patient and I will give you your toy, Orochimaru stated annoyingly. He hated being hurried to do his work. He liked taking his time when experimenting on things. It was fun that way. Now he was calling it a toy? Orochimaru, I will give you a month to finish creating the weapon. If you have not yet completed the project, then I will concede that even the once-in-a-generation genius is incapable of making some things. How clever, Dansu, Orochimaru thought with a smirk. Dansu was just saying it so to entice him to work even more hard to prove his genius. Well, he was not going to fall for it. He had dealt with Dansu long enough to know how the old war hawk worked. Fine, Orochimaru said. But when it does not end well, don't come running back to me because you are rushing me. Just get it done. And our deal? Orochimaru asked. He was thrilled with that he was going to get out of this little deal with Danzo. The price was worth all his efforts. I will keep my end of the deal if you keep your end, Danzo stated calmly. He had what Orochimaru wanted. He knew the snake would do anything to get the project done. Make sure that the weapon knows where its loyalties lie, Danzo said with narrowed eyes. He had been saying this each time Orochimaru came to see him. He wanted the snake to remember that the weapon he was creating was for him and him only. Actually, that is the reason I came here, Orochimaru stated. What do you need? Your blood, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Lots of it and your chakra. Why? Is it not obvious? Orochimaru questioned with a smirk. Danzo nodded. Fine, you will have what you need. Orochimaru threw Danzo an empty bottle for blood and a chakra storage seal. Danzo cut himself and allowed his blood to flow into the bottle. After that he channeled his chakra into the storage seals. He handed everything back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned around to leave. He took a few steps before stopping. Danzo, next time you send one of your pests to follow me, I will not simply mislead them, I will kill them. Then he was gone. Danzo was going to order one of his root to tail the snake to find out where he was conducting the experiment. The snake knew how to hide. He had never been able to get old off then snake when it did not want to be found by him. Naruto's house. Naruto sighed as he sealed a few things he would need for his journey with Jiraiya. He regretted going with Kakashi to the Jounin lounge yesterday. He did not think that adults would behave so childishly, and then came Anko. He shook his head. The woman was crazy as they came. He had to restrict her with a seal to avoid her jumping on him. She wanted payback for running away from her, and then when she had gotten drunk, she was drooling all over him, literally. The sight was unpleasant. Never was he going back to the lounge again. The Jounin drank sake too much, especially when they were happy or celebrating something. Still, their celebrations were wild. It was mostly the men who were out of control. The women, except for Anko, were acting their age. At least some of them offered him some pleasant conversations, unlike most of the man. He had looked at Asuma with a blank expression when the Jounin had asked him if he was still a virgin. Then everyone stared at him waiting for him to answer. He did not answer the question though. Just so you know, regardless of what you answer, I am willing to ride you tonight, Anko had said, causing him to stare at her for a moment. He had expected the Jounins to act a bit more mature. Well, they were mature, it was just that when alcohol entered their system, they lost all maturity. Alcohol was not a good thing if you could not take it. He was surprised though. Kakashi was just his usual bored self, so was Guy. The two only took a few sips of sake and then it was it. They settled for having civil conversations without much fuss. Well, that was for a few minutes before Guy started to argue with Kakashi over their score in their battles. Guy believed that he had won more matches than his eternal rival, whereas Kakashi refuted the claim, saying he won more matches. He even reminded Guy of their last match, which the Green Beast did not remember. Jiraiya had said he would come to fetch him when they were to leave. They would be leaving today. The Sannin said he would have to do a couple of things before they left. Their journey would take up some time away from the village. That meant that they would be away from the village for a few weeks. He did not mind being away from Konoha though. He had been away from the village for 3 years, and he liked being away. It was refreshing being away. He never got many chances to leave the village during his Jinan days. So any chance to go outside the village was highly appreciated and welcomed. He would not miss the chance for the world. It was not that he hated being inside Konoha. He liked being inside the village. Konoha was his home, and nothing could change that. It would always be his home. He had been born for this village. Perhaps his mother may have been an outsider, but he was still born here during a historic day. The day the Kyuubi attacked. Speaking of which, he had not spoken to the beast in quite some time. The time was now stretching towards a year. Mindscape. He walked into the cold sewer with his calm expression kept. He would certainly lose his mind if he had been the one locked up in a place like this. Surely Kyuubi got bored sometimes with being always locked up in a cage without anyone to talk to. He did not think that any human would survive with the kind of living conditions set after being locked into the cage. It was no wonder that during the times he had come here, he had always found the Baiju sleeping, or sometimes pretending to be. It would have been better if it could take one of those years-long slumbers. If it could, it would repel the boredom the beast had to face. He pitied the great Baiju for that, but never said it loud as it would only serve to infuriate it. He remembered the time he had thanked the Kyuubi for saving his life when he was still playing stupid. The Baiju had reacted in a way he had not been expecting. And went on to remind him it only did it because if he died it would be the end of it too, temporarily as in a few more years, the Baijiu would reform. He stopped walking after reaching the front of the cage that kept his prisoner. He did not say anything at first, he waited for the Kyuubi to acknowledge his presence. If it did not, he would turn around and leave. He had done that before. But he knew that the beast always knew when he was there, it just refused to acknowledge his presence. Slowly but surely, the huge blood-red eyes of the Kyuubi open, lazily as they did. "Hello, Kyuubi," Naruto began in a casual tone as if he was speaking to his friend. "What do you want?" Nothing more of what he had expected. It was always like this with the Baijiu, to the point first. "I came to talk to you," Naruto stated. The fact that the Baijiu had acknowledged his presence meant that it felt like talking to him. "Get it out and leave. You and I are going to be stuck together for a long time." "Tell me something I don't know," Kyuubi said sarcastically. "I know you don't like me, being that I am the one containing you. But you and I know that I had no say in that. Nevertheless, you don't like me and I believe you don't like anyone for that matter." He paused and looked at the Baijiu intensively. "As I said, you and I are going to be stuck together for a long time. We could work on our differences and get along quite nicely." "You are repeating the same words you said 2 years ago," the Kyuubi said with a snort. Sometimes it really did not understand its container. That was because he tried to be friendly. Kyuubi did not understand that. Humans were all the same. They saw Baijius as weapons, tools to be used for their means. He could not understand why Naruto would want to be friends, or try to just get along with it. It hated humans. And it was not going to get along with one. That is unless. "That means I am consistent," Naruto said. "You could give it a chance, I mean, what do you have to lose? No matter what happens you are always going to remain sealed in me. That will only change if I die." Again, the Baijiu snorted and closed its eyes. But it did not say a word. "Think about it," Naruto said and walked away from the cage. The Kyuubi never looked at him as he left, it kept its eyes shut. About an hour later, Jiraiya showed up at Naruto's house looking a bit out of breath. Naruto figured the Sannin had been running away from something. When someone like Jiraiya was running away from something, you knew that it had to be women he was peeping on. He must have been caught peeping. It was a wonder to Naruto how the Sannin never seemed to be able to completely hide himself while peeping. He was able to hide for a few minutes, but sooner he would be caught. Perhaps it was the perverted giggles that always gave away his position. He was stealthy enough to hide from a few civilians. When he was caught, it was punishment time. He never seemed to escape that one. Never would Naruto pity the man, even if women do beat him up to an inch of his life. Perhaps people like Kakashi and other fans of Jiraiya's perverted books would be able to pity him. He was the source of their favorite books. Without him, there could be no books. That would surely be the end of some men. Kakashi would probably go into a mental breakdown and quit his shinobi career if Jiraiya was no longer there to provide him with new issues of Uchiha Paradise. "I thought you were doing something important," Naruto stated looking at the pervert. He had said he had something of importance to do before they left. He had not thought it would be peeping. "I had something important to do," Jiraiya said in a slightly serious tone after catching his breath. He had been nearly caught. Had he been caught, he would have been at the hospital. Today he had peeped on some beautiful and feisty women. They were really mad when they found him. He was lucky enough to have outrun them. He did wonder why they had to be so mad about it. It was not like he had taken anything. And he had also seen what he wanted to see. Hitting him was not going to make him forget or stop doing what he loved doing. In fact, when they beat him up, it made him recall everything he had seen at an even clearer detail that he would without being beaten. Tsunade had nearly killed him, and yet he still remembers how her naked body looked like. "You need to set your priorities straight, Jiraiya. Since when did peeping become something of importance? It's not peeping. It is called research. Why do people always get it wrong? Why could they not just understand that he was collecting research data instead of peeping? Konoha has the best hot springs. I had to get some inspiration before we left the village," he said, getting his tone down. "I do not appreciate being kept waiting, especially when you were wasting time doing immoral things." Jiraiya ignored Naruto's words. "Have you packed everything? I just said I had been waiting for you, did not I? Why would he wait for the Sannin if he had not packed up everything? That would be stupid." Jiraiya sighed. "You could have just said yes or no," he stated, slightly annoyed by Naruto's way of responding. Saying yes or no was a lot easier than saying all things he did not want to hear. "If I wanted to," Naruto said, placing a scroll right beside his sword sheath. He hooked the scroll with the sheath before placing it on its rightful place, his back. "Now shall we?" "We have to see him first," Jiraiya stated, causing Naruto to sigh. He followed Jiraiya to Tsunade's office. Hokage office. Tsunade stared at Naruto unblinking. He had just returned and now he was leaving her again. She was beginning to think that he longer liked being inside the village. She had not thought that he would take Jiraiya's offer without even thinking about it more than he did. Jiraiya had told her that he had accepted without thinking about it for more than 2 seconds. It took him that little time to make a choice that would see him depart from the village. Why could not he understand that she needed him by her side? It took him little time to make a choice to get away from her. That left a bad taste in her. Looking at his eyes, she could not get anything out of them. They were their usual blank. Even sometimes when he smiled, his eyes betrayed that smile because they would never reflect happiness, they reflected nothing. She wanted to see him smile a bit more and laugh as he used to. But now she was realizing that it was just wishful thinking. At least he did smile at her every now and then. She had realized that he had become increasingly bored being cooped inside the village without anything to do. Perhaps this journey with Jiraiya would offer him a chance to get rid of the boredom so that when he does return, he would be at least without the bored look he had been carrying over the past few days. Tsunade blinked and released a sigh. I just wanted to see you before you left, she said to the other blonde. Naruto raised a brow. He had been here yesterday with Jiraiya after the pervert had informed her that he would be leaving with him. She already knew he was going, not just from Jiraiya's mouth but from his mouth as well. He thought that they had handled everything. You really need to take parenting lessons, Hokage-sama, Naruto stated, earning a nod from Jiraiya. The Sannin agreed with Naruto. What? You are showing too much love and you are way overprotective, it is over the bar. I can see just by looking at your eyes you would rather I did not leave with Jiraiya, Naruto stated calmly. You have to understand that I am not a child who needs to be under your constant watch. I have told you that I can handle myself. I will be involved in dangerous things, some life-threatening. You have to allow me to fight my own battles. You have fought yours, and survived. I will fight mine, and will survive, but that cannot happen when you are always standing in front of me trying to shield me from any danger. Again, Jiraiya nodded. I have to agree with him, Haim. Naruto is no longer as he was 3 years ago. You have to allow him to grow and let him be a man. He cannot go anyway if you won't allow him to grow. He is no longer a child. He has grown wings. You have to let him fly, otherwise he will remain rooted to the ground. Tsunade sighed. She was just being concerned like any other person would. Could they not understand that? And besides he has me to look after him, Jiraiya added with a grin. Yes, and it went well last time I trusted you with his care, Tsunade said sarcastically. You are not going to let that go, are you? No, Tsunade gave a short and firm reply. He had trusted her with Naruto's care and he failed to do so after going on to his peep show. Naruto sighed silently. Sure, he had some unresolved matters with his godfather, but Tsunade had to let that go. There was nothing Jiraiya could have done against his escape. Jiraiya was certainly not going to forgive himself if Tsunade kept reminding him of it. It would leave a bad taste in his mouth if he simply watched without care while the Sannin suffered. He was not that cold and heartless. People did make mistakes. He understood that, that is why he even speaks to Jiraiya. But that did not mean that there were no consequences for the mistakes. They were there, and had to be fully paid for. As many mistakes Jiraiya has made, Naruto said, causing the Sannin to wince remembering all the mistakes he made. I do not find my escape to be one of them or something he should be blamed for. I could have run away from him regardless of what he did. Either my chakra was sealed or I was trapped in a barrier, one way or the other I would have found a way to get away from him. Tsunade looked at Naruto for a moment before nodding silently. He was still not apologizing for running away. What he had said just showed her just how intent he was on getting away from her former teammate. It was clear that even if she had been there to forbid him from doing anything stupid, he would have still ran away. Perhaps I have been a little overprotective, but that is just because I'm always worried about you. I would never forgive myself if something bad happened to you, Tsunade said quietly. Don't you think it's becoming more of paranoia? Naruto questioned the blonde god. I'm Hokage. Each time I leave, something bad is going to happen. Do you think that is healthy? Just be grateful that someone is worried about you. Tsunade exclaimed, staring straight at Naruto. Well anyway, have a safe journey and don't ever return like Jiraiya. What makes you think I will ever be like him? He is not the ideal role model and anyone who would want to follow on his footsteps would surely be lost. You know that I am right here and can hear you perfectly well, right? Jiraiya said, not sounding the least wounded by Naruto's words. Naruto merely shrugged, while Tsunade ignored him. Point taken, the blonde Hokage said with a small smile. That was cold, Haim, Jiraiya said after Tsunade had ignored him like he had not said a thing. Sighing, Jiraiya continued, "Let's go Naruto," he said, turning his eyes towards Naruto. Naruto nodded, and smiled once for Tsunade before disappearing into thin air. "I really hate it when he does that," Tsunade mumbled after Naruto had disappeared into nothingness with his unique sunshine. "You are not the only one," Jiraiya said before he too disappeared. His disappearance was accompanied by a cloud of smoke, though. Just outside of Konoha. "Thanks for saving me back there," Jiraiya said to Naruto as they walked in a comfortable pace. He was referring to when Naruto told Tsunade that she should not blame him for his running away. "I was merely doing what was right," Naruto stated, not even sparing Jiraiya a look. Jiraiya sensed there was a hidden meaning to the words, but did not press to find out what it was. It was better that way. Some things were better left uncovered. Sometimes it was better to let things be and stop reasoning, because there were times we would uncover things we rather not have uncovered. "Where are we going to visit first?" "We will first go to Kumo, then Kiri," Jiraiya replied. Naruto nodded. Before they even reached Kumo, he would have to disappear so that he could speak to Itachi. He needed to inform the Uchiha of when he would try to visit Konan and Kumagakure. Jiraiya was not going to be always at his side. The pervert would occasionally leave him on his own while he did other things. Given that opportunity, he would teleport to the hideout. Luckily, Itachi would be there. He had informed him that he would teleport to the place. He walked silently beside the Toad Sennin. This journey would surely give him a chance to see the world more. He would not mind to eliminate some bandits' camps while on the way. There were many of them scattered across the elemental nations. More of the bandits' camps meant more women were suffering. Perhaps some action would get his name on the map. Certainly having his name known in most lands would make it easy for him to reach foreign lands. With more reach over other lands, he could find the space to operate, have some sort of influence over the world. Naruto and Jiraiya. They had been traveling for 4 days now. Well, not exactly that, they had only traveled for 2 days, and when they reached a town, Jiraiya decided it was best they rested for some time. He had said that they were not going to stop at another town after this one. They would simply head straight to the Lightning Country without any stops. They would only stop for rest. Naruto was not complaining though. He did not mind their pace, he was in no hurry to return to Konoha. Returning to the village, he would only be welcomed by boredom. At least out here he could take a walk and see people he did not see every day of his life. It was refreshing seeing new things than things that were already imprinted within his mind. The image of Konoha and its street was plastered across his mind. He could fairly walk around the village with his eyes closed and never fear about hitting something. He had run around the village countless times during his younger days when he was playing pranks on the villagers. He knew all the hiding spots. He had had blueprint of the village in his head. At least he got something from his stupid days. Jiraiya was going to be leaving any minute now. He could see by the look on the man's face. He was increasingly becoming bored and had a look on his face that went towards a brothel. That's how Jiraiya got laid. He had to pay for sex. It was pitiful, yet amusing for him. He had no doubt that if he was the type or felt like getting laid, he would never need to pay. He would simply talk his way into it without visiting a brothel or paying any women for the sex. For Jiraiya, despite his fame, women did not throw themselves at him. They never showed any interest in him. Perhaps a few did, but there were only a few of them. "What kind of intel are you going to get from your contacts?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya was now spotting a dreamy look, but it disappeared as soon as he asked the question. "You will know when you meet with them," Jiraiya replied with a shrug of his shoulders. "How about we go and have some fun? You are getting at that age, and I think it would be normal if you showed some interest in women." "Why?" "You are missing something great," Jiraiya responded. Naruto was missing the pleasures a woman could give a man. He knew all about it, but it would also be great if his godson knew about it too. It would also give him research material and something to write about. "I think not," Naruto responded with a wave of his hands. "Come on, just come with me, for today only. If you don't agree with me, I will never make a request like this again," Jiraiya said, standing up. "I will also think that there is something wrong with you if you don't find it enjoyable," he thought. "I'd rather not," Naruto said, turning the Sannin down. "I will take a walk outside the town, you can do what you wish. But tomorrow we leave." "Fine," the Toad Sage said. "But you are missing." He let the words hang. Naruto did not comment any further. He walked out of the room. He always carried his sword when he walked. Perhaps if it was Konoha, he would leave it behind. But this was a foreign town to him. He was just passing by. He could not trust it with his blade. Outside the town. Naruto stopped walking suddenly and turned around as he sensed something. He saw nothing when he turned around. But there was no mistake, he had definitely sensed something. He kept his guard up and looked back to where he had been headed. He could not show signs of distress at this time. He just had to stay calm and perhaps whoever that he had sensed would reveal himself. He was not paranoid enough to be making things inside his head. He held no illusions that someone was always trying to get him. His senses were always right, unless they were tricked, which had not happened so far. He suddenly came into a halt when again he sensed something behind him. This time his senses were on high alert. He turned around slowly and narrowed his eye. In front of him was a man with short spiky black hair and a fair skin. He was just about an inch taller than him. He wore a black coat that stretched out wide at its end. Under the coat he wore a long-sleeved blood-red t-shirt, and also wore black cargo pants. This was accompanied by black shinobi boots and blood-red fingerless gloves. The feature that stood out the most was in his eye sockets, there was just a black void. Naruto was not sensing anything good from the man. "Can I help you?" he asked stoically. He got no response from the man. He simply moved towards him in a burst of speed that surprised him. The take of the man caused small chunks of earth to peel off. Naruto got into defense seeing an attacking coming. He brought out both his hands and crossed them in front of him to make a defense. He blocked a powerful punch that was directed to his face. The force behind the punch caused him to be rooted to the ground, his feet burrowed on the ground. He winced at the contact. There was some power behind the punch. It made attempting to block another punch next time not so much of a good idea. Naruto leapt backwards to create some distance between himself and the stranger. "Who are you?" he asked calmly. Still the stranger did not seem to be capable of producing words. The stranger took off towards him again. Naruto took off at the same time. If the man wanted to fight, he would give him a fight. Besides, it was not like he had any other options. The man seemed to want nothing but to fight. For what purpose? He did not know. He did not have any enemies that could want him to die. The man lunged a right hook towards him, it came fast and swift. Naruto brought out his hand to block the attack. This time he was a lot more prepared than last time. He threw another punch towards his face. He used his other to block before pushing the man away from him. He was trying to make him lose balance, but that was unfruitful. Naruto tried a high roundhouse kick at his opponent. He put as much power as he could before the attack. The kick was gracefully caught by the stranger. Naruto made an attempt to forcibly retrieve his foot, but his hold was too tight for him. Seeing that his other foot was caught, Naruto moved his other to attempt to kick the man. The motion caused him to fall on his back since both his legs used for balance were out of position to balance. His attempt for kick was caught again by the stranger's strong grasp. Before he could hit the ground, the man swung him into the air. He spun several times before throwing him away. The throw was powerful, but Naruto had been under the kind of situations before. He tried his best to regain his balance before flipping several times while still flying towards the tree. He landed on the ground but was still pushed back by the momentum. He did not wait or have to look for his attacker as the man silently appeared before him. The man sent a spinning kick towards his temple. He quickly brought out his for a hasty but effective defense. The kick connected with his defense and sent him flying due to its power. He was sent sailing towards the trees. Naruto allowed the momentum to carry him. He was going to hit the tree with his head first. But when he was about to crash into the tree, he swiftly flipped and hit the tree with his feet. He did not stop, he sort of like bounced off the tree and sped towards his opponent. The speed he was traveling in was fast. But his opponent waited for him as he reached near. He raised his right foot and sent it crashing towards the man's head. The man brought out both his hands in defense. When the back on his foot connected with the defense, it held on. The power behind it forced the man's feet to burrow into the ground. Naruto flipped and returned with a kick to the man's chest. His opponent jumped back to avoid being hit. He landed on the ground and stood there for a second before disappearing off to attack the black-eyed stranger. He charged a Rasengan on his right hand as soon as he reached his opponent. The man blurred out of sight and went behind him. His Rasengan hit the ground with a loud boom and created a crater on the ground. He was forced to be on alert as the stranger was on him again. He sensed him coming, but did not react fast enough to do anything against the kick on his back that sent him flying. He crashed into a tree, breaking it before recovering. He hit the ground and stared at his opponent. The man was fast and really good. He might end up forgetting that the man just attacked him out of nowhere and start enjoying the battle. So far it was good, and he had been pretty much put on the defensive. He was not going to try to talk to the man. By now he had already realized that he was not going to get any answers. He did not seem to be capable of speaking, or he just preferred to be quiet. He did not mind though. He liked things just the way they were. Without another thought, Naruto dashed in great speeds towards his attacker. The man did the same and met in between. They grabbed both each other's and clashed in a battle of physical prowess. He was no pushover in this department. But in this case, he was evenly matched with his opponent. He began to push chakra behind his push. His opponent seemed to do the same. Their battle forced both of them to burrow into the ground. The release of chakra forced debris around them to pick up. Naruto got a closer look at those black eyes. There was nothing in them. They were just a black void with eternal darkness. There was no life in them. He could not see anything from them. They merely stared at him. Naruto head-butted his opponent, seeing that the struggle for power was not going to end soon. His move seemed to have surprised the man. It was as if he was not expecting him to do it. The hands broke apart and Naruto used the momentarily loss of balance by his to his advantage. He flashed through hand seals faster than the normal eyes could see. Futon, Kaze no Panchi, he muttered and released compressed wind in the shape on a punch. The wind punch hit his opponent head-on in the gut and sent him flying. The man was quick to recover from the attack. He landed gracefully on the ground. But Naruto was before him in a flash. He had moved faster than he had been. He jumped into the air and attempted to deliver a powerful mid-air kick. The kick did just end as an attempt, it hit the man straight and hard in his face. The powerful kick sent him away from Naruto. The blonde landed on the ground and waited for his opponent to recover. The movements of the stranger were calculated and not wasted. The attacks also had a lot of power behind them. He was curious as to who the man was. He had managed to surprise him with his speed. He wondered though how long he would keep it up without having to use some of his special moves. The stranger recovered quickly and walked towards Naruto. He stood and stared at the blonde as if inviting him to attack. Naruto did not think it over, he went straight towards the man. He used his great speed again. He appeared in front of the man and jumped into the air. His jump was fast and caused cracks on the ground. He swung his right foot horizontally towards his opponent. The man reacted quickly by bending to avoid the blow. Naruto spun around with the momentum of the kick. He was forced to go on the defensive when the man he was fighting against attempted to kick him while he was still spinning around. He channeled chakra into his feet before the man's kick hit him. When it did hit, he felt nothing. He blurred away from him. The stranger was at him again. He lunged himself at him and attempted to punch him. Naruto ducked under the punch and attempted to punch him in the gut, but his punch was caught. The man yanked his hand towards him and drove his fist towards his face. Naruto tilted his head to avoid the punch. But his opponent did not stop there. He twisted his hand painfully and pulled backwards before letting go of his hand. Before Naruto could do anything, he was kicked painfully on his face. The kick sent him flying away. He was quick to recover, nonetheless. He recovered in the form of going through hand seals, futon, daitapa. He released powerful gusts of winds that sped towards the black-eyed stranger. The gusts picked up debris as they rushed towards the target. He was not expecting the jutsu, hence he was sent flying by it. The jutsu sent him away. But he recovered quickly and landed on the ground with both his feet. Naruto also did the same. He summoned a kunai and shuriken pouch before placing it on its rightful place. He took out 4 kunais and held them with both his hands, 2 in each. He disappeared into the trees. The stranger stood calmly staring at the spot Naruto had been standing before he disappeared. He did not look too concerned about the sudden disappearance of Naruto. A kunai came flying towards him in great speed. He disappeared from his position. The kunai burrowed into the ground as it had missed its target. More kunais came flying towards him. He was able to skillfully dodge them all. Naruto had been throwing them from different directions. 1 or 2 at a time, though. Suddenly he changed tactics and sent a shower of them towards the man. He disappeared from his spot and appeared on top of a tree branch. Naruto appeared before him with a Rasengan on his hand. He drove the Rasengan towards the man's gut, but he dodged it by jumping into the air. The Rasengan hit the tree and destroyed it. Just then, as the man was in mid-air, another Naruto came fast towards him, not giving him a chance to react. He was holding his blade his left hand. He changed hands and held the blade with his right hand, before he swung it across the man's chest, Kaminari Kata. The blade was crackling with lightning as he swung it. The Naruto that had charged the Rasengan disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the one holding the sword of the Flying Thunder God. The man had already disappeared after being cut. He jumped into the clearing away from the trees. Looked at his blade as it was dripping something dark red. It was blood, but way dark. It almost looked like it was not even blood but some sort of liquid. He flicked it, ridding of the blood. He was again forced to be on the defensive when the stranger appeared before him. He was holding a black blade that seemed to be made of solid chakra. He could feel that it was definitely chakra. Naruto parried the slash that came across his face. He pushed back before swinging his own blade across the man's chest. The stranger blocked the slash with his own blade. The blades become locked up in a battle of power as they tried to see which was the sharpest and strongest. Naruto stopped pushing and jumped back. Kaminari kata, he muttered, swinging his sword horizontally. The sword released a lighting blade that sped towards the opponent. The technique was the same as the one he had used earlier. The difference was that this time he had resealed the lightning from his sword. Last time he had not released it. It was almost unavoidable when the shot it towards an opponent. Its speed was great, that only the fastest would be able to dodge it. But when he used it while maintaining it on his blade, it could be avoidable. But when used with the sword, it dealt more damage to the opponent. The last time he had used it, his opponent had slightly dodged it. But he had hit him across his chest. There was a wound across the chest where the blade had it. It was just no deep though. The lightning cutter was at his opponent in mere seconds. The man brought out both his hands and shielded himself against the attack. The attack hit him and seemed to go past him. It hit just below his shoulders. From where the jutsu had cut, his coat fell to the ground after being cut. His shirt also. There was a slash across his chest caused by the jutsu. The gash was also on his back. It took seconds for the second gash to start leaking blood. Naruto was before the stranger before he could recover from his attack. He drove his blade towards the man's chest. The target did enough to move away slightly to avoid being pierced on his chest. The blade ended up piercing his right shoulder. With how deep the blade had entered his flesh, anyone would have first attempted to remove it. But not his man. He seemed to have shrugged off the wound and grabbed Naruto's right hand, which held the blade. He was about to cut Naruto with his own blade when the blonde held a single hand seal, futon, shinku udongan. He did so faster before he could be hit. He released a vacuum bullet from his mouth. The bullet hit the man on his chest, hard. It pushed him back slightly. It was obvious he had used his power to stand his ground. This caused him to let his grip on his hand loose. Naruto did not waste time. He jumped into the air and spun around, delivering a power kick to the man's temple. The kick sent him flying. But Naruto was not done. While the man was still on flight, he appeared above him and clasped his hands together, futon, kaze no hama. He did so, sending a heavy blow to the man. The wind hammer hit him, hard, and sent him crashing towards the ground. Naruto landed onto the ground and waited for the man to get up. He knew that his efforts were not enough. Soon enough, the man was up on his feet. His upper body's clothes were messed up and the deep wound on his shoulder was leaking blood. He was also spotting several bruises. Naruto flashed through hand seals. He was not too concerned about the enemy. He still looked he wanted to fight. Futon, kaze shuriken, multiple wind shurikens formed beside him. They spun around for a second before he sent them towards the opponent. The opponent held both his hands together before he released some powerful gusts of wind that deflected the shurikens away from him. Daitapa? So he can use ninjutsu too. Well, I should have expected that, Naruto thought, looking at his opponent. The black-eyed man rushed towards him with some debris picking up behind. Naruto sensed a rise of chakra from him. The chakra was unlike anything he had ever sensed before. It was foul, and sinister, even more sinister than the Kyuubi's. He also felt the Kyuubi shift inside the cage. While the man was dashing towards him, he went through hand seals before releasing fireballs. Naruto knew that it was no ordinary Katen jutsu, that is, it was Katen. The flames were too hot and intense for any fire-style jutsu. He took out his blade again and held it in front of him. Kaminari no Shuheki, he said, so channeling chakra into his blade. A lightning barrier erected in front of and stood like a wall. His blade was the source of it, as he conducted the lightning through it. The flames hit his barrier and tried to break it. But Naruto put more chakra behind it to enforce it. He was not about to be burned. After the struggle, the barrier died down along with the flames. Naruto widened his eyes slightly when his opponent greeted him with a punch under his chin. It did not end there. A knee to his gut followed, causing to wince painfully. This was followed by a punch to his face. Naruto had to say the punch was chakra enhanced. He did not believe that anyone could punch that hard. The punch sent him rocketing towards the trees away from the clearing. Naruto hit a couple of trees as the momentum carried before finally stopping. He hit the ground painfully and took some time to stand up. He did so panting. Nothing was broken except for his nose and a few bruises along with his slightly tattered clothes. He was forced to abandon his position when a breath of scorching flames came towards him. He replaced himself with a log before disappearing back to the clearing. The stranger flashed back to the clearing. Futon, Shinkua. Naruto took a deep breath and spun around while compressing into a solitary wind blade. The jutsu blasted off around him, cutting everything on its path. Unfortunately, it was not his opponent. He only got a few tree with the large wind blade. He looked around for his opponent, as he could not sense him. He quickly sensed him, when he felt a spike of chakra. His stranger was charging a small ball of black energy on his palm. Naruto could feel that there was a lot of chakra on the technique. The man held out his hand, palm facing Naruto. Shit, Naruto cursed as a beam of black energy shot towards him. It would definitely not end well for him if he got it by whatever the jutsu was. He quickly went through hand seals, futon, kaze no shuheki. He yelled before clasping his hands together. An invincible barrier of wind quickly formed in front of him. Naruto cursed again when the black energy hit his barrier. The technique was a lot stronger than he had thought. Keeping up the barrier was a difficult task because he had not molded enough chakra. Boom! There was an explosion right in front of Naruto. The explosion picked up large amounts of debris and created some gusts of winds. When the debris cleared, Naruto was seen with both his hands stretched out. Both hands had some burns towards his elbows. His front was also burned slightly. He was also breathing heavily. Naruto looked at his hands. Had he not quickly coated most of his body with wind chakra, he would have been burned severely. What was that jutsu? He thought. The jutsu had left its footsteps on the ground when it traveled towards him. There was also a large crater in front of him. He was snapped out of his thoughts when the stranger appeared in front of him with his right hand stretched out towards him. Shit, he cursed as he saw the same jutsu being charged at him. He quickly disappeared in a yellow flash before the jutsu was blasted across the clearing. He had marked a tree earlier during the fight. He disappeared back to the clearing to see the man waiting for him. Two clones came into existence before him. One created a Rasengan before charging towards the enemy. Naruto held out his right hand and formed a Rasengan, but the Rasengan changed shape and became a four-bladed shuriken. The screeching noise followed. Naruto looked to see how his clone was doing. He smiled. It was busy. The other clone stretched out both its hands towards the jutsu Naruto held. It channeled fire chakra into the jutsu. Within seconds, Naruto held his complete jutsu. The jutsu was now in complete fire, literally. He winced when he got memories from his destroyed clone. It was the same jutsu that burned his hands that destroyed his clone. His opponent turned his focus to him. The black eyes looked at his jutsu curiously. It did not matter now, he had completed his jutsu. He took out a three-pronged kunai with his left hand and threw it at the man. The man merely tilted his head to avoid it. But he did not expect Naruto to suddenly appear before him via a yellow flash. Sheikuten, Rasen Shuriken. He yelled, hitting the stranger the powerful jutsu. As soon as it hit, he disappeared again in a yellow flash to avoid being caught in the blast. Boom! A large scorching explosion rocketed throughout the battlefield, causing Naruto to shield his eyes. There was a large crater, larger than any other as a result of the explosion. There was no sign of the attacker. Naruto smiled. He had never tried the jutsu before. Itachi had burned him from using S-rank jutsus while at the hideout. It was a success. It had done what he had created it for, turned the enemy into ash. He sighed and sat down to recover his breath. Meanwhile, Orochimaru chuckled darkly with a satisfied grin after watching the battle with Naruto and his test subject. He had been watching from afar. Who better to give him the data he required than the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? Naruto-kun has become strong and is quite skilled, Kabuto commented, impressed with the blonde's skills. He was indeed wrong when he said Naruto had no shinobi skills. But he could not forget that the Naruto back then and now were different. Indeed he has, Orochimaru said after getting his laughter under control. I am surprised that he can use Minato's jutsu. That last jutsu was powerful. I am interested in it, certainly. He would not mind using a jutsu of that power. He always was craving for new jutsus. The jutsu Naruto had used to obliterate his test subject was interesting and wonderfully attracting. The test subject did better than I had expected, a pity Naruto-kun destroyed it. We could have taken its remains and studied them further, Kabuto stated, the disappointment clear in his voice. Any scientist would be sad at the loss of such a subject. Don't worry about that, we still have the original. That was just a clone of the original I made. I wanted to see how a clone would do before I could finish work on the original. It is an curious specimen, isn't it? Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said with a nod. I am still amazed that you created something like this, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto was indeed impressed. He knew his master was a genius. The man was a work of genius himself. But this was just special. He had never seen anything like it before. Even he could not create something indigenous as this. He would never come close to doing so. He wished his master had allowed him to be involved though. He had only been useful in collecting data and the DNA Orochimaru wanted. He also knew what went around and what he was creating. But he was not involved with the creation process. Orochimaru had insisted on doing it alone. Perhaps since he was brought here today, they would finish the weapon together. After seeing the blueprints of the project his master had invested his time on, he had become increasingly curious and a bit excited to see it. But Orochimaru was oddly keeping him out of it. And that fool Danzo thought I could not create it, Orochimaru said with a snort. The weapon's power is astonishing. If the copy could do this, what more will the original be able to do? The prospect of finding out thrills me, the snake Sannin said grinning in all corners. In all honesty, he was excited. This was his pet project. Like any scientist, he was happy when his research finally paid off. And now he had just witnessed the result of his research and hard work. He will certainly be happy when he does get his hands on it, Kabuto said. He doubted that his master would give the project to Danzo if it proved to exceed his expectations. He knew his master better. Yes, but I might just decide to keep it for myself. Yap, he definitely knew his master better than anyone. Let's go, Kabuto. We have work to finish, Orochimaru stated. He had seen what he wanted to see and had collected enough competitive data. He had witnessed his creation battle, even though it ended up being destroyed in a way he would not have wished for it to be, he was still happy. He would not have minded to take it back to his hideout and use it for further research. Hi, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said and followed his master like any faithful servant. He smiled though when he heard Orochimaru say we. That had to mean they were going to finish the project together. He would be satisfied with it even despite not having taken any real part in the creation. Back with Naruto. There was a question ringing inside his head, who was this man he had killed? He did not get any answers before the man died, he did not even say a word to him. That left him curious. Who could it have been and who sent him? No one would surely just randomly come to attack and be killed. This was far from something to be called a coincidence or something that just happens. He had a feeling that the man sent to battle, specifically him. But for what purpose? Was it an attempt on his life? No, it did not certainly look that way. It seemed that the man just wanted to battle before he died. So then why did he just want to battle in with him? So many questions that required to be answered. And he was not going to get any of the answers, since he had turned the stranger into ash. But knowing that the stranger was gone to not stop the questions raining inside his head. Anyone would be curious about the event that had just taken place. But he was not paranoid enough to think that an assassin or a mercenary was sent to kill him. He had no such thoughts. But that just left more questions he could not answer nor even come close to figuring out. Naruto looked at himself. His hands were still spotting burns. The technique that had hit him was really powerful. He had not seen anything like it before. It shot at him like a beam, deadly beam of energy. He knew it was no ordinary jutsu if he could hurt him like that. He was glad though, his secondary defense held on. Or perhaps he would have been severely injured. But the burns he had suffered were not anything serious. Kyuubi would begin healing them any time soon. He had not sustained any other alarming injury. He was a bit tired though. The man knew how to punch and kick. He had felt like he was being kicked by Guy all over again. The man was also fast, and seemed to have been calm the entire time they battled. He did not show any signs of distress or any emotion for that matter. Jiraiya whistled as he looked at Naruto. I see that is what you have been hiding, he said walking towards the blonde. He had witnessed some of the battle. You have some good defensive jutsus, and can use 3 elements. I did notice that you use lightning through your blade, which leads me to believe that your lightning element is not quite strong without the blade, electric blade. Still, you use your sword very excellently, the Sannin stated. And after all that battle all he got were burns on both his hands. I do think there is more to it, he thought. Naruto stood up and looked at Jiraiya blankly. The Sannin continued, I was right after all to recommend you to Heim for the promotion of Jounin. Really Jiraiya? That is what is most important here? I just was attacked by an unknown man, Naruto stated calmly. Take the compliment, brat. Some people would kill to be complimented by one of the Sannin, Jiraiya stated irritated. And besides there is nothing to work on since you destroyed everything. I doubt he was going to talk anyway. He did not say a word the entire we fought, Naruto said nonchalantly. What was that technique you used? Jiraiya asked, genuinely curious about the technique. Anyone would be interested in a jutsu that can turn anyone to ash. Rasengan, as the base mixed with wind and fire chakra, Naruto said. Oh, you completed the Rasengan? Minato was never able to do that. How long did it take you to do it? Not too long, Naruto gave a vague answer. He was not wearing a forehead protector to define which village he came from. Now Naruto was going back to more serious matters. I did not recognize him from anywhere. Not even that jutsu he used, the Sannin stated with a thoughtful expression. For all his years of living, he had seen a variety of jutsus, but the jutsu he had seen was unlike any other. He was also curious as to who the stranger was. A pity Naruto had destroyed his body, he could have sent it to Konoha to be examined. Did you sense it? Jiraiya nodded, his expression becoming slightly serious. He had sensed how sinister the chakra of the man felt. The feeling did not make him feel comfortable at all. He was used to feeling such foul chakra from Jinchuriki or Baiju's, but not a normal shinobi. His chakra was black. Have you ever seen anyone with black chakra? Jiraiya shook his head. Even Orochimaru, who was evil in all sense of the word, did not have evil chakra. It felt like a Baiju's chakra, Naruto said, bringing both his hands in front. It is also a lot more potent and harmful. My burns have yet to disappear. Normally such things would have already disappeared. But the process of healing is taking longer than it should. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's hands. Indeed, his burns were still visible. Naruto healed faster because of Kyuubi and his Uzumaki genes. Burns like that would have healed a long time ago. But because what caused them was not normal, the burns were taking their time to disappear. I will send a word to Haim, he said finally. I doubt she will know something. And it is not like that man will just appear again. Chapter 9. Naruto sighed sadly as he looked around his surrounding. He had just been given a task to dispose a bandit camp and retrieve a stolen item. The item was nothing special in his eyes, it was just a sword. But Jiraiya had said it was more than just a normal sword. There was something special about it. Perhaps it held some sort of sentimental value. The Sannin did not feel like explaining anything more to him and did not say anything. He did not bother to pester about it. He was just left to deal with the bandits and retrieve the item. Failure was not an option, Jiraiya had made that clear. But he had not been hoping to fail. Perhaps he had failed in his past days, but he did not look to see more failures. He understood that he could not always be perfect at everything, but when he could do something to be successful in all he does, he would surely use his effort to succeed. Their bandits had not posed him a problem at all. All he needed was some stealth skills and fast movements. He had all that and then some. He was by faster than the bandits, he was superior to them in all ways. He did not have to struggle with dealing with them. He had taken care of them in a flash. Bandits were not strong. They could be called weak. Even genins could handle without suffering loss. They were just untrained thugs who fed on those weaker than them. It was a bit of a relief that they were not that powerful. Had they been, women everywhere would definitely suffer. Because shinobi are superior to them, bandits always stay away from their way. They know that should a confrontation be ignited, they would be killed. Some shinobi were merciless killers to these kind of people. Bandits were vile, truly despicable beings. They raped women till there was no life in them. And when the life had left them, they would kill them as they were no longer of use to them. He could never understand what sort of human would laugh while the other begs for mercy. He could not stand something like that. But even so, when he could not stand something like that, he could not go around killing every bandit that existed. One may say that he was ridding the world of all that was evil. But he still believed that there was redemption. Nevertheless, he would not allow women to suffer because of this belief. If killing one bandit were to save countless women from suffering the horrors of being used as sex slaves, he would dirty his hands. The past men who had sought for peace did things differently. They were never dirtied their hands. They despised fighting and always looked to solve things without fights. But it had proved that shinobi were not looking to listen to anyone, regardless of how powerful they were. He did believe that people could understand each. But at the same time, he would kill should it be necessary. It was hard to take, but that only proved that he was still human. Itachi had taught him that and he would never forget it. Even if he killed, even if someone screamed at him murderer, he would never take it to heart and sink into depression. Itachi had killed his entire clan, he had cried when it happened, but now he no longer did. He did not feel sad or anything when he was called a murderer. If ridding the world of all that was evil could get him called a murderer, he would happily accept it as long as he knew there was some good that he was doing. He was looking for peace, nothing else. He knew that anyone could become evil, anyone could be swayed into doing all that was dark. If he were to just kill everyone who was evil, he would end up killing the whole world. That was why he had chosen not to just become a merciless killer. He would still choose to believe that people could change. But even so, he knew that some people were beyond redemption. He did not want to become a god of the world and judge the world of its sins. He was just going to have to be wise in making his decisions. He would also make things differently and act differently. His predecessors had failed, all following the same path and doing things similar, but he would do things differently and ensure that he would not fail. He would not rest until the world took the way of peace. This desire was so great that he thought that even if he were to get killed before peace was within his grasp, he would come back to life and fight for peace. But someone like him who would have his hands filled with blood would not be worthy to lead a peaceful world. He could take it to peace. But that which was impure could not lead something that was pure. Someone with pure hands would have to do that. But at the moment, he was not worried about that. He had yet to take any steps for peace. He wanted to see the world a bit more to make his move. He had to know each of the Kages, their personalities, and ideals. He had to have that info before making a choice. This little trip with Jiraiya would give him that opportunity. He had already established himself in some small villages, that was good. If he were to call for support, he knew that he would have the support he needed. Looking back at the bandit camp, Jiraiya had told him to kill everyone at the camp, because if he did not, they would continue to do evil. They would move on to the next town and abduct women for their amusement. Killing, that was a part of his job as a shinobi. But he refused to kill just anyone. The Sannin had said that people of this nature were beyond redemption and that there was nothing good about them. All they knew to do was to abduct and rape. If left alive, they would continue to rape and abduct. He would certainly blame himself if he saw the men he had left alive raping other women. It would be in his consciousness for all eternity. But he would do his best to ensure that something like that did not happen. He did not want to make such blunders that would cause other people to suffer. You finished that rather quickly, Jiraiya commented as he walked towards Naruto. The blonde was standing in the middle of the camp with the item he was supposed to retrieve in hand. I thought you would not give in your reluctance to kill everyone. Naruto turned around and looked at Jiraiya blankly. He threw the blade he had at the Sannin. We should be at Kumagakure by today, correct? It was still around noon, they could reach there tonight. But he wanted to relax before getting to Kumagakure. Yes, he said and looked at Naruto carefully. He had expected the blonde to say something about the mission he had just completed. He had been reluctant to do it, so he thought he would have something to say after it. It was not best to keep shouldering things on his own. Naruto nodded and began to walk past Jiraiya. Let us go. You still have to return that sword, the blonde stated as if he was the one in charge of their little adventure. I will return it at some later date, the Sannin replied, still staring at Naruto. If you want to talk about it, you can with me. I have experience with these things, he said in a quiet and inviting tone. Naruto did not even turn to look at Jiraiya as he responded. Godfather, Jiraiya cringed at the word. If I wanted some advice from you I would have asked you for it. But I don't need it, hence I did not ask. I am fine. If you think that I am that weak-minded that I need to cry on your shoulder each time I do this kind of mission, then you certainly do not know me. He paused for a moment. Now let us go, I do not want to sleep another night under a tree. Jiraiya sighed. Fine, you don't be so harsh about it, he said following the blonde from behind. Still, it would please him if Naruto opened up to him. The blonde was a closed book to him. No matter what key he tried to use, he just could not unlock it to see what was written inside it. He was very curious to know what was written in the book. Well, he still has time, he would find out what little by little. What were you able to find about that thing that I fought a while ago? Naruto questioned, walking calmly with Jiraiya by his side as the Sannin had caught up to him. They were not traveling by the trees, they were already in the lightning country, so it was no use to run. It is no longer a human? Jiraiya questioned with a raised brow. Something leads me to believe that it was no human. I used that jutsu again when we were fighting those missing nins from Iwa. I was curious, but unlike with that thing, the jutsu did not turn the Iwa nin to ash, Naruto explained briefly. The Iwa missing nin they had fought were some fools who had said that they wanted Naruto's head. His similarities to his father were not being ignored by some people, especially Iwagakure shinobi. The shinobi they had encountered had said they had become rogue for the purpose of killing him. They were not even sure if he was related to Minato, but because he was similar to the man in likeness, they believed that he was related to Konoha's Yellow Flash. They were not off the mark, but still, they did not have any evidence to prove that claim and yet fought to kill him. That was just a show of how much hatred some Iwa shinobi held for his father. He did not want to be paying for his father's actions. He was his own man and would create his own legacy. So you used someone like a test dummy, Jiraiya said, surprised that Naruto would do something like that. He was dying after I had stabbed him through the chest with his blade, Naruto said. He had not used his own blade to fight someone who was not worthy of its power. The man was dying anyway. Whether he had used his jutsu to test a theory or not, the man would have died from his wound. The jutsu just put him away from more pain. Perhaps he only thought that to soothe his soul. So you decided to make him useful because he was dying, Jiraiya said. His tone was clearly suggesting something, and it seemed that he wanted to force something out of Naruto. He wanted the blonde to say something or perhaps realize what he had done. If you have something to say, Jiraiya, just say it, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. I dislike people who go around me to say something. If you can't say what you want to say, answer my question or just shut up if you don't want to answer. Minato was never this rude he always gave me the respect I deserved, Jiraiya grumbled quietly. No, I have not been able to find anything. There is nothing to work with really, he said, answering Naruto's question. Disappointing, I had thought you would have found something, Naruto said flatly. Jiraiya felt no insult in those words, so he did not say anything. It seemed that the blonde was only expressing his disappointment in not being able to find anything about the thing that had attacked him. Have the former Akatsuki members been causing trouble? Jiraiya shook his head. They have been oddly quiet over the past days. I had thought that they would be matching around the world causing chaos. But I don't think they will be silent for long, the Sannin explained with a thoughtful look on his face. I would imagine so, Naruto said. Perhaps they are planning for something. I doubt that. Without the Akatsuki leader to make them cooperate with each other, they can never work together. Strong people always have different ideals and they will always clash. An organization in which members always fight would never last or achieve anything. They will most likely destroy themselves from within, Jiraiya said in a mature tone. I did not think they would work together. I am aware of those facts. The leader of Akatsuki was the strongest, he had to have always put down his authority to get everyone in line. It makes you wonder how strong the man was if he could control 9S rank criminals on his own. Naruto became silent. He could never know just how strong pain was given that the man was now dead. He could only hear about the man's power, but he would never be able to see it for himself. Well, at least now the Akatsuki was no more. Jinchuriki would no longer have to be fearful about their lives. Akatsuki was no more, the danger was gone. They could now only think about moving forward with live and see what it brings. But live was so full of surprises, you might rejoice today thinking the danger was gone, but tomorrow you find yourself waking up with the danger glaring down your face. It was best to just be prepared for anything that life threw at you. Kumagakure. After reaching the village and gaining entrance, Jiraiya and Naruto had went to a hotel which they would stay at during this time within the village. After that, nothing much was said to the other. Jiraiya had to meet with his people and Naruto did not really care for that. Jiraiya's business was his own. Naruto had used this time to leave and mind his own business. They had a few days within the village. They had no hurry to return to Konoha. It was not like there was some emergency that need their attention. With Akatsuki gone, Konoha was relaxed without having to worry about anything troubling or disturbing their peace. With that reason, even the strongest in the village could be away without having to fear someone attacking the village while they were away. Jiraiya had simply told him not to get into trouble and they could leave in 2 or 3 days. Naruto had looked at the Sannin blankly when he had told him not to get into trouble. It was as if he was some misbehaving child that needed to be reminded of where he was. Out of the two of them, he should have been the one to tell Jiraiya to behave his age instead of a child. Seeing that stare of Naruto at that time, the Sannin had accepted that perhaps those words weren't suited for Naruto. Perhaps the old Naruto would have surely done something to get into trouble, but this one was a lot more mature and smarter enough to realize that some things should not be done, especially since they were no longer in their home village. This was Kumagakure, they had to tread carefully so not to cause any trouble between this village and Konoha. The villages were already recovering from their strained relationship that had been caused when Kumagakure had attempted to abduct a Hyuga. This village loved bloodlines. People with bloodlines were treated specially in this village. But even so, they lacked them unlike Konoha and Kirigakure. These two villages boasted the most bloodlines out of all the great 5 hidden villages. Despite being huge, Kumagakure lacked them. But the Hyuga incident had occurred during the Sandaime Reikage's tenure. Now since it was the Yondaime Reikage leading the village, things had cooled down as the current Reikage had made efforts to calm the tensions. After Jiraiya had left the hotel, Naruto had applied a Hiraishin seal inside the room before leaving in a flash of yellow to the home he shared with Itachi. But upon arriving there, he did not find the Uchiha. He figured the man might have gone somewhere else. He wanted to go see Konan before returning to Konoha. But there was still some time before he returned home. He still had to go to Kumagakure before going back. So he was not worried about anything. He had left a note to Itachi saying that he would be there at the hideout in 2 days. If Itachi were to return, he would find the note and wait for him to come. He did not want to be summoned by a Hiraishin kunai. That would bring him questions should he be with Jiraiya when summoned. Currently, Naruto was at a secluded training ground within Kumo. It was no problem since he was not using the training ground. He was simply sitting there, meditating. But he never got quite to enjoy his meditation. He was pulled to his mindscape. Naruto stared at the large eyes of the Kyuubi. It was very surprising for the beast to have called him. It never did that before. He was always the one to ignite the conversations with the beast. But they could speak without the other insulting the other. But still, he was the one to come here. The Kyuubi had never pulled him here. What is it? He asked quietly. You felt it too, didn't you? The Kyuubi said in its deep tone, while staring down at Naruto's small form. You have to be specific, Naruto responded without faltering his stare. He was used to the stare the Kyuubi always gave. He had no fears for it. It might be because he knew the beast could not touch him while it was still locked inside the seal. When you were fighting that man you now called a thing, the Baijuu said, it was not bothered by Naruto's response. The blonde was not the one to waste time or beat around the bush. He was straightforward with his words. The evil chakra, Naruto said. Yes, I sensed it. What did you think of it? You have noticed that I have been curious about that thing since I fought it, Naruto said. The Kyuubi did not say anything since Naruto did not really ask a question. I felt traces of your chakra when I destroyed it. It was faint though. But I could never mistake your chakra. I sensed that too, the Kyuubi said. But that was not all that I sensed. It was not my chakra only, there were also other Baiju's chakra I was able to sense. Naruto was silent for a few moments. Are you saying that thing had your chakra and other Baiju's chakra? How would that be even possible? He was as calm as he could be when he asked the questions. I don't really know, the Kyuubi replied. I just thought I should inform you since you have been bothered by it. As those words left the Baiju's mouth, its eyes closed, signaling the end of the conversation. Naruto turned around and began to walk away from the Baijuu. I should not be concerned about this since I destroyed that thing. But why do I have a sick feeling that this is not over? He questioned himself. Naruto kept his eyes closed as continued to work on how it could be possible for that thing to have more than one Baiju's chakra. While he was busy with those thoughts, he felt someone appear before him. But the person did not do anything. He or she merely stood there like they were observing him. And so Naruto went on with his thoughts. How could it be possible? He had never heard of anything like that before. And why did that thing come to him specifically? It had not spoken to him. It did not even say a single word. The chakra was anything like he had ever seen before. He was even denser than the Kyuubi's. Perhaps it was because, as the Kyuubi said, there was more than one Baiju's chakra. Naruto sighed and opened his eyes as he felt that the person was not leaving him alone. He saw a beautiful blonde woman standing in front of him with both her hands rested on her waist, and here I was thinking you would disappear if I just ignored you, he said honestly. Yugito merely shrugged at his honesty. This is my training ground, she said. If anything, I had thought if I stared at you for some time, you would disappear from my training ground and allow me to train. We would have been at an impasse if this was my home village, Naruto stated. But I am just a visitor here and am trespassing in your place. He made no attempt to stand up as he spoke those words. It was like he was merely stating them, but he was not going to leave. Yes, so what is it going to be? Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. Considering that you did not kick me the moment you found me here and are still talking nicely to me, I can say that you don't want me to leave. He paused for a moment. So, what is it going to be? He returned her question. Yugito brought out her hand. Yugito ni, she said. Naruto brought out his own hand and shook hers. Naruto Namikaze, he said. He had not been hiding to anyone the fact that his family name was Namikaze. Uzumaki was also a family name but from his mother. His birth name was Namikaze. He had not hidden anything to anyone, not even in Konoha. The truth would surely be found. It was best that it came out on his own terms instead of someone's. Namikaze? Yugito said. Well, you do look awfully a lot like him, she said, not making a big deal out of his surname. Naruto was not surprised by this. It was what he expected from everyone. So does everyone say, Naruto said flatly. What brings Konoha shinobi and Kumagakure? Yugito asked, settling beside the other blonde. Naruto shrugged. I am merely accompanying Jiraiya to rid of the boredom I have been feeling in Konoha. He felt no need to lie to Yugito. Has the Hokage only sent you here to question what I am doing here? The question by means did not catch Yugito off guard. What makes you say that? This may truly be your training ground, but nobody trains at this time of the day. And it seems to me that this training ground has not been used for some time. If it had been, I would have been able to feel your Baiju's chakra, given that Kumo Jinchuriki never fight without using their Baiju's power, Naruto explained calmly without pause. Yugito was not surprised that he knew she was a Jinchuriki. Well, everyone in Kumagakure knew she was a Jinchuriki. Her status was not hidden from the villagers. You are right, I have not been training here in a few days. But I was not sent by Hokage-sama here. I just overheard him talking with his Onbu that the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and possibly the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash was in the village. So I just thought I would check you out. It is not every day that you meet another Jinchuriki from another village. Naruto had raised an eyebrow as she spoke. I would expect people to suspect that the Yondaime was my father, but my Jinchuriki status? No. It has been a closely guarded secret in Konoha, the blonde stated. The Sandaime had made sure the fact that he was a Jinchuriki was kept secret and did not leave the village walls. Even though the old generation were aware of it, they were not permitted to talk about it. It was a crime punishable with death should they even say Kyuubi. It was obvious to Yugito why his status would be kept hidden. But Konoha had a good reputation about it. She did not think they could be just as bad as other villages, so even the almighty Konoha hates Jinchuriki. The comment about almighty was said in a rather sarcastic tone. Naruto merely smiled. You would think they would not, but they are not different. But it is unlike Kumagakure. The Hokage's brother is hailed as a hero of the village and you too in most parts, he stated. Killer B, the Hokage's brother, was hailed as the guardian of Kumo. But it was not always like that. He was hated at first, but they warmed up for it. Yeah, Yugito said. Something clicked on her mind. You are the son of the man who died protecting Konoha and the villagers hated you. That must have been really hell. At times it was, Naruto admitted. He was not going to tell her that he did not know that Minato was his father until after the Sound/Sand invasion. And he was only told by Itachi. Had it not been for the Uchiha, he probably would have been in the dark about his heritage even now. Konoha was also not aware of the fact that his father was Minato. He doubted it would have made a difference if they had known though. Perhaps if Minato was alive. But that was that. It really does suck being a Jinchuriki at times. But it has its benefits, Yugito said, earning a small nod from Naruto. Were you really bored in Konoha? Yeah, I had absolutely nothing to do than to have a few training sessions with two good people, Naruto responded, smiling at the thought of calling Guy and Lee good people. Well, they were the most honest and hardworking duo he had ever known. That does not sound too boring, Yugito said. Well, that is unless you don't have a social life. Naruto shrugged. People he would call friends were rather loud. They had no plans like he did. He forfeited his right to have fun in pursuit of his dream. His peers were always thinking about having fun, boyfriends and girlfriends. They did not think about world peace. Only Shikamaru did not have thoughts like the rest. But even so with his dream, it did not mean he would abandon his humanity. It was far from it. The thing was that, he prioritized in finding peace first than having life as a young fellow. If he were to leave his goal, his heart would never find rest. He could never rest peacefully and forget about what really happened out there in the dark shadows. He may not be powerful enough to stop all evil, but he would gather all the power he needed and all the helpers he would need to make his dream come true. The two then continued on talking about this and that. Nothing serious was being said. Naruto was just pleased that he had managed to get to know another Jinchuriki. For his plans, he had to be familiar with all of them, if not, most of them. Baijus were seen as means to balance the power between villages, but it was no longer like that. He knew what Jinchuriki go through in their lives, they would not be difficult to sway and get to work with him. But for now, he would see out their personalities before making his dream known to them. With them behind him, his plans would be put into motion. Hey, do you want go and get something to eat? Yugito said calmly. Sure, why not, Naruto said, standing up. He could use something to eat. Time was flying fast towards evening. Shall we? Yugito stood up with a small smile on her face. I know a good place where we can eat. You will like it, she said rather happily. The following day, Naruto landed on the ground with both his feet. He had just dodged another lightning jutsu from Yugito. She woman was very persistent and tireless in her efforts to hit him with her jutsus. But because he did not want to reveal too much of his strength, he was put at a disadvantage. The only thing he was any good at the moment was his speed. He was superior to Yugito in speed and was not foolish enough to make mistakes to be caught. He was always alert when fighting. He knew that genjutsu would not work on her since she had a good relationship with her Baijuo. Her beast would zap her out of it quickly should he succeed in putting her under one. It would make his efforts useless because he won't have the time to do what he wants to do. Yugito landed down on the ground a few feet away from him. She did not look too pleased at him. Her look was somewhat a glare. "Come on, Naruto. I know we don't know each that much. We only started talking yesterday, but come on. This is becoming infuriating if you keep playing this way. It is not like I'm going to tell the Raikage of your skills or anything." "You have not sensed that he is watching, have you?" Naruto asked with a blank look across his face. The Raikage along with Jiraiya were watching their little sparring session from afar. He would have thought she had have sensed them. But he could guess that she was too focused on him than their surroundings. "Huh? The Raikage and Jiraiya are watching now as we speak," Naruto said, pointing at his left side. A distance away, the said men were standing beside each other on top of a large rock observing them. Yugito looked and saw them. She smiled. "This is more reason to take this seriously. I will tell you a little secret, the Raikage respects men with muscles. If you are weak, then he won't respect you and won't even listen to what you have to say," she explained calmly. Naruto did not know why she would tell him that, but it worked well for him. If the Raikage did respect strength, then he would show the man strength. He went through hand seals in speeds that Yugito could not follow. He muttered words that she did not hear completely. It seemed like nothing had happened for a few moments until gusts of winds picked up around him, lifting up debris. The debris was quick to disappear as the gusts died down. No change had occurred to Naruto. He still looked the same and there was no visible change to his appearance nor a change in feel of his chakra. "What did you do?" Yugito asked curiously. Jiraiya from afar had the same question. He knew that the blonde had done something, but he could not see it. He could also not feel anything. But something inside of him assured him that the blonde had done something. It was curious since he had never seen Naruto go those hand seals before. If he had released his resistance seals, he would have noted it. Perhaps he had released them. "Attack me and you will find out," Naruto responded calmly. Yugito did not wait for a second invitation. She burst out towards the blonde in greater speed than she had been using before. The takeoff lifted up debris behind her as she sped towards Naruto. She reached him in less than a second. The blonde had not even moved a muscle, he merely looked at her calmly. Yugito was not arrogant enough to believe that she had simply moved far faster for him to react. She knew that he was planning something, but she was not going to stop her attack. She would just have to be extra careful and alert so not to get hit carelessly. She swung her left punch towards Naruto in fast movements. Still, Naruto did not move. Just as he was about to be hit, he disappeared, just like that. He was there this second and in the same second, he was gone. The movement was so fast that it shocked Yugito. Even the Raikage was greatly surprised. Naruto appeared behind Yugito and held out his right hand as he gathered pure natural wind around his hand. He stopped midway suddenly and brought out his hand in front of him. He looked at it with a blank look. Seeing him busy with his hand, Yugito charged towards him before jumping up into midair. She spun around and attempted to kick him on the forehead, but Naruto ducked under the kick without even looking at her. He quickly looked up as he felt that the woman was not done. Yugito attempted to slam both her hands on top of his head, but Naruto did not try to block the attack. Yugito's hand slammed onto his head, but instead of being forced down by the blow, Yugito was sent flying away from the blonde. Despite her surprise, she was quick to recover from the momentum and flipped several times before landing on the ground. She looked calmly at Naruto as he stood up. What just happened? She felt as though she was hit by some invisible force as soon as she touched him. It even hurt hitting him. It did not feel like she hit him at all. It felt like she hit some stone-cold wall. "Wind," Naruto said shortly. He did not look like he was going to explain further. "Explain," Yugito stated, seeing that the blonde was not going to explain to her what he had done. It definitely had something to do with what he did during round 2. "Did you not wonder why I suddenly became faster than I had been?" Naruto responded to Yugito with a question. "Yeah, well I did wonder," she said. "I could guess that you might have something that resists your movements, or you just had not been moving at your full speed before," she explained in a thoughtful tone and a thoughtful expression on her face. But he had said wind, what did wind have to do with anything? The speed I had been using was merely pure speed, although not my full pure speed. At that level you could have caught me if you wanted to. "I can see that you are a lot faster than you have been letting on," Naruto stated as he held a single hand seal. The winds around him picked up again before spinning around furiously for a moment. And then they settled down. I was wearing wind-like cloth. Doing so makes me light as wind, thus increasing my speed. You could call it a wind armor. It can repel physical attacks and ninjutsu. It is almost impossible to break through. He gave a light explanation of his technique. But there was a limit to it. Is it any different from the Raikage's lightning cloak? The Raikage's lightning armor makes him faster than anyone in his attacks, physical attacks, deadly. It would certainly be interesting if Naruto had created a technique like his. They are similar. But the big difference is that mine is wind and it is designed as a defense technique and also increases my speed. It also gives me control over wind to a certain degree. How does it work? Naruto placed his hand on his forehead. A seal appeared all over his head and hands. Although Yugito could not see it, the seal was all over his body. I only completed this seal a few days ago and applied it. The seal is all over my body. As he spoke, the seal disappeared. The seal works as a conductor for wind. It absorbs the wind around me and makes it a part of me. The wind becomes my second skin. All my chakra is converted into wind chakra inside my body. The wind that is released is infused with my chakra. When the seal is active and imparts wind into my body, I can feel the wind around me. I can feel every movement around the area as well as manipulate the wind around me. The strength and how fast I can go depends on the wind pressure in the atmosphere. He could manipulate wind even without the jutsu activated. Yugito was silent for a few moments. That seems complex, she said. Is that even humanly possible without the seal? Yes, Naruto said, although he doubted anyone would be able to achieve it. I almost destroyed my chakra system when I attempted it. I would have been possibly killed also if it had not been for the QB. But it is possible without the seal. I just have yet to perfect it without it, hence I have created the seal. He certainly did not want to remember that day. The damn fox had been surely infuriated that he had almost killed them both. He had never seen the QB angry like that. It had taken much of the fox's chakra to heal him. And for him to be healed, he had to be in a one-tailed fox state. But soon he would be able to perform the jutsu without the seal helping him. He just had to train more and then he would grasp his technique fully. Seriously? Naruto nodded. How strong is its defense? I have seen your speed and how quick you are to react. I have so far used it with clones. Anything less than S rank is child's play, Naruto responded. Can I test that? Yugito asked with a smile that would not make anyone comfortable. Naruto shook his head. I have deactivated it. It is not yet perfect and the wind here is not strong. A technique like that has to have some drawbacks, Yugito said. If I remember correctly, you said all your chakra is turned into wind chakra. That does mean you can only use wind-based jutsu. You are quite perceptive, Naruto commented. That is somewhat true. I cannot do anything other than manipulate the wind around me. But at the same time, the wind techniques I can use are mostly large-scale. I had created this technique with fighting a group of opponents in mind. Is that all the disadvantages? Naruto only smiled. That was a definite no. There were more drawbacks of using such a technique. Naruto was not going to tell her that. The jutsu was quite dangerous to his body. That is why he never lists it as an ace or even bothered to hide it. He was still developing it. In terms of speed, he was okay to run with it. But other things and its effects to his body were things that he still had to look at carefully. There was also a limit on how long he could keep it activated. At the moment, the time was very small. He had stopped gathering wind around his hand earlier because he could feel some strain on his muscles. If the problem continued, he would only use the technique for speed, defense and to increase his senses. He could turn it on and off whenever he wanted. Talking has waned my interest in this little show, Naruto said quietly, but loud enough for Yugito to hear him. My thoughts exactly, she actually agreed with him. It did not take that long for Jiraiya and the Raikage to appear before the two. The Raikage had a small smile while Jiraiya looked at Naruto as if he was trying to read his mind. At first the blonde refused to show his true strength. He only revealed that he was exceptional in taijutsu, fast and a master of fuinjutsu. There was also his use of the Flying Thunder God technique. When he fought that thing, he showed his good use of both lightning and wind elements. He was also capable of using fire element. So Jiraiya had this question, how much more of his abilities was Naruto hiding? Naruto saw the Sannin staring at him. He flicked his finger towards the Sannin, sending a small pressure of wind towards him. Jiraiya did not see anything until he was hit. It pressure did nothing painful. It accomplished making Jiraiya glare at the blonde. That is how much I can manipulate wind, Naruto stated. Now stop looking at me like that. That look does not sweet you. Jiraiya grumbled something. The Raikage merely laughed, finding Naruto's interaction with Jiraiya amusing. You have an interesting boy, Jiraiya. He is not fun anymore. That did not seem to be a response to the Raikage's statement. The man shook his head and looked at Naruto. If you have some impressive speed. I must test my speed with yours to see if I'm still faster. But you will have to perfect your technique, he said. Minato had been the only shinobi to ever go faster than him. It would be interesting to see what his son could do. That sounds like a plan, Naruto said, smiling slightly. Perhaps I might relieve you as the fastest man in the elemental nations. You can try, the Raikage stated. Many have tried, but aside from your father, none have succeeded. Shinobi of these days are a lot more relaxed and lack the drive to become stronger, unlike your generation. The current world without war has only brought about a weak generation. No one now can compare to the strength Hashirama had. It is not that it is impossible to reach the feats he reached, we of today lack the drive, Naruto stated, something that even surprised Jiraiya. But I have something that drives me. That is why I can stand here and say, the next time I return to this village, I will be faster than you with a jutsu of my creation. There was some silence after Naruto had spoken. Bold words, he did not scoff at Naruto's words, he accepted the challenge. What drives you? The Raikage asked curiously. Naruto merely kept his small smile as he responded. You will know after I have proved to be faster than you. Doesn't that make things interesting? Yes, it does, the Raikage said with a nod. Come on, Jiraiya. Let us go back to my office and allow the kids to play. Jiraiya started to have some normal thoughts running through his head. Let me know if you are going to do something that might be attracting to my research with her, he stated with a perverted grin, looking at Naruto before disappearing with the Raikage. What did he mean by that? Yugito asked curiously as she had heard the Sannin speak. Naruto looked straight into Yugito's eyes. Knowing him, I would imagine he means to notify him if I were to do anything sexual with you so that he could watch. Yap, he said it. What? It was not that she did not understand him, she understood his words clearly. She just did not think that he would say it aloud like that with a straight face. A day later. Are you always like this? Yugito commented as she looked straight at Naruto. They were on top of the Raikage tower, sitting comfortably. The blonde was going to be leaving in a few hours with Jiraiya. The Sannin had said he should meet him here because he wanted to say something to A before they left. But he had not seen the Toad Sage ever since yesterday when he gave him the message. It was not like he had even bothered to look for him. He knew that he would eventually make his way to the tower. These days, I just prefer to be quiet. But I was not always like this, he smiled slightly, remembering his old days. He was sure loud and annoying back then. He had been told that a few times by many people. But even so, he was quite crafty. Those are the days when he was young and naive. He had always thought that everything would turn out the way he wanted them to. But not everything worked out the way you wanted them to. Sometimes things just spat you out and reject your ideals. Nothing much had worked out for him during those days. He was quite pathetic in everything. At least he had a kind heart and a warm smile. But his experience had taught him much. Without experiencing what he has experienced, he would have never thought of trying to change the world. He would have simply let it be the way it was. But because of those experiences, he knows the true nature of the shinobi world. There were some positive from his hateful childhood. Yugito was interested in hearing what Naruto had been like in his younger days. From these days she has been with him, he has been acting a lot more mature, perhaps more than many people she knows. He did not always speak, but when he spoke, she had to listen to him. So how were you like before this? Seems interesting given that fond smile on your face, she stated. He indeed had a smile on his face. There is not much to tell, Naruto said. Actually, there were many things he could tell her. He had done a fair number of crazy things in his Genin days. He just was not going to tell her everything. But I was probably the loudest Genin in Konoha. I was often called Konoha's no one unpredictable shinobi. My clothing was orange, and I was always looking for attention. I did anything to get attention. Either be provoking people or painting someone's shop, anything passed, as long as I got some response from it. I was stupid then. He then explained a few things to Yugito, who listened inventively. You seem to have had a lot of fun back then, she said after the blonde had finished speaking. Well, the fun was part of it, there was also the loneliness, which was no surprise given that he was a Jinchuriki. You could put it in that way, Naruto said. He had his share of fun. That is if you call going around the village causing mass chaos and then to have a number of Onbu run after you. They were always chasing him, well at least he learnt something from those days. Running around the village had him have the village's map imprinted within his head. You know, after seeing how fast you can go, It is not hard to believe that you could outrun Onbus, Yugito said. The blonde had proven to be very fast, even faster than her. Speed like what Naruto has shown is not something that takes a year to achieve. Well, that is what she believes anyway. You would not believe it, if I told you that 3 years ago, I could not be counted in the list of fast genins, Naruto said looking up at the heavens. The sky was sometimes cloudy in this village. But it all made for a nice view when he looks up at the sky. The heavens were peaceful, he wished to reach up there or at least attract them so that they could shower the world with peace. Seriously? Naruto merely nodded. How did you become this fast in a short time? Through a training program that would probably kill or end a shinobi career of one that is not a Jinchuriki, Naruto stated. But Guy and Lee would probably survive. Those two always seemed to survive anything given to them. That is what made him admire them and their determination. Can you give me something that will make me understand what sort of training you went through? Naruto shook his head. I'd rather not, he said, losing his smile. How about you? Tell me about your life as a Jinchuriki. Yugito stopped smiling as Naruto had. She would rather not talk about the matter, but since the blonde has so far been open to her, she could as well do the same even though they did not know much about each other. Well, he was a Jinchuriki like her, that should give him some points. I was made a Jinchuriki when I was 2 years old. When my body had developed, I was put through a harsh training so that I could control my Baiju's chakra. I lived and breathed training from childhood. There was nothing that I was allowed to do other than train. I only got a break after I had succeeded in controlling the power I was forced to contain. So you were made to be a weapon, Naruto said. That was the truth. Most villages had turned their Jinchurikis into weapons of war. He had been lucky that the Sandaime had forbidden anything like that from happening. Danzo had tried many times to have him turned into a weapon for Konoha, but the old man had stopped it from happening. At least he was not a total failure in everything. Training to control a Baiju's power is not an easy task. When your body is not used to the chakra, it burns you. I would imagine that it took you years to finally have complete control. Yugito nodded. Can you control your Baiju's power? She asked curiously. So far, he had seemed like he was capable of using any of it. But then again, he also seemed good at hiding things. No, Naruto responded shortly. It was no lie. The Kyuubi's chakra is different from other Baiju's. I have also not given it much time to control it. But I can control some of it, not all of it. So you are the only Jinchuriki who can't control his Baiju's power, Yugito stated. As far as she had been told, the other Jinchuriki could use and control their Baiju's power fully. But Naruto could not do that. Perhaps it was because he was never forced to train. I am aware of that, Naruto acknowledged. But that did not mean that he was the weakest of the Jinchuriki. He looked behind him as he sensed Jiraiya. Ah, it seems our time is over, he said standing up. It appears so, Yugito said looking at Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya had to bite himself from making a cheeky comment. It would have been nice if he could make one. But Naruto would not be pleased if he did. You should come by at Konoha sometimes. I might, Yugito smiled. But you are still come back again, right? Yes, I still have my match with the Raikage. He looked at Jiraiya before looking back at Yugito. I will see you then. With that he disappeared. Jiraiya also followed shortly but not before winking at Yugito. Naruto and Jiraiya. I should have taught you about women, Jiraiya said as he caught up to Naruto. You do not leave a woman like that, Naruto. Jiraiya, Naruto started without even looking at the Sannin, I do not need lessons from you. Jiraiya shrugged off the response from Naruto. Although, I do think you were a little bit friendly to Yugito. You show no interest in any of the women in Konoha or in anyone for that matter. Perhaps it is because Yugito is a Jinchuriki. What are you suggesting, Jiraiya? Again, the Sannin shrugged. I am not suggesting anything. His eyes narrowed at the Raikage. You lied to the Raikage, you are faster than him when using the Hiraishin. You also made sure to hide the fact that you could use it. Instead, you showed a new technique. You did it on purpose knowing that the Raikage was watching and he would take some interest you. Naruto eyed the Sannin, for what purpose, I wonder. Chapter 10. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a curious expression on his face. The blonde had changed more than he had thought one would be capable of in 3 years. When Naruto had been nearly killed by Sasuke, he had seen that the blonde had changed. His near death at the hands of his friend had caused him to experience pain that was so much than the pain he had felt upon being pierced by a Chidori. Sasuke had messed up things for both of them. Well, at least now he was grounded within Konoha. But the Uchiha had been turned into nothing but a merciless killer. Working for Root and the normal Anbu was not doing the Uchiha any good. Well, at least working with Kakashi had driven some morals into his head. He could be a nice person to some degree. He had seen the boy a couple of times with Kakashi and they seemed to get along well to some degree. Tsunade was always worried for the blonde ever since he returned. But he could only hope that Naruto had changed for the best. Being an idiotic child of a shinobi would have done him no good. It would have simply led to his premature death. Added to that, Naruto was way too naive. For a Jinchuriki, it was not a good thing. But now he knew that the blonde was no longer naive. He was smart and calculating. He may not look to be calculating, but he had seen it. When he looks at some interesting people, the blonde always measures them up. There was also that thing with the rakeage. He could understand befriending Yugito as she was a fellow Jinchuriki. The two of them could share much about their different lives and what they had to encounter after being made human sacrifices. But the fact that since Naruto returned as never seemed to be interesting in making friends, made him think otherwise. But he could understand that. Yugito was also a woman, a desirable woman for that matter. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. It was not good to indulge in those kinds of thoughts. This could only bring him trouble and without peace of mind. There was no problem, especially when he knew that Naruto was not the one to be plotting evil. He was far better than that. Despite the obvious change in attitude, Naruto was still Naruto. He may have gotten rid of his naivety and stupidity, but he was still his godson and Minato's son. He did not believe that someone with those relations could be evil. He smiled at those train of thoughts. He was happy that at least he was here to stand with the blonde at this time. He still had many years as an active shinobi ahead of him. So no matter what, he would always make sure he was behind Naruto, watching his every move. It was far better than anything. Naruto looked at the Sannin. He saw the smile the man had. But he did wonder what got the man smiling. He looked away. If Konoha and Kumagakure were to clash, which would take victory? He asked curiously. Jiraiya was surprised at the question, but responded nonetheless. It would be hard to tell. Kumo has two Jinchuriki who can control their Baiju's power, while you can't. They also boast the fastest man in the shinobi world. They have a host of shinobi more than any other shinobi village. But quantity does not always mean quality. This is where Konoha excels. Our shinobi are trained far better than Kumo's. Well, Kakashi's generation anyway. Your generation is quite relaxed. Konoha still has us two Sannins, and our Toad summons. The Sannin gave his response. Kumo would still have the advantage with Killer Bee and Yugito, Naruto said. If those two transform into their Baiju's, they would certainly lay waste to an army. That is if unless we who are adept to seal away their Baiju's power. Kumo has no renowned seal master to boast about. Jiraiya nodded. If you could not fight a Jinchuriki, you could always seal away their power. One just had to be good with seals and have the power to get close enough to activate the seal. But we still have the Hiraishin. We need only to have you in the front lines and have you flood the enemy lines with your special kunais. Then we would also have an advantage without even putting our shinobi in the line. He paused for a moment. It would only take me to battle with Raikage. The man may be fast, but I am a sage. He sounded proud of that fact. There were no other sages he could speak of. So it would be a hard battle that would cost multiple lives, Naruto stated. It was best to make sure that nothing happened between the two villages that would provoke a war. You are proud of your sage power, he stated, eyeing the Sannin. Jiraiya smiled. It was not easy to gain it. It actually took me some time to learn it and be able to use it. Being able to use Senjutsu puts you above anyone else. Perhaps one day you will see me using it, then you will see the power of Sage Mode. Last time I heard from the Toads, you did not perfect it and actually need the Toads to activate it, Naruto said. He just wanted to see how Jiraiya would react to that. The expression may be amusing to him. He was not anything sadistic, though. He had been told of how long it took Jiraiya to learn Senjutsu. But even after that time, he was never able to master it. Despite being unable to master it, he had been told that the Sannin was very powerful when in Sage Mode, and that he had never lost a battle in that state. Jiraiya eyed Naruto. The blonde had talked with the Toads about Senjutsu. There was a possibility that he had been trained. But Naruto was too young for it. He doubted the Toads would have trained him even with his maturity. Even if they had decided to train him, he would have been told about it. He was the contract holder with the Toads, they would never do it without telling him. I could have perfected it, he defended his failure. I just did not have enough time to continue with the training. And after some time, I never bothered to perfect it. It is not an impossible task for me. I could do it if I want. So you say, Naruto responded, with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Are you saying that I can't master Senjutsu even if I wanted? Naruto shook his head. You are one of the legendary Sanins and boast powers comparable to Kage's. You are capable of fighting 2S rank criminals in your own with your Sage mode. Something easy as absorbing natural energy could never be a task for such a man. The tone was so calm and reserved. One could never be persuaded to think that the comment was sarcastic. But the truth was that Naruto was mocking him. He was not joking about the fact that Jiraiya was a powerful shinobi in Sage mode. No, he knew the power of Senjutsu, and for that, Jiraiya would always have his respect. By those kinds of words I could say that you have trained in Senjutsu and actually found it easy. I do find it hard to believe though. He shook his head. The Toads would have told me if they decided to train you in something as important and powerful as Senjutsu. They certainly would have, Naruto responded. That is unless they had been told not to. Jiraiya was forgetting that they had refused to even tell him where he had been after he had left the man to train somewhere, where he eventually met with Itachi. How long do we have till we reach the Wave Country? They were currently heading to Wave Country to board a ship to Kumagakure. Jiraiya had decided to take the long way around since he was in no hurry to return to Konoha. With the Akatsuki gone, there was nothing much interesting to do other than keep track of the information going around the elemental nations. But it was sometimes better to enjoy the peace before some idiot or power-hungry fool started to go around causing chaos. If trouble were to start, he would have been busy trying to get as much information he could and working hard to protect Konoha and its interests. It kept him busy, but having to go all around killing people was not enjoyable. He would rather do his research than fight. But of course, if it was fighting for Konoha, he would drop everything. We should be there tomorrow night in our current pace, Jiraiya responded in a thoughtful tone. They are still within the Fire Country border, but not far from the borders of the Wave Country. The two were walking rather than use the trees to travel at fast speeds. Naruto nodded and became quiet. A ship would also take a while to reach Kumagakure. The way to the Mist Village would be a quiet and boring one. But perhaps the sea would be pleasant to watch. Certainly. But it was obvious that Jiraiya would be talking along the way and whoever they would be journeying with would surely make noise. He just hoped that they did not come across drunkards. Those kind of people never stopped talking once they opened their mouths. And they spoke nonsense. It was irritating to listen to them. Sometimes he could be called rude for walking away or falling asleep when such people started to cough out whatever they had eaten. Again, Jiraiya looked at Naruto. With everything he has seen, the blonde was strong. He had returned far better than he would have thought. He could admit it to himself that if Naruto had not run away from him he would not have made him this strong. But still, he could not figure out just how strong he was. You have the Flying Thunder God technique, you can hold your own against Guy, who is a taijutsu master, for some time. Your kenjutsu skills are good. Your use of your sword is quite impressive, especially when you use lightning element with it. I have no yet seen you make use of genjutsu. But I would not be surprised if you can't use it given your chakra. Your ninjutsu arsenal is at least jounin level. My question is, how strong are you, Naruto? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a slightly bored look on his face. Does it bother you that much? Jiraiya did not waste time in responding. Yes, he came a firm answer, accompanied by a nod. I am also curious as well, Naruto responded calmly. Are you saying that you don't know how strong you are? Naruto did not respond for he knew how strong he was. But it was fun watching Jiraiya try to puzzle it out. Fight me and we will find out. I will take you seriously this time since I have seen what you can do. If you can pick up pieces of what I have shown of my strength so far, you can conclude how strong I might be, Naruto responded. Jiraiya has seen him fight in different fights. And each time, he used something different. I have seen you fight, but I am curious as to what more of your strength you are hiding. You believe I am still hiding something after all I have made you witness? Naruto questioned with a raised brow. Jiraiya nodded in response. If I am still hiding something, you will find out eventually. If not, then you would have wasted valuable time trying to find things that do not exist. Jiraiya shrugged. Well, as long as we are still together, I will find out something eventually. Naruto released a sigh. The man was quite persistent. What has your former friend been up to over the past years? You mean Orochimaru? Naruto nodded. I don't know, he has been oddly quiet. As always, he covers his tracks well. Ever since his failed attempt to get Sasuke, he has never tried anything. He looked at the blonde beside him to see how he would react upon his mention of Sasuke's name. To his surprise, nothing. Naruto gave no outward reaction. His expression remained slightly bored. Naruto did not even waste his thoughts on Sasuke. So the snake is probably hiding in its nest plotting something, he stated, ignoring the look the Sannin had given him. Jiraiya sighed, seeing he got nothing from the blonde. Probably, he agreed with Naruto. The snake was probably plotting something. He was good at such things when he gave himself time. Last time he plotted, he joined Akatsuki before he formed his own village. The village was formed for his experiments. He also plotted the invasion to Konoha 3 years ago. Naruto paused for a moment. I wonder what he is planning next. Jiraiya became thoughtful. The new Naruto had his moments, and was actually more attentive to the happening around him. That was a good thing. Nothing good. Definitely. The snake would never plot anything good. He was always on the path of destruction. He was always venturing to achieve his own selfish goals. What of Danzo? Jiraiya looked at Naruto curiously. From the tone he used, it seemed like he knew something. It was as if he knew the true workings of the root commander. How could the blonde know of it? To any jounin who has no Anbu connections, Danzo was just an old man who commands root Anbu. That makes me wonder what you know of him, he said in thought. He also has been quite. I don't know if he is planning anything. With Haim in charge, his movements are limited since she does not allow him to do as he pleases like sensei. That is good. At least there is some level of control in the village, Naruto said before becoming silent. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at him as it seemed like he was insinuating something. But what? He did not voice out his thoughts. He merely walked in silence as they continued on their path to the Wave Country. The Wave Country. This does bring back some memories, Naruto stated, looking straight at the Great Naruto Bridge with a fond smile on his face. They had finally reached the Wave Country in their slow place. It was certain that they would not automatically get inboard a ship towards the Mist Village. A ship had its own time for hitting the sea and traveling towards its destined location. So they would have to book their way on the ship and wait for the day it finally boards. But given that Kumagakure was out of its civil war and the wave was no longer being ruled by Gaara, the shipping business was very much active. This meant that they would only be delayed by a day or two. But even if they were lucky, they would still get a ship before nightfall. Jiraiya would not want that though. He would want to stay for the night and leave the following day. The rest of the day would be probably spent on drinking and spending money of physical pleasure in his peeping activities. The man was shameless in all that he was. He did not hide his perverted nature, he was in fact proud of it and proclaimed it whenever he felt like it. Well, at least he was no longer that brat who the Sannin would rob money to pay for useless things. Jiraiya used his own money to pay for their hotels and some meals. But he usually paid for the meals he ate, since whenever they found a hotel the Sannin would disappear of the hot springs to peep on naked women. He would spend the night out lying somewhere drunk. Well, at least there's some people he knew in this country. It would not be a complete boredom. He had been here before, the bridge of this country was named after him, he was the hero of the Wave Country. It was amusing that his weak and pathetic young self was able to become a hero of this village even when he was that stupid. Had it not been for the Kyuubi, he would probably have been killed. No, Haku would not have done it. The boy hated killing, he would have simply put him in a death state like he did with him. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's smile and smiled too. Ah, you can still smile like that, he stated, slightly happy. It was not like Naruto never smiled. It was just that it was never done in front of him. And on the rare occasions he had caught the blonde smiling, the smile would simply disappear as soon as he spoke. He was surprised, though, this time Naruto's smile did not vanish. It stayed on its place. He felt kind of disappointed because he had thought it would and it did not. This place was the place I completed my first A-rank mission as a Jonin, Naruto stated in a calm tone. I am sure even a Sannin would smile upon remembering his first A-rank mission, Naruto responded in a quiet tone that gave away nothing of his thoughts. My first A-rank mission was done long ago, Jiraiya said, looking thoughtful. During that time, he, Tsunade and Orochimaru were still teammates. They worked together during those days. The latter Sannin was always weird, but he was his teammate and friend. Those were the good days where he would always try to imitate Orochimaru because the man was a genius, and he was stupid. Funny, he and Naruto were alike that in some ways. That much is obvious given your age, it felt like Naruto was taking a swipe at his age. But again, Jiraiya ignored it. The blonde did not even seem to be interested in seeing how he would react. But the Sannin guessed that he knew that the words played within his head. Well, at least my first A-rank mission was as not bad as yours, the Sannin stated. Even though they were still young when they did their A-rank mission, theirs was far better than Naruto's. You were probably more prepared and trained. I would not imagine that the Sandaime, during those days, would have neglected teaching you. And given the fact that you and Orochimaru still call him sensei, I would say he had trained you well, Naruto explained quietly, while the two were still standing in the middle of the bridge. Jiraiya nodded. Sensei always trained us whenever he got the chance, but then again, we grew up in a time of war. It was important that our training was not neglected, the Sannin said. Whether in war or not, it is the responsibility of a sensei to train his or her students. There is no excuse for neglecting to train your students. Kakashi did that, and almost resulted in our deaths. We were just fortunate that our opponent did not like killing his opponents. He would have been killed. Well, the fox would not have allowed that. He would have probably done something that ended up with him killing everyone, including his teammates. But the cause would still be the same: Kakashi had not trained them. Jiraiya eyed Naruto curiously. So you hold a grudge against Kakashi for neglecting to train you, huh? What gave you the thought? There was certainly some surprise in his tone as he questioned. You did say that there was no excuse for a sensei to neglect training his/her students, the Sannin explained briefly. Naruto shook his head. I thought you knew me better than that, he stated, with some disappointment on his tone. I bear no grudges against Kakashi. I just can never see him as a sensei because he was never one to me. While it may be true that no excuse is sufficient for neglecting to train your students, I cannot hold a grudge to Kakashi because he gave an excuse. Jiraiya nodded and looked up at the heavens. Well, the man did mess up. He is not the only one, Naruto stated, causing Jiraiya to wince at those words. He had messed up more than Kakashi did. But it is better when you realize your faults. Jiraiya nodded silently. You should make our traveling arrangements. I will see you tomorrow morning, Naruto stated and disappeared with the wind before Jiraiya could respond. The Sannin sighed and walked calmly towards the marketplace of the Wave Country. Sometime later, Uchiha Hideout. Naruto appeared within the hideout after he had left the Wave Country. He had disappeared from the country after visiting the gravesite of Zabuza and Haku. The two shinobi had some impact in his life. There were memories that he would never dream of losing. The memories of the two opponents he faced during his C-rank turned A-rank mission were one of them. Such memories help in so many ways with the things that life throws at you. But of course, there are memories that one would wish he never had. But that was just wishful thinking. The past cannot be changed, it cannot be rewritten, but one can change his or her destiny. That which is of tomorrow cannot always be changed. The choices we make today change our tomorrow. Life was that way. It is not always the choice you make yourself, but choices made by others also affect you. One just had to adapt and accept the past. His own past is unlikable, but had he not gone through it all, he would not have been here, he had no doubt about that. His childhood experiences shaped him. It is after all what we experience and see that shape the kind of person and attitude one will carry. The environment around us affect and influence the way we think in many ways we like to acknowledge. Despite having a harsh childhood, he was still alive and living happily. There might be some mental scars, but he was all right. He was not lost in darkness, he was living in the light. Perhaps he could thank Itachi for that. But even without Itachi's influence, he would have never walked in darkness. He may carry much darkness and hatred within him, in the form of the Kyuubi, but he did not allow it to influence him. If Haku had not experienced what he had experienced in the past, he would not have ever met Zabuza, and his life might have been different. But that was just a thought. He was dead now, and there was nothing that could be changed. What could be done was learning from his life and taking the lesson seriously. Haku had gone through an unlikable childhood as him, but their choices were different, well, not so different. Haku chose to be loyal to Zabuza as he had saved him and given him a reason to live. He chose to remain at Konoha and protect that which tormented and despised him. He knew his home, the sacrifices that had been made. He could not let the sacrifices go to waste. Only when you have someone precious can you become stronger, Haku had said to him. The ideal was true. When you have someone precious to you, can you become strong to protect that which is precious to you. One will always strive hard to achieve power so that he or she can be strong enough to protect those precious to you. But there was a problem with that ideal. When you had no power to protect that which was precious to you, you end up giving your life to protect your loved ones. Sacrifice. Haku had done the same to protect Zabuza. Because he did not have the power to stop Kakashi from killing him, he used his own body as shield. He protected Zabuza at the cost of his life. Even when dying, he had no regrets, he died smiling because he knew he had protected his master. But that sacrifice was in vain as he ended up dying also a few minutes later. One could argue that if the former member of the Seven Great Swordsmen had used Haku's death to escape, Kakashi was caught off guard by it, he would have saved his life instead of dying. Haku gave up his life, he had achieved his dream of protecting his master and that was it. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki all sacrificed their lives for him and for Konoha. Other than protecting Konoha, Minato also had other duties. He had a child to take care of, he had a dream of uniting the world, he had to find the puzzle of peace. But because of his sacrifice, he killed all other dreams to fulfill his greatest duty as the Yondaime Hokage, ensuring that Konoha was safe even at the cost of his life. He had no doubt that his father would do the same if the situation were to repeat itself. The man might not have achieved any of his other dreams, or fulfilled some of his duties, but he also had no regrets. He died smiling knowing that he had ensured that Konoha was safe. Minato had sealed the Kyuubi in him thinking of the future. He was not only thinking of the present. But even with his death, his legacy still lives on. His mother also died for the safety of Konoha, but more importantly, him. All these people had one thing in common that resulted in their deaths: they lacked power, yet they had precious people. The drive to protect your precious people leads to death. One could say Minato had no choice but to sacrifice himself to deal with the Kyuubi, since it is impossible to kill the Baijuo. But that was not it. Would have Hashirama sacrificed himself to deal with the Kyuubi? No, he would have subdued the Baijuo with his Makuten. The same can be said for Madara. He would have fought to subdue the Baijuo. One could say that they had special abilities, the former with his Makuten and the latter with his powerful Sharingan. But that was not the case. Didn't the Sandaime Reikage fight Juki to a draw without any special ability? Who could say that one cannot develop his own jutsu to deal with any threat? The problem was that this generation had become very weak compared to the previous generation. The shinobi who lived in the beginning of the shinobi world were very strong. None of these shinobi of these days can even hold a candle to those men. Had his father and mother had the necessary power to defeat their threats, they would not have sacrificed themselves. Weakness brings about much about the need to sacrifice one's life. Naruto wanted to avoid that circle. He did not want to end up dying before all his dreams could be fulfilled, all because he lacked power. The possibilities were limitless of how one could be strong for him, even though he did not have a bloodline. He was a seal master. With Fuinjutsu, he could do so many things. His mother's clan had become feared because of Fuinjutsu. The art of sealing held so many possibilities. He was also a Jinchuriki and a master of the wind element. Could he not rise above everything else? He had a long way to go, but it was all possible for him to become far stronger than he is now. Before that, he would refuse to die. He would refuse and avoid all situations that might bring him to sacrifice his life. He could not die before uniting the world. Overall, the life Haku had lived, added with the sacrifices his parents made, has led him to believe that with enough power, he could avoid the circle of sacrifices. Each life was valuable. There was no life that could be thrown away. Any other death was unacceptable. He would not die a meaningless death. But life was unpredictable. Just when you think you would not die, death just shows up and grins at you. His life was full of many things. It was itself a proof that life was unpredictable and did not go the way you always want it to go. It was almost like there were some supernatural beings that were screwing with everything. It was like they waited till you seemed like you would make it and then bring in something that would make sure you fail. If there were such beings, they were probably planning his end already. Shaking his head, Naruto walked outside the house as no one was inside. He did not feel any chakra signatures from inside, but outside, hence he was walking outside. He walked slowly towards his small training ground with a calm look on his face. He was sensing 2 chakra signatures. They did not seem to be hiding themselves. But he was not worried about anything. He could definitely feel the presence of Itachi Uchiha. There was another presence he was not familiar with. Once he arrived at the scene, he merely raised a brow, but otherwise stayed calm, at seeing Itachi's old teammate in the Akatsuki. He looked straight at Itachi. "I see you have brought your friend here," he stated as he walked towards the 2 who were sitting on the ground under a tree. He did not sit down with them though. He jumped onto the tree and sat there. Kisame raised a curious eyebrow after seeing the look on Naruto's face and hearing the tone of his voice. He looked at Itachi before shaking his head. "Not another one," he breathed out silently. Itachi was the silent type and was always impassive. It seemed that he had passed that onto the blonde. Still, he was surprised that Naruto did not even think of attempt to attack him, given their last encounter. "I am surprised that you can be so calm around me," he said, looking at the blonde. He did not even seem to be keeping an eye on him, as if he was not concerned about anything. Naruto merely shrugged, but Itachi responded. "Don't be fooled, Kisame, he may not look like it, but he." The shark man cut off the Uchiha while he was still talking. He did not want to be at the receiving end of one of Itachi's lectures. He was in no mood for them. "His senses are sharp, and he is watching me even though he does not look like it," the former Akatsuki man stated, finishing what Itachi might have been trying to say. He may not have put it accurately, but he was sure it was somewhere along those lines. I did not think you were still contact with your former comrade, Naruto stated. His tone did not seem to be suggesting something, he was merely stating his thoughts. I never lost contact with him, Itachi responded flatly, not even bothering to look up at the blonde. Naruto seemed to release a sigh. Well, I guess I should have known that. You have been with him as your partner even since he joined the Akatsuki. Despite your attitude, I am positive you two must have developed some sort of friendship. It was all said in an emotionless tone, mimicking Itachi. It was like the blonde did not even care about what he was saying, as if it meant nothing to him. He was not questioning it either. Before Itachi could respond, Kisame spoke. Itachi, you have turned him to another you, the blue man stated while smiling. There was no one who could deny that. Naruto was like Itachi when they were together. Their way of speaking and their expressions were not every different. But I must say, I am impressed. I never thought that loud gaki who thought he could take me on a few years ago could turn out this way, the man stated while grinning. Naruto looked at Kisame at the bottom of his eyes. He said nothing though. The last time he had encountered Kisame was when he was looking for Tsunade with Jiraiya. During that time, they wanted to bring her back to Konoha so that she could be the Godime Hokage. Trying to convince her had been a bothersome task, but they managed to do it. Before they even met up with her, these two showed up. He had been alone at that time, Jiraiya was out somewhere. Of course, he had tried to fight two S-rank criminals without even thinking about it. When he had accessed the Kyuubi's chakra, Kisame had swung his sword towards him and sucked up his chakra. He remembered the event, the sword had seemed to vibrate in bliss at the taste of the fox's chakra. Kisame saw Naruto's eye looking at Saimata, he grinned. You remembered what he did last time, the man stated. But I doubt that you will do something that's stupid like that again. If what Itachi has told me is true, that is. One thing is for sure, you have tons of chakra, not counting the Kyuubis. Saimata is excited about it. Naruto felt where this was gonna go if that man continued to talk like that. Kisame loved a good fight more than anything. He would not waste a chance to fight for anything. But he had not come here for that. I had forgotten that you were a man who enjoys tearing things and being teared. What an unhealthy obsession to have. It was known to him that even when the man was losing, he still enjoyed a fight. He did not care if his life was at risk or not, as long as he enjoyed himself. Naruto then looked down at the Uchiha below him. Well then, Itachi. Itachi understood what Naruto was saying. Kisame here is going to give you a hand, but like me, he will do it in the shadows. He knows what you want to achieve, but accepts it as long as he gets a chance to have some good fights. That was the entire truth. Kisame had no love of peace, he only wanted to battle. Naruto was silent for a moment as he thought of things. If Itachi had talked to him, it means that he trusts him, he could live with that. He had no doubt that Kisame's strength could be needed just as Itachi's power was valuable. He could use all the power he could get his hands on. But he was not just about to work with evil people just because they had power. Kisame was Itachi's partner, he knew him better than he did. All he knew about the missing nin was from the village hidden in mist. I see, he said. He only wants a challenge given that Akatsuki is no longer there to put him in situations where he can get good fights. Another choice would be to just walk around causing trouble to attract strong opponents, but that would be too bothersome as it would attract even weak opponents. There also won't be time to rest as opponents would keep coming like flies to the point where it will be annoying, the blonde explained before looking back at Kisame for a moment. That was spot on gaki, Kisame commented on Naruto's explanation. Would you like to return to Kirigakure? Naruto asked. He had ignored the missing nin's comment and chose to get on what matters. The question caught Kisame off guard, but after getting over his shock, he merely laughed. Why would I want to return to that village? Naruto looked back at Itachi. It was merely a curious question. And I wanted to see your reaction to the question. He paused for a moment. I cannot stay here for too long. I left Jiraiya at the Wave Country. Despite the fact that he will be moving due to his business, he will also try to look for me, the blonde stated. Itachi nodded. How have you come so far? I have laid the foundations in Kumagakure. I should return there after some time to start building. I was only able to befriend Yugito during my time there, but I was unable to locate Killer Bee anywhere in the village. I looked almost everywhere, but could not find him. He shook his head. He had looked for the Jinchuriki using his hinged shadow clones while he kept busy with Yugito. But it does no matter, I should see him next time I play with the Raikage. You were fruitful in your first trip, Itachi noted. Well, that is to be expected. He did wonder how the blonde was able to get it done. It did not matter anyway, he was going to find out sooner or later. It was not that difficult. A man such as the Raikage is predictable, Naruto stated. If I did not know any better, I would say you were plotting some manipulative scheme, Kisame commented, but unfortunately, he was ignored. You did not just befriend Yugito for your own agenda, I hope, Itachi stated calmly. Once one started to use people, it could influence your choices and you may end up doing it without even realizing it. He did not want Naruto to go that path and make rookie mistakes. What do you think of me? He did not even sound hurt by the question. But he was a little amused by it. Of course, he was not some manipulative shinobi. Yugito was a Jinchuriki like him. Despite her being useful, he had always wanted to befriend all those that were like him. They shared the same pain and carried the same burden in different scales. He would never use someone like that, especially a sweet woman like Yugito. I was merely making sure. You tend to be unpredictable sometimes, Itachi responded calmly, without any emotion. That may be true, Naruto admitted. The manipulative path only leads to a dark road ahead. That path will only reward one with pain and bitterness. It may prove fun at the beginning when you are playing with other people's emotions and lives, but there will be day. Itachi nodded. When will you return so that we may visit Konan? I have to visit Kumagakure first. I don't know how long I might take there. Jiraiya has often told me that the Mizukage is a desirable woman, so we spend some time there. He also had his own foundations to lay in the village. But after everything, I will leave Jiraiya alone when we decide to return to Konoha. He did not say anything more, he disappeared in a yellow flash. You have raised an impressive kid, Itachi. He may surpass you one day, Kisame commented. He was always like that, Itachi stated. I just helped bring up the real him that he was suppressing with his need for attention. He maybe have already surpassed me. We have never fought in an all-out battle. He had never used his Susanoo while fighting the blonde. At the same time, Naruto has never used his Sage Mode. He knew the capabilities of his Susanoo. But he also knew the destructive power of Sage Mode. Naruto was also faster than him in pure speed. What more could he do when going all out? Aren't you exaggerating a bit, Itachi? I mean, he is just a brat. Itachi shook his head. You will see with your own eyes soon enough, the Uchiha stated looking at his friend. Otogakure. It was all that could be heard throughout one of the hideouts in Otogakure. The laughter was so evil, filled with such malice that everyone who heard it started to fear for their lives. The laughter sent shivers down everyone's spine. Orochimaru was laughing in a very evil way that did not comfort anyone. But even if you did run, the sound of the voice would surely hunt you wherever you ran to. There was also a great possibility that the man himself would hunt you down to kill you. The snake Sannin could do that. There was probably nothing that could hide from him. It was not that the walls of the hideout had never been tormented with such malicious laughter before, they had, but this laughter was reaching new bounds. Orochimaru had never laughed so hard. The laughter unnerved even Kabuto, who had seen his master do all sorts of things. He took a single step back, unconsciously, when the snake Sannin started creeping the atmosphere with the laughter. If it was possible, the air they were breathing would have run away too because of the laughter. He knew that his master was capable of many things. Orochimaru's power alone was not why he was loyal to him. But the man was also evil to the core. He was far more used to scenes like these more than anyone else, but this was also at another level. Well, he was sure that out of everyone within the hideout, he was faring better. He was not that scared, he was just unnerved a bit. Orochimaru finally stopped laughing, but still maintained the sickest grin Kabuto had ever seen from the man. Well, he did have all the reasons to be happy. He had achieved the greatest masterpiece. He had never created something of this nature before, something so perfect. Kabuto, this is magnificent, isn't it? The snake Sannin questioned while grinning madly. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. This is far the greatest thing you have created, Kabuto responded looking in front of him. There was a man, he was at the same height as Orochimaru and his skin was fair. He had short spiky black hair. He wore black jeans, black shinobi boots and a black cloak that reached about his ankles. He also wore black fingerless gloves. One would just say he was just a normal beautiful shinobi, he did not even look masculine. But, Kabuto knew better than that. This was a weapon, by Orochimaru. It started as a human, but it longer was a human, not after all that Orochimaru had done to the body. Orochimaru did not feel insulted with Kabuto's words. It was indeed that true that this was by far the greatest invention he had created. He could not deny that. All his previous creations could not be compared to this. This being was at another level. This thing should be the strongest being in the shinobi world. I have to admit that even I cannot compare to its strength given my current condition, well not unless he puts his body under what he has put through this one. He could be superior to this weapon. Yes, he would surely do that. It would never satisfy him to create a minion that was stronger than him. His current body was also weakened severely, but that did not mean that he was by any means weak. This creation is majestic, no doubt about that, Kabuto stated as he pushed his round glasses, but are you still going to give it to Danzo? It would be dangerous giving him something like this. You did say that you were not expecting it to become this powerful. That fool would cause a war to arise in just a few days after I have given it to him. Having something as this powerful, would cause him to become even more greedy than he is, Orochimaru stated with a snort. He lost his grin for a moment before it appeared in full force again. So you are not going to give it to him? Kabuto questioned curiously. He knew that his master would never lose the chance to have his hands on something this powerful, especially if it was his greatest creation. Danzo would surely use the weapon against Orochimaru also once he finds how powerful it really is. There was no trust between the two men, Kabuto knew that. What do you think? If I do give him, I know that in a few days, Konoha will be caught up in a civil war with Danzo forcing his weapon to destroy anyone who denies him the opportunity to rule Konoha. Once he achieves his dream of Hokage, he will move on to other villages. Certainly, the man would do it that way. Even he would not be safe from the man's path. He would destroy anything that he deemed dangerous and a threat. He knew that when he left Konoha, the man wanted him to be killed so that he does not run loose in the world. Anyone who was powerful was a threat to the old war hawk. Given the means to rid of all threats, he would certainly not waste any time in ensuring that the world was plagued into another war. It would not be fun since it would not be he who started it. He did not fear Danzo the least, but he knew what the old war hawk was capable of doing. Still, that did not make him fear that fool. Danzo's right arm was his creation. The right hand was the man's greatest weapon and source of escaping death meant that the man was his creation. But if you don't give him the weapon, you won't get the Sharingan, Kabuto pointed out a fact. The fact that Orochimaru had even spent much time creating this weapon was because he had been promised the Sharingan. I could give the weapon to Danzo and have him reward me in turn, Orochimaru stated. But that fool will betray me after getting the weapon. It is not that he and his pets can actually succeed in killing me despite my current state. Kabuto nodded. If you can escape with your life, you can hand over the weapon. But the issue is that you don't want to give it to him. Did you not make it so that you could activate your own control over it even when Danzo is controlling it? I did, Orochimaru replied shortly. He would never make a mistake of forgetting to do something like that. But Danzo knows that I would do something like that. So the moment I leave him alone with it, he will try to find my ways of controlling his weapon. And he would probably succeed. The man was crafty and had many ways of making things go his way. He had worked with him for a long time during his time at Konoha. But that did not mean that he could outsmart him. He just knew the risks when dealing with Danzo. Kabuto was thoughtful for a moment. You could use the weapon to force Danzo to give you the Sharingan, he stated with a grin of his own. The weapon was powerful enough to deal with Danzo's Onbu. He could also land a hand in the confrontation. There was also a clone of the weapon that Orochimaru had created. It was mindless though. Danzo would ensure that he dies with the Sharingan if I do something like that, Orochimaru said, frowning slightly. The man was suicidal. He had no doubt that he would have set up things to ensure that everything else went along with him if he died. It was the same with his left eye. It would prove useless if Danzo died along with his prized need. He needed the Sharingan no matter what. He would not stop until he finally got his hands on it. That would be problematic, Kabuto noted. But knowing his master, he must have had something planned out. What do you have planned, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru grinned widely. I will get my hands on the Sharingan and then I will give Danzo the weapon. I will have no use of it after I get the Sharingan. I can allow Danzo to play all he wants with the weapon, but the Sharingan will make me reach my goals without having to worry about the old war hawk. How will you do that? Each time I went to see Danzo, I always looked around for where he could have placed the Sharingan. I do know the root HQ inside out, but the man has changed some things, but over the past 2 years, I have narrowed every place he could have placed the Sharingan. I am left with a single room, which is deep in the root HQ, but I can get there, Orochimaru stated. It will just be a little bothersome. When will we get it? Orochimaru grinned. Tomorrow night, he responded before laughing again. Now let us welcome my pet to the world, he stated, going through some hansels. After which he held his hands together, holding a snake seal. The weapon then opened his eyes. They were pure black. It was somewhat creeping looking at them, Orochimaru would agree to that. The weapon looked at the snake Sannin for a moment while being motionless. The Sannin merely smiled as he watched his pet. Controlling this thing is a little harder than I thought, he admitted to Kabuto. I had thought it would be easy given all the research you went through on perfect control of a subject and the fact that your curse seal is within its body, Kabuto responded, clearly surprised but nonetheless calm, just as his master was. I had thought so too. But the thing has a mind of its own and it is not driven by instinct, and its chakra is denser than mine. It makes controlling it a bit hard, but not impossible, the snake Sannin stated. It would be unacceptable if he could not control his own creation. This was also something he could not use fear or manipulation to be loyal to him. Controlling it this way was the only way. Kabuto looked at his master, he really seemed to be struggling. But that could be faulted on his current state. He should not be doing something like this, but rather, he should be in bed sleeping. The weapon then released some explosives chakra that weighed down even Orochimaru. The pressure of the chakra caused the ground to shatter where he was standing and also caused multiple cracks around the walls. It did not look to be bothered by it, nor did it seem to have released much chakra. This worried Orochimaru because he had not instructed it to do it. His control over the weapon was slipping away little by little. He could not have that. He increased his own chakra to gain more control over the weapon. Doing that caused negative effects on his body. Kabuto was quick to notice it, as he very perceptive to his master, Orochimaru-sama, you should not do that, he stated, not wanting his master to give pressure to his body and stress it. It would not be good for his health. Be quiet, Kabuto. I am trying to concentrate here, the snake Sannin stated as the weapon began to walk towards him. Orochimaru grinned even wider as it was doing exactly what he wanted. The weapon stopped in front of him, suddenly, and held out its right hand. Orochimaru, he stated in a calm tone that did not even sound demonic as his eyes. Shit, Orochimaru cursed, realizing that the weapon was far beyond his control in his current state. He was no longer in control of it. What is wrong, Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto got the answer when in an instant, the right hand of the weapon formed and released a beam of dark energy that hit the snake Sannin dead on. Orochimaru was too close to the blast that he could not effectively dodge it. The blast released by the weapon sped towards the wall and hit it before drilling right through it. The blast created a large hole on the wall and its footsteps could be clearly seen on the floor. The weapon did not even give another look, it merely disappeared within a cloud of darkness. Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto called as he rushed towards his master, or what was left of him. The jutsu was the one that hurt Naruto, but this one was a lot stronger. And so it took out Orochimaru and nearly killed him. His body from waist downwards was missing, so was his right shoulder. I can survive this, the snake Sannin hissed. The blast was not enough to kill him, but it was enough to render him immobile. He really should have not used his lab rats for creating something like this. It was one of those times for Kabuto when he saw that his master would die if something was not done. The current state was pitiful. Orochimaru was far stronger than this, but a single blast and he was reduced to this. It was these times that he thought of just finishing him for his own good. He could not bear to watch his master suffering like this. Many could be in this kind of condition, but his master should not. It was unacceptable to see a strong man like Orochimaru reduced to this. What are you thinking, Kabuto? Orochimaru questioned, seeing the look on Kabuto's face. The subordinate of his then became expressionless before moving his hands towards his face. What are you doing, Kabu? Ah. Chapter 11, Prince Charming. The ship they had boarded was steadily making way towards Kumagakure. It would take some time to get there, but within the next day, they would have reached the village hidden in mist. It really had been some time since he visited the village. He had only gone there once when he heard that the civil war had ended, but now he was returning to the village again. This time he would stay for a few days. Last time he never got the chance to enjoy his time since officially, he was not there. He had been there while hiding his presence. But he had taken a good look at the Mizukage. She was beautiful, a desirable woman. He could not mind staring at her majestic beauty for some time. Well, no one came close to his princess though. His princess was by far the most beautiful woman in the world. But anyway, it would really be more pleasant if he could also get his hands on her, like doing what he pleased with her. Doing something like that would surely give him some great material for his next installment. He would have most liked to do one based on Naruto, but the said blonde did not mean to be interested in women. He had thought that something would happen with Yugito, but nothing occurred. He was sure that the blonde was not oblivious to certain things. He was a man and should feel what he feels too. Although, the blonde may be a bit inexperienced in this matter, he was not oblivious. He was his godfather after all. Looking at the blonde, he seemed to be enjoying the calm waters of the sea. He also seemed to be at peace, but there was no smile on his face. It was really annoying that he only smiled given some situations. Jiraiya walked towards the blonde, with a scroll on his hand. "Naruto," he called, trying to get the blonde to acknowledge his presence. "What is it?" Naruto responded without taking his eyes off the calm sea. There were some parts water that were not so calm, it was mostly places where there were heavy winds. But around where they were at this moment, there weren't any misbehaving waves. "I need you to go to Konoha and give this to Suheim," Jiraiya said, handing Naruto the scroll. But the blonde did not take it, he just turned around to face the Sannin. "Knowing that you have a contract with the Toads, I would assume that you use them as messengers to send messages to Tsunade," Naruto stated, looking straight at the Sannin. "That is how I normally do it. But I want you to do it this time. The Toads are not really suited for transporting messages since they are not that fast, which is why I am requesting that you do it. With the Flying Thunder God technique, you can reach Konoha within seconds," Jiraiya explained, neutrally, not wanting to give away anything. "I can summon something that will be faster than the Toads," Naruto stated. "Summon something?" "Yes, I have another summoning contract," Naruto stated without going into further details. His response surprised Jiraiya greatly. "2 contracts? The Toads allowed you to have another contract? What type of summons do you summon?" "They allowed me, since that it is not that of a major contract," Naruto responded calmly, going back to staring at the sea. "What the contract is for another day." "Where did you get it?" Jiraiya questioned in a curious tone. He could not think of any other contract Naruto would sign. There were not many of them these days, so he was curious. It was also rare to find one with 2 contracts. "Wouldn't you like to know that?" Jiraiya knew he was not going to get answers, and it would be pointless to try to get them. "Still, a summon would take more time than you would. I want Haim to read this report today." "That is almost believable," Naruto stated, surprising Jiraiya. "But that is not your reason. The Toads would get to Konoha today. You just want me to head to Konoha so Tsunade could see me. You have been keeping contact with her over the past 2 weeks, she misses me, and you are sending me there to let her see that I am alright." Jiraiya sighed. There was no way he was going to deny that it was his motive. "So will you go?" "No." That was unexpected. Jiraiya never thought that Naruto would refuse to see Tsunade after knowing that she was worried about him. He did not think the blonde would say no just like that without even thinking about it. But he said it. "Excuse me?" "I said no." "Why?" There was no reason he could think of, especially when Naruto knew how much Tsunade cared for him. He was positive that the blonde was aware of how much the Hokage cared for him. But for him to refuse to appease her heart was shocking. He would have expected the blonde to return home and make the god Aim smile, but he was not going to do so. "I have only been gone for about 2 weeks. And I am not alone, but with you. If Tsunade can't stop worrying about my safety even when I am with you, then she has to be made to understand that she cannot always see me and I can take care of myself. Don't you think that I might find myself taking missions that would even take a month to complete? Do you think that each week during the mission I have to be returning to Konoha to put a smile of Tsunade's face?" Naruto paused for a moment. "She has to understand that I am not a child, I am no longer a Genin. But I am a Jounin of Konoha. My duty is to serve the village and protect it. However, Tsunade does not seem to be happy when I do my duty. She wants me to stay around inside in Konoha. If there are dangerous missions, she won't let me go, but will send someone else. Tell me, Jiraiya, is that fair? Is it fair that she can let other shinobi go to dangerous missions while I, who is powerful enough to handle them, stay at home sheltered? Could you say that she would rather have other shinobi die instead of I? Family or not, I am her subordinate, a shinobi of Konoha, she will have to treat me equally as the other shinobi. So I refuse to return to Konoha until this little journey is over." Jiraiya could see that Naruto's argument held some merit. He could not deny that, and so he was quiet for some time. "It is not that I like to see Tsunade hurting. But she has to understand that I am a shinobi and my life will always be in threat. She has to understand that I may disappear for some time. If she cannot handle that, how can she lead Konoha efficiently without attaching her emotions into the choices she makes?" Naruto looked up the heavens before walking past Jiraiya. "I am going to my cabin," he stated as he walked away from the Sannin, leaving him in much thought. It was indeed true that Tsunade worried too much for Naruto. But he could understand her given what she has lost. She has lost all her loved ones, who died for the sake of Konoha. The deaths of those she loved did a number on her. That had been why she had decided to abandon Konoha. But Naruto also had lost his parents. He may have never met them or experienced what it felt like to have parents, or experienced their deaths. It does not change the fact that he lost them. They too died protecting him in Konoha. He could have chosen to stay within Konoha and preserve the life his parents had died protecting. Jiraiya now understood that Naruto knew that death was part of the world they lived in. He understood that one could die for Konoha. Tsunade would surely not want something like that to happen. She would probably quit being Hokage if Naruto was killed. The blonde had been the reason she returned to Kumagakure no Sato. If that reason was to disappear, she would also disappear unless it takes some much convincing to do. What was obvious was that Tsunade would not want anything to happen to Naruto until she stepped down as Hokage. When she steps down, she would surely be happy to allow Naruto to live his dream, being Hokage. He was a bit curious though, the blonde has not been saying he wants to be Hokage like the old days. He did not want to think that his godson no longer wanted to be the Hokage. If Naruto chose to abandon that dream, who would be Hokage after Tsunade? Still, after everything he has seen, he could clearly say that Naruto does not need much protection. The blonde was capable of taking care of himself. He was also not arrogant to get into a situation where he could not win. Naruto also has the Flying Thunder God technique, he could escape if the situation was not favorable. He had no doubt that the blonde could take care of himself, but still, everyone was human. There is always someone who is stronger than you. He did not think that he could defeat anyone. But such a thing was not what he expected or hoped for. He was always hoping to win for his survival and the safety of Konoha. Otogakure. Orochimaru's vision was a little blurry as he woke up. He shook his head trying to shake off the blurry vision. He had actually thought that Kabuto was going to kill him, but that was not to be. He rose up from his bed and realized that he was in his room. His head actually felt light, and he felt good. The doors to his room opened and Kabuto walked inside holding a tray. "You are awake," Kabuto stated, not sounding surprised. He placed the tray on a table and took out 2 tablets and a glass of water. He then walked over to Orochimaru. "Drink this," he said, handing over what he held to the snake Sannin. Orochimaru downed the tablets bitterly and looked at Kabuto. "I thought you were going to betray me." He did not hide his thoughts. He had always known that Kabuto was loyal, but when the weapon had left him looking as though he was dead, he had thought his subordinate had seen that he was weak and decided to take his life. Kabuto merely smiled at his master. "I had no such thoughts. Normally I would have told you what I was going to do. But given your condition, I felt you were not in the right mind to make a decision. So for your own good, I made a decision for you," he explained lightly. "For my own good?" Orochimaru laughed. He laughed really hard till his stomach hurt. Kabuto had taken him out cold for his own good? When did he start thinking like that? "How long have I been out?" "A few days," Kabuto responded, pushing his glasses on his nose bridge. "Did I miss anything?" In the shinobi world, anything can happen. 2 days was a lot of time and a major village could be conquered within 2 days. Given a man of his status, he could not afford to miss anything. "Nothing much has happened," Kabuto replied. With his master out cold, he had to take charge of everything in Oto. It was not like he had not done that before. He knew everything Orochimaru knew. So it was easy for him to run things. And? He did not have to say it, Kabuto knew what answers he needed. "I don't know what happened exactly. But it would appear that the weapon, that man is a lot stronger than we had thought. He fought off your control and took over. He probably cannot be controlled like you had planned. But I do believe that with the data I gathered, we may have created a monster that will only seek destruction." Even saying those words, Kabuto did not seem concerned at all. He did not care for what happened to the world. As long as he could do experiments, and explore the world, he was fine. "We may have," Orochimaru admitted, then grinned. "But it makes things interesting, does it not?" Kabuto nodded. "The world would have been boring without another villain. With the Akatsuki gone, villages would have spent much of their power trying to get rid of us. It would be difficult to move around with them searching for you everywhere." Orochimaru then paused for a moment. "What did you do to my body?" "It feels light and powerful," the snake Sannin said, stretching out his hands. Kabuto smiled proudly. "I made use of that clone and some data we have been gathering. Your body has now been made strong and you will no longer need to change hosts. This is the results of another experiment I have been running ever since we failed to get Sasuke-kun. But our work with the weapon gave me a breakthrough." "Can I still change hosts?" "Yes. But this body you have now is almost indestructible," Kabuto said, earning a wide grin from Orochimaru. "While you were recovering, I managed to get to Konoha and retrieve your prize from root bases. I was not able to get away without being found. I barely made it out alive. It was thanks to that escape jutsu you taught me that I was able to get away with my life. The next time you see Danzo, he will probably attempt to kill you." Orochimaru grinned in all corners. Kukukaku kukukukaku kukukukaku, his devilish laughter echoed throughout the corners of his hideout. Kabuto merely stood there watching his master behind his glasses with a slight proud smile. A day later. Naruto. Jiraiya called rather loudly from the door of the blonde's cabin. They had touched down in land. He was calling the blonde who seemed not to have noticed that the ship had stopped sailing. They had to leave before the ship sets to sea again and return to the shores of the wave country. The small door opened and Naruto walked out of the door. He looked at the Sannin straight into his eyes. You are rather loud sometime, Godfather. It's still morning, and you are already shouting my name while hitting my door like a madman. I would never have had to do that if you had just woken up when I knocked the door at first, Jiraiya retorted, turning away from his moody godson. The Toad Sage sighed. Come on, let's go before the captain gives us crap. With that the two started to leave. They left the ship slowly and touched down on land. It was quite empty, like no one even comes here. Why is it empty? Naruto questioned as he and Jiraiya went their way towards the village hidden in mist. It was a curious question for him to ask. He would have expected the place to have some people since ships dock there, unless there was another place where they docked. This place is not safe, the captain told me so. People don't normally use this route. That is why it is empty. Only a few shinobi use this route when they do their businesses. The safe harbor towards Izkiri is in the north of the island, but we had to use this way to enter undetected, Jiraiya replied. Naruto was stealthy enough to move with him when they do enter the village. He did not believe that his godson would get him caught. But it was obvious that once in the village, they would be spotted. Why are we sneaking in? Naruto questioned with a raised brow. He did not get why they had to sneak in if the man was going to be caught in the village's hot springs peeping on women. He also knew that they would not be denied entry if they used the gate, unless Jiraiya had another motive. A force of habit, the Sannin responded with a shrug. You have another purpose for this, Naruto said, looking the mist that was ahead. The place was a good one for ambush. But he was not very much worried about that. This will force the Mizukage into seeing you quickly once her Anbu discovers you. Given that the cage of this village is Aishi, it is likely that you have done something that forced her into taking some measures against you. Now that you say it. There was an incident when I came here. Let us just say, she was not very much happy with me, she almost killed me had I not run away, Jiraiya replied, grinning sheepishly. All this time, he did not look into Naruto. He was busy looking ahead of the road. Naruto shook his head at Jiraiya's response. There was no limit to this man's perverseness. They walked for a few minutes within the mist. But neither were worried about anything. But that did not mean that they were not on alert. No, it was anything but that. They were keeping check of their surroundings. It would be foolish to think that you are powerful enough to handle anything. That belief only led to arrogance. And arrogance for a shinobi was dangerous as it has gotten many killed. But even so, only those foolish were willing to attack a Sannin. When people realized that Jiraiya was a Sannin, they quickly ran away in fear or apologized if they had done something against him. When they had left the mist and could see the lively village of Kumagakure, Jiraiya stopped walking and looked at Naruto. Naruto, stay here for a few minutes. I am going to meet someone. Make sure you don't move around and hide our presence. There are probably Anbu around this mountain. With that the Sannin disappeared as if he had not been there. Naruto sighed and locked himself on top of a rock, keeping his senses on high alert. Jiraiya was probably going to meet with his spy. It would be dangerous to meet inside the village as there was a possibility of being seen. Doing things outside was a good choice. It also provided a good escape chance should one be caught. It was a good move on the Sannin. But on other villages, he was sure the Sannin did things differently. Like in Kumagakure, he had met his spy inside the village. Perhaps it was because he was used to the village and was that it was large. There were many sports to do business. A few minutes turned into more than 2 hours. Finally the elder Toad Sage returned, looking a bit disappointed. Sorry, it took me much time to come back here. I ran into some trouble with my contact. It would seem that we have to leave the village. Why? Naruto asked curiously, forgetting that the Sannin had made him wait for 2 hours after saying he would return in a few minutes. I have received some disturbing news that I have to check. We will no longer enter Kumagakure. But you cab if you want to. You will just be alone without me, the Sannin suggested, looking straight at the blonde in front of him. Naruto seemed to think about it for a few moments. He would someday return to this village, alone. He knew nothing of the Mizukage, but Jiraiya could offer him some intel about her. He would ask about it sometime later after he had dealt with some issues. It would have been better if the Sannin was there, but since he would be alone and was not fully prepared, it was best to come back at a later date. He had planned on asking the Sannin about the woman after they had entered the village. His question would only seem to be a curious one. That was all he needed Jiraiya to think for now. The Sannin would certainly know of his quest for peace, but right now, he had not gathered all the details he needs. "I will see Kiri some other time," Naruto finally responded in a calm tone. Jiraiya nodded. "Come on, let's go. We will have to take a ship on the other side of the island. I will drop you off in the wave country, and make my way to handle my business. You will return to Konoha." Naruto thought of something for a moment. "No, you will search for a ship. I can teleport away from here. While we were traveling, I marked a few hidden places. I can just teleport there without much trouble." "That is good. This will save us some time and energy. I never really do like the sea anyway," Jiraiya said smiling. If Naruto could teleport them to the fire country, it would make their journey quick. That said, the blonde could also teleport back to Konoha. It really was good to have a space-time jutsu. "You misunderstand me, Godfather," Naruto said calmly. He took out a 3-pronged kunai and handed it to the Sannin. "Keep it safe and use it when there is something of utmost importance." He paused for a moment. "As I was saying, you misunderstood me. I never said we, I said I would teleport and you will take a ship." "What? Why?" "I just don't feel like giving you a lift," Naruto responded so casually, like he was not planning of leaving his godfather to fend for himself. It would take some time for the Sannin to reach the wave country. By that time, he would be busy with other things. After that, he would be able to return to Konoha. "You can't be serious, Naruto." Naruto merely gave the Sannin a small smile. "I will see you in Konoha." With that, he was gone in a flash of yellow, leaving a shocked Jiraiya. "He actually left me." Jiraiya mumbled in disbelief. Was this some sort of punishment the blonde was giving him? He could not think of it another way. It had to be. Otherwise, who in their right mind would leave their godfather stranded in an island far away from home? Well, he was not exactly stranded, but that was not the point. Uchiha Hideout. Naruto did not teleport to any of the places he had marked while traveling with Jiraiya. He teleported to the hideout so that Itachi could take him to Konan. He would rather come here to get things done with Konan than to waste more doing something that was not useful. He certainly had much in his mind. The things he had been doing over the past weeks were actually catching up to him. The burden of killing was starting to weigh up on him. But he held himself well. Jiraiya had not even noticed that something was eating him from inside. Perhaps if he found some time to relax after meeting with Konan, he would be able to settle his thoughts. Keeping things bottled up was not any good. He had thought he would be an exception. After all his training with Itachi, he had thought he could kill without it weighing up on him as much as it was. He held himself well while killing, he never hesitated, but when he was alone, it all came back to him. Perhaps he was not ready for this. Naruto shook his head, clearing the train of thought. He was prepared for this. There was nothing that could prepare him for experiencing what he has experienced. Perhaps, his heart was just too kind than he led others to believe. Perhaps the impassiveness was just a mask to hide himself while he prepares for his plans to take motion. He knew things like these would come, but he had not thought it would be so hard. He was still fresh to this thing. He was not a cold-hearted person who could kill people without regrets. Shaking his head again, Naruto allowed his stoic expression to return after he had allowed it to slip. He walked outside the hideout and went towards the training ground. He sensed that Itachi and his friend were inside, but he needed to calm himself before speaking to either of them. Unfortunately, he was not given that comfort as Itachi made his way towards the training ground with Kisame right beside him. Naruto did not immediately turn around to face them. Itachi, though, was quick to note the behavior as not. First of all, the blonde would never come to the hideout and then move over here without saying a word when he was present. It only led him to believe that there was something wrong with the blonde. Naruto did turn around to face the two, but Itachi confirmed his suspicions. The blonde was troubled. He could clearly see it from his eyes. "Hey Gaki, Itachi tells me you are just good as him in a fight. Why don't we give that a test?" "I have not had a good fight in some times," Kisame stated, showing Naruto a large grin. He wanted to see if Itachi had been right about the blonde. He would never believe it unless they battled together. "Perhaps some other time," Naruto responded quietly. His tone sounded indifferent. And his response only made Kisame grin further, like he had not been turned down. "Well, if you are not going to concede after I ask nicely, I will just have to force you." Itachi knew that Naruto would not fight Kisame, unless he said it was a good idea. If Kisame attacked Naruto and got close to him, the blonde would use his great speed to annoy his friend. But if Naruto had much in his mind, it was better to allow him to fight with Kisame. If he fought, he would release all his emotions, thus clearing his thoughts. But knowing both of them, it would destroy the hideout. He chose against that. And besides, it would not be a good idea to have Naruto relieve himself by destroying some things. Kisame, let it go. I am sure Naruto will fight you some other time, Itachi said in a tone of finality. Naruto, why don't you come inside so I can talk to you? It was certainly not a request from the Uchiha. Both the blonde and Kisame were quick to realize that fact. Sure, Naruto relented as he followed Itachi. 2 days later. The village hidden in rain, Amigakure no Sato. It was just as rainy as Itachi had said it was. Naruto could never quite get hold of how some people can get used to living in certain conditions. He could never imagine living in a place where it was constantly raining. It was also the same with Sunagakure. The village was in the middle of the desert. It was damn hot within the desert, and yet the people from there were very much used to the heat. He was used to the clear skies of the fire country. The weather in the area was enjoyable and acceptable. But the rain was not as bad as the desert. Naruto looked at the tall buildings of the village. They were very unique. He had never seen such designs in all the places he had been to. Well, each village had its own culture, and it was somewhat understandable that they could make their buildings such as these. They could not use the same material as Konoha given that the village was full of water. It was always raining in here. The buildings looked more like industrial buildings more than anything else. But the view of new things was quite lovely. It was nice seeing new things other than things he was used to seeing within the large walls of Konohagakure. The villagers seemed lively. He was seeing people who were happy all around him. It was much different from Konoha. Perhaps in Konoha he knew that those smiles could change overnight. He knew that deep within much of the villagers laid much hatred. But looking at these smiles and happy expressions from the villagers of the rain, he could not help but smile slightly at this. For a moment all his worries had washed away. Perhaps he should smile a bit more often. Itachi had only given him a map to come towards the village and told him to travel alone. He reasoned that traveling alone would help him clear his thoughts. It was indeed a good thought after he had spoken with the Uchiha. The man had given him a few tips on how to overcome his clouding thoughts. But he still needed to process things on his own. However, while traveling, the gods seemed to love seeing him troubled as he found himself in need to kill so he could save. It was certainly looking like the gods were putting these evil people in front of him just to screw with him. He had to see things that did not make him feel good at all. The principle of killing to save was weighing down on him much more. However, entering Amigakure had lightened up things for him. He finally reached the largest tower. Konan, the angel of Amigakure was waiting for him. Itachi had said so. He had never quite actually seen the woman before. Itachi had nothing to show him about her physical appearance, nor did he bother to brief him on the detail. He did not even tell him much about the woman. He was merely told he would find out more about her once he started talking to her. After entering the tower, he was accompanied to the woman by a shinobi. The way towards her was slow, but he did not mind. When he finally reached her, the shinobi excused himself. Naruto came into the view of the woman. She was standing inside this room, which was like a hall. She was standing beside the window overlooking the village. She did not turn to face him immediately. But he could see that she had seen him using the reflection on the window. Finally she turned around to face him. Naruto had to admit. She looked quite lovely for someone her age. Namikaze Naruto, Konan said in a tone devoid of any emotion. This was certainly going to be a lovely meeting, Naruto thought as he walked towards the woman. He stood beside her looking through the window. She did the same. Looking over the village from up here, he could see that the woman has indeed done a good job in stabilizing the village. She was also oddly quiet. Now I see why Itachi refused to tell me anything about you, the blonde commented quietly, just enough for Konan to hear him. River Country, 2 days later. It was the first time that Naruto had traveled into this country. But looking at the map Jiraiya had given him before they even embarked on a journey outside the village of Konoha, he could see that in order to go to the Wind Country, he had to pass through the River Country borders. He made sure to avoid any civilization while on the way. It would not take a whole day for him to pass through the River Country. It was going to be noon soon, so he would probably get to a motel once he got close to the Wind borders. It would be dangerous to travel overnight in the desert. It was better that he leave the traveling during day. The winds at the desert were rumored to pick up dangerously during night. For his health, he decided to travel during day. He had been traveling for some time now, rest was needed. He had spent a night only in Ame. He spoke well with Konan, but the woman was currently unavailable as she was still busy in quest to restore control over Amigakure. But she could be available should he need her help. He had also offered her his help if she needed it. He could help her despite being a Konoha shinobi. Jiraiya and Tsunade just did not have to know about it. It would cause much trouble and headaches if it got out that he was doing some activities for a foreign village without the permission of the Hokage. It would certainly cause much rift between him, Tsunade and the council. They would certainly be wary of his adventures. He did not want to give Tsunade trouble though. After traveling for about 2 or 3 hours, Naruto came to a complete halt as he sensed chakra being used. Just then there was a rather resounding explosion. He stopped as he tried to sense everything clearly, but given his distance he could not quite make the picture of what was going on. He looked at the direction on his left before hitting the ground. Moving at his fastest speed, he rushed towards the place. The closer he got, he could feel that the chakra was fading away. It would be bad if it did because he would lose the exact location of where he was sensing the chakra from. But after some moments, he was able to get the location. He made sure to hide his presence well. By the time he got there, the chakra signatures were gone. He could see perfectly well why it had disappeared. The shinobi using the chakra were dead. There were 4 of them. He could not quite make their clothing because they were burned. The explosion he heard must have wounded them, which resulted in the men left standing overpowering them. By their stature, he could see that the men left standing were bandits. They were rather armed for bandits and looked bodily prepared for battle. There were about 25 of them lying in the ground, dead, and 17 more standing. They did not seem to care for their dead comrades. Such was the shinobi world. The mission was far more important than comrades. Shinobi and bandits were not so much different in that regard. Well, at least not everyone thought much like that. Most of shinobi would never abandon their teammates. They would try to help them and then try to succeed on their given mission. There was a small 4-wheeled vehicle not so far away from where the battle had taken place. The thing looked normal, but there was no doubt someone in there. He could not sense any chakra from it. This meant that the person being carried was not a shinobi. It was still surprising how calm the person seemed to be. He or she was aware that the guards were dead, but yet remained quite inside her transport. Perhaps the person was shaking in fear within it. He did not have more time to dwell on it further as the bandits started moving towards the transport with wicked grins. That only confirmed to him that the person was still inside the transport. Sighing, Naruto jumped out of the tree was watching from and landed on the ground silently. It was to his pride that no one from the bandits had taken notice of his presence. He could deal with it silently. Yes, it seemed the logical choice. He took out a kunai and sped towards the bandits. He only killed one before the others took notice of him. What the hell? One yelled furiously, turning towards him. So much for doing it silently. But he did not say much more to them. He jumped back and formed hand seals. Futon, Kaze Shuriken no Jutsu, he muttered. He calculated the shurikens and controlled them with precision. They were invincible to the naked eye. So the bandits would not be able to take notice of them. Being made of wind, which meant they were very sharp, the shurikens sped towards the bandits and hit them in their necks. The shurikens pierced through the front, stopping their air supply. Naruto knew they would die soon from the gashes, but it would do well to his gut if he quickly ended them. Without wasting more time, he took out a kunai before finishing them off. When he was done, he gathered all the bodies in a bundle before putting them on fire with a katen jutsu. That erased everything. He did not burn the bodies of the shinobis. Whoever may have hired them may perhaps want the bodies. Well, if it was some rich fool, he would certainly not care if his guards had been killed. Certainly, he would merely brush them aside, and state they were weak, that is why they were dead. If it came to that, Naruto would surely leave the person alone, even if he was offered much money to carry out the guarding job. He had no business with such kind of people. Naruto turned around and walked calmly towards the transport. He looked at it for a moment. He shook his head, as if to clear his thoughts before opening. He was not expecting that he found a woman, in her early 20s. She had long green hair that framed both sides of her face. To complement to that, she also had this bright green eyes. Her skin was fair. She had a sizable chest, that much he could clearly see. The woman was wearing a light green kimono. It had nothing special on it. Naruto could only guess that she was perhaps a daughter of a rich man or some wealthy noble. The blonde also noticed that she had a nervous smile when he opened the door. Her hands were behind her, she was probably hiding a kunai behind her. But she seemed to replace her nervous smile with a warm one when she spotted his headband. But his hands remained on her back, just in case. Naruto decided to skip with the pleasantries. It is not safe for such a beautiful lady to venture out of her home with 4 guards when vultures are lurking in the shadows, the blonde stated ever so politely. By looking at her, he could see that she did not look like much of a bad person. But then again, appearances were deceiving. The young woman continued, giving him a warm smile. Thanks for the flattery, but they were not 4 of them. Most of them were killed a day ago when we came across vultures, as you put it, she responded in a kind tone mixed with some emotion. But her hand still remained behind her as she responded. Naruto nodded. The world is indeed dangerous, especially for a woman, he said quietly. But the woman heard him clearly. It indeed is. I did not quite believe it when I was told, the woman said, her smile disappearing. But now she did. Her smile appeared again. But I guess it is all right since there are gentlemen such as yourself to save us when these vultures appear. Perhaps I stayed here silently when my guards were being killed because I believed a Prince Charming would save me. Her smile became slightly sly as she spoke. Prince Charming? Naruto said in a thoughtful tone before shrugging. Well, he did appear now. You should be careful next time, he might not appear again to save you, the blonde responded. So not like him to respond like that. He would have told her such things did not exist, but considering what had happened, it was better for her that he played that way. Well, if he does give me his numbers, I may call him when I am backed against the wall, or the next time vultures appear if you could say. Her warm smile was never lost as she spoke. The slight playful tone made it difficult to say if she was being serious or not. But it did not matter much to Naruto. Naruto looked at the woman before him with a smile. It was the first time he was smiling at her since he started speaking with her. Perhaps I might. His tone was still the usual. He was not the one to be playful, but given his current state of mind, anything was welcome to clear his thoughts. As long as he did not end up regretting anything he did afterward. If possible, the woman's smile widened slightly as she saw his small smile. You look rather handsome while smiling. You should smile a bit more often, you may find yourself lucky with the females. I have been told so before, Naruto responded looking up at the heavens. 2 or 3 more hours, it was going to become late. He had a feeling that he was not going to find a hotel anywhere near the wind border. He had thought he would find one and rest, but it appears that he was not going to find any. The map he had did not show to be any and he could rest in. The map was recent, Jiraiya had marked it well since he was always traveling around the elemental nations. By the looks of things, you did not take the advice seriously, the woman responded. Her hands were still behind her as she spoke, still grasping the kunai firmly. She saw Naruto turn around as if he were leaving. She spoke with a raised brow. You are going to leave a lady in the middle of the forest with vultures lurking in the forest? She made sure she used the term Naruto used in describing bandits. You have not even given me your name. Naruto turned around to look at her. I was not leaving. I was merely checking something. But you also have not told me of your name. The woman held out a right hand, leaving her left behind her. Miyuki, she said. Naruto held her hand. It was soft, not very surprising. Naruto, he said, telling her his name. He felt no need to hide it from her. So Miyuki, where are you headed to? It was very surprising to hear a guy call her without the affectionate suffix chan or the polite one, san. It was very warming to her. She was used to hear people calling her name with different honorifics. But the change was welcomed. Wind country. But I have to first go to Sunagakure to hire more guards for my protection. You are very fortunate. I am also headed there, Naruto responded, holding out a single hand sign. He noticed that Miyuki tensed slightly seeing him hold the hand seal. But he did nothing to comfort her. 4 clones puffed into existence and picked up the transport. Naruto got in and sat beside her. The inside was very luxurious, unlike the outside. It also smelled some expensive perfume. You can let go of your kunai. I won't hurt you. She seemed to contemplate before releasing a breath of relief. She brought her hands in front of her and picked up the bag beside her to create more space for Naruto to sit. He did not seem to be offended by the lack of trust. It is difficult to trust someone these days. A person can be so charming and kind, and yet be a cold-hearted killer. The transport started moving forward. I thought you said you were not familiar with how dangerous the world was, the blonde stated, looking straight into her eyes. I did. But both situations are quite different. Wouldn't you say? Naruto merely nodded. Where are you coming from? I live in the Wind Country. But over the past week, I was in the Fire Country's capital conducting some business. I am returning home now, Miyuki responded. Now she was certain that the blonde did not know who she was. He seemed genially curious. And his presence was quite warming. But she still held her guard up. You could never be too comfortable with strangers. Naruto noticed that she did not mention where exactly she lived and the kind of business she was doing in the Fire Country capital. But he could get more information from her quite easily if he wanted to. He settled for nodding in acceptance of her response before keeping quiet. What about you? Are you on some kind of mission for Konoha? She seemed genially curious. No, Naruto responded calmly. He knew she would ask another follow-up question to that. He would wait for it and answer it as soon as she questioned. He was not going to lie to her. He would just omit some important details. So you are just stopping by Sunagakure? Or just decided to tag along with me? Her last words seemed to suggest something. The words also seemed to have been said intentionally as if she wanted to see how he would respond. Although he would admit that she was a desirable woman, he had not thought of doing anything to her. A part of him wanted to follow along with her last words. Perhaps he had watched Jiraiya too much when he dealt with women. It was not doing anything good to him. I was on a mission with Jiraiya of the Sannin. Once the mission was done, I decided to visit Sunagakure to see the Kazekage. The last time I saw him was 3 years ago when he had visited Konoha. We left on good terms. Gaara had come to Konoha after the Chunin exams. He and his other siblings had saved some of his peers from death. Had it not been for them, some of them would have been killed. The Jinchuriki seemed to have changed during that time and referred to him as a friend. Jiraiya of the Sannin? You were on a mission with him? You must be someone strong or important to be on a mission with someone famous like him. It was hardly a surprise to Naruto that the woman knew about Jiraiya. The man was famous all over the elemental nations. Not only for his heroics as a Sannin but also for his work with his Uchiha books. It was a surprise to him that there was a number of women who actually read the book. I am neither of those. The Sannin had just offered to take me with him since I had been bored in the village for the lack of missions. And I was more than willing to travel with him. Since the man was very familiar with the elemental nations, I just thought it would be a great experience for me to leave with him, Naruto explained lightly. Well, he had not requested to go with the man when he was traveling around to meet with his spy contacts. The man had offered to take him along. He was more than willing to tag along. Miyuki seemed to think for a moment before she shrugged. Is it really true that he is a shameless pervert? Naruto nodded. That is quite true. He was also not surprised that it was known to other people that the man was a shameless pervert. Well, the man refused to be called a pervert. He argued that he was a super pervert. Naruto could never quite figure how the man could take such pride in being like that. Perhaps the man just accepted who he was. As far as he was concerned, the man had always been a pervert even from young age. They talked more for the next 2 hours before it finally got dark. The conversation with the woman was quite random but pleasant. Naruto noted that Miyuki was indeed from a noble family, although she did not seem to like formalities, but was quite a lively person too. Her mouth was always open. Naruto figured that it was because she was trying not to think over the fact that she was nearly captured by bandits. He very well knew that she was aware of what they did to those they kidnapped. She must have thought of the matter when she realized that all her guards had been captured. Still, he gave her credit. She did not break down or anything. She kept her calm and spoke as though she had nothing troubling. It was almost amusing because he also had many thoughts that were troubling him and yet he was still talking like everything was all right. It was the same for Miyuki. The young woman herself had also noted a few things about her savior. He was very calm and showed little emotion. But she had managed to get him to laugh. It was quite a warming feeling to hear him laugh. He did not seem to fluster when she flirted or spoke some personal things. He merely gave her a small smile. That spoke very high emotional control to her. Still, it was a rather difficult thing to contain some feelings. Perhaps like her, he had other things troubling him at the back of his mind. She could not tell though. He seemed okay, like nothing was bothering him. She had realized until later that she had spoken much with him, that she had let her guard down. She did not curse herself for it because the blonde did nothing to her. He did not even seem to be checking her at the corner of his eyes. So she had nothing to be worried about. Do you know if there is hotel somewhere in the borders of the Wind Country? Naruto asked suddenly. He had a feeling she might know given that she seemed to know a few places. Yes. There is one. It is within the river country. But close to the borders, Miyuki responded before giving him her map. Naruto took it out and marked where he was before directing his clones to the place. If there was a place to rest, he could do well with that. They finally arrived at the place and Naruto rented 2 rooms. The rooms were next to each other. He had settled for giving the woman her privacy. It was reasonable for him to do so. He did not waste time after getting to his room. He washed himself and went to sleep. His body was tired, and he would use a lot of energy tomorrow when traveling in the desert. With someone who could not move as fast as him. This means that the woman would rely on him to move about in the desert. This meant that he would have to use more energy while traveling. The following day. It was early in the morning that Naruto had woken up Miyuki. She had been sound asleep when he did so. He was a bit thankful that he had sent a clone to wake her up. The clone had knocked at her door, but there was no answer, so it proceeded to forcefully open the door. He did not catch the woman naked or anything. She just seemed not to be a morning person. He had told her that he was not working on her timetable but his. They were going to get to Sunagakure when he wanted. They were not going to move when she felt like waking up. He had been firm when the woman gave him a challenging gaze. "We will have to leave your transport here," Naruto stated after they had left the hotel. They had now entered into the wind country. "Why?" "I need to move faster. And I cannot do that while moving this thing. It is much more of a hinder crane than anything," Naruto explained, sealing her bag. He now knew that it carried her clothes since she had changed. The woman was wearing a black kimono. It was obvious that the material was expensive. "How am I going to travel? Do you plan on having me run along with you in the desert?" Miyuki questioned with a slight stern tone. It was obvious that the option of running was out of the question for her. Naruto had nothing of that sort in mind though. "I doubt you would survive," Naruto commented. By his tone, it could be said that he was not mocking her. It was merely stating the obvious. "You will travel on my back. Do you have a problem with that?" The blonde gave the woman a blank stare, making it impossible for her to read into his suggestion. She failed to think of what he was thinking. She folded her arms across her chest and gave the blonde a look. Naruto knew she was going to make a sly comment. He had no time for that. Before she could say anything, Naruto picked her up with force, yet so gently, and placed her on his back. He could feel her glare as she spoke. "That is not how you treat a woman." She seemed to be pouting. Naruto ignored her words. "Hold on tight," he stated before taking off. He felt her tight grip over his shoulders as he started to move. "Try not to enjoy this," Naruto heard Miyuki say as he ran across the ground. Chapter 12, Flowing with the Wind. Sunagakure. Finally, they reached the village hidden in sand. Naruto dropped Miyuki and allowed her to walk on her own feet as they made their way towards the gates. The woman had requested that she be put down, so he did. He had been moving pretty fast on his way. This made the journey short, but at the same time energy consuming because he was carrying another load on his back. He was glad that he had trained his body physically with Itachi, otherwise, he would not have survived without taking a rest in the desert. The Kyuubi did well in helping him recover his energy. But he was really spent. If there was a fight to break about now, he would surely be defeated unless he called upon the Kyuubi's chakra. But the tiredness would surely catch up to him soon. The feeling the country gave him was very much refreshing. He could feel the wind very well. It was blowing very calmly. He could feel it gracing his skin, waiting for him to snap his fingers so he could control it. Being a master of wind was surely a good thing for him. If he lived in this kind of area where the wind was strong, he would certainly be an unprecedented foe. He was a master of the wind element, and when it was strong, he could do so many miraculous things with it. It also appeared that this place was the place he could use well to train more in his wind armor. He could very well use it here. But this was not his home. He would have to learn to use it in places where the wind was not that strong. "You have awfully become quiet," Miyuki commented, looking at the blonde who seemed to be in thought. Ever since he put her down, he had seemed to become occupied with his thoughts. She had allowed him to think for a moment, but now she was curious. She wondered what was going through his head. She was not going to outright ask what he was thinking. But she had gone around. "So have you," Naruto responded calmly. "If you had been talking, I would not have been quite," he seemed to deflect the question. But it was all true. If she had engaged him in conversation, they would have been talking while heading towards the gates of Sunagakure. But she chose to become quiet. "You know what I mean." Naruto sighed. "The wind, it is much stronger here than in any other country." "Well, duh. This is called the wind country. Of course the wind will be much stronger here than in any other country," Miyuki responded calmly. "But you should know that. What interests you with the wind?" Before Naruto could answer, they came close to the gates. He noticed that there were a number of people at the gates. He had taken notice that Onbu of the Sand had picked up his presence some time ago. They must have gone back to the village and reported to the Kazekage. He was quick to notice that the Sand siblings were also standing in the middle of the gate with Gaara between his brother and sister. He narrowed his eyes at Miyuki for a moment before speaking. "It seems our presence has even attracted the Kazekage," he said to her. "It seems that way," the woman seemed to shrug in response. When they reached the gates, Naruto noticed the stiff reaction of the guards, but he said nothing about it. "Well, Miyuki, it seems that we will go our separate ways from here," the blonde stated. His eyes never looking at her, but the reaction of each person as he spoke. The Kazekage and his sisters could hear him. But he had decided to speak with the woman first before disappearing. Tamari and Kankuro seemed to tense when he called the woman by her name. He noticed this at the corner of his eyes. It seems that his suspicions were going to be proven right. It appears so. Well, I will be seeing you. Before Naruto could leave, the woman spoke to him. Naruto, she called, making him face her again. Are you gay? Naruto merely gave her a blank look before shaking his head. No, what makes you say that? He questioned curiously. He did not know that he left the impression that he was no interested in women. Well, after everything, I thought you would request payment for your efforts. You have not even stolen a glance at my body. I thought you might even request a date as a form of payment, she stated, audible enough for everyone at the gate to hear her. If a man shamelessly glances at your body, admiring it, you call him a pervert. When he does not, you think he is a homo. How troublesome, Naruto responded, shaking his head. Let me correct you then, my lack of stealing glances was not because I do not admire you. You are a beautiful woman. I have no doubt that the Kazekage would agree with me on that one. He looked at Gaara at the corner of his eyes. The man did not visibly react. But he saw something in those eyes. Your body is also quite desirable. I would be lying to myself if I said it was not. By the way your bust was comforting my back, it took some self-control to hold myself from halting to request a lap dance in the middle of the desert. But of course I was merely joking about the last part. Naruto smiled. I was not expecting that kind of honestly. But still, you can't disappear without being paid, Miyuki stated. I will pay you any price you name. You did save my life. And carried me all the way here. Naruto merely smiled slightly. You did mention something about a date. But I would rather not call it that. How about dinner someday when I'm around the Wind Country? Sure, that will be great. The woman seemed rather excited by the thought. Naruto nodded and walked towards Gaara and his siblings. Hello, Kazekage-sama, he greeted politely, surprising the siblings with his attitude. This is certainly new. Naruto was not this calm and they never thought he would greet so politely, acknowledging that Gaara has more authority than him. Naruto, are you aware that woman is the feudal lord of the Wind Country? Gaara questioned quietly, loud enough for Naruto to hear him. The only response the blonde gave was a raised brow. And you just asked her out on a date? She practically jumped to say yes. Lucky bastard, Kankuro whispered to the blonde. Naruto shook his head. I am not surprised. The guards were ready to bow before her when we came here. But she gave them a warning with her eyes. This also explains your presence here. He paused for a moment. What were the odds? Things could work well for him. He was not going to act all surprised and start to bow his head over the daimyo. He had to play things right. I am really tired. I will you see later. I am going to look for a hotel to rest, the blonde stated in a slight tired voice. Hold on Naruto, Gaara said. You are a friend. Although I would wish to speak with about what had just happened here, I can see that you are tired. Tamari will take you to our home, you can rest there. Naruto merely nodded, as Tamari demanded that he follow her. Nothing seemed to have changed with her as much as he could see from the woman. The blonde said nothing to her though. He merely allowed her to usher him to a place of rest. Daimyo-sama, Gaara greeted as the woman stepped closer to him after Naruto had walked away. She seemed to have been waiting for the blonde to leave. There is no need for that, Kazekage. Have some of your shinobi to prepare for my leave. I will have to leave tomorrow morning. Her tone had changed from that she had been using with Naruto to that of one used to be in authority. Now let us go to your office so we can discuss business and your friendship with the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Gaara nodded and looked at Kankuro. You heard her, he merely stated. The elder brother nodded and went his way. Please, follow me. Gaara's office. This is my second time coming here ever since I took over from my father, isn't it? Miyuki stated, looking straight at the impassive Jinchuriki in front of her. They were already sitting down in Gaara's office. She spoke first, seeing that the cage seemed to have been waiting for her to gather her thoughts. Yes, Gaara responded with a curt nod. It is still the same as I remember. I would have thought it might have changed. But then again, nothing seems to change in Akage's office except for one who sits behind the desk, the Wind Daimyo stated calmly. Gaara was quiet for a few moments. He was trying to formulate how he would put his words. He did not want to sound too disrespectful to the daimyo. Over the past years, Sunagakure has never had a good relationship with the Wind Daimyo. But since Miyuki took charge, she seemed to be willing to change things between Suna and the council of the daimyo. The first time they spoke, she seemed to be willing to speak with him kindly. He did not want to mess that up by acting or speaking in a way that would not please her. He knew well enough how daimyos were about respect. But this woman seemed to be a little different. The kind of conversation she was having with the blonde was not what he would expect. She did not even wear the clothes of the wind daimyo when not doing important things. Still, she spoke to Naruto like she was some woman and he was some guy. She did not even tell him of her status, but Naruto did not seem to be too surprised about it when he informed him of it. She had practically suggested a date with him. It was still a surprise to him how Naruto was more than willing to say they have dinner together. The two seemed to speak well with each other, but they did not know about each other that well, since it seems that they just came across while heading here. He would have to inquire more about that. Good thing for Gaara, Miyuki seemed to read some of his thoughts. You are wondering how I came across Naruto? The sand cage nodded. Well, you must have noticed that I did not have my guards with me. As you know, daimyos always travel with guards to protect them. But I am having none of them. I was curious about that. But you mentioned about him saving you. Well, I was traveling from the fire capital going back home. We were attacked by some bandits, but my guards dealt with them. However, some of my guards lost their lives. We were attacked again before we could leave the borders of the fire country. Some of us survived. She paused for a moment. I thought we would not be attacked again once we entered into the river country, but I was wrong. When the third assault came, I was only left with 4 guards, but they were also killed. Gaara was silent as he absorbed everything, so that is when Naruto came. Miyuki nodded with a small smile. Yes, he took care of the bandits before coming to me. Had it not been for him, I would have been somewhere else held captive, she stated. Doing God knows what, she finished in thought. It was fortunate that he was able to come and rescue you. The time of it is quite baffling though. However, some people do have some luck in appearing at the right time, Gaara responded quietly. He dared not think that the blonde had something to do with the attacks. He might seem to have changed, but something like that was beyond him. That you are right about. By the nature of the attacks, the logical conclusion would be that someone powerful is behind them. Miyuki fixed Gaara a serious look that changed the atmosphere within the office. Someone is after me. And I did not leave the fire capital in agreement with everyone. I would suspect that someone from the fire capital is after me. I am giving you an opportunity to prove your worth and that you are capable. I want you to prove to me that I have not made a mistake in planning to increase your funding. Should you find out who was trying to have me killed, and bring the evidence to me, I will ensure that Suna is never abandoned by the Wind Country. I will find out who is behind the attacks and hand them to you, Daimyo-sama. You have my word on that. Gaara spoke in clear determination to make true to his word. He would certainly not fail. Still, he knew that this was not a task that could guarantee that he was capable as a leader. She was just making things easy for him. But even so, he would not fail. I expect nothing less from the youngest Kage in the history of the elemental nations. She seemed to lose her serious expression. Did Naruto tell you that he is the son of the Yondaime Hokage? Gaara asked curiously. There has been a rumor roaming around the nations that the Yondaime Hokage had left a son. But Konoha was not confirming anything nor denying anything. Their resemblance spoke the truth though. Especially since Naruto seemed to mature and allowed his hair to grow. One could not deny that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the late Hokage of Konoha. No, Miyuki responded, shaking her head slightly. He did not even tell me his family name. Now that I think of it, he gave me nothing, it was just his name. All I learned from him is something anyone can see if they look close enough. But that does not matter anyway. I know because it is my business as a daimyo to know everything if not most things about my allies. Wouldn't you agree that it would be a benefit us if another Yellow Flash was in good terms with us? It certainly would be. Though, I don't think of Naruto in that way, the Kazekage added carefully. He was not about to agree into using the blonde. Naruto was much valuable and a good person to be used by him or anyone. I am not suggesting that we use him. I am merely stating a fact. And besides, it has come to my attention that you consider him a friend. He is also quite a nice guy. I would not mind being acquitted to him, the Wind Daimyo finished in thought. Tell me, how close are you to him? We are not that close. I don't know everything about him personally. What I do know is that he has a good heart and was the one who made me see what was important. He opened my eyes. You know about my past. Had it not been for him, I might still have been the same person as I was. As such, I consider him my first friend because of that. He is also quite similar to me in some ways. Is he a Jinchuriki, too? That was the first thought that came into the daimyo when the red-haired said the blonde was similar to him. She could only think he was like him in that way. Gaara thought before responding. He nodded, yes. What more do you think of him, as a shinobi, as a person, as a Jinchuriki? The woman seemed genially curious about her question. Now Gaara was not going to deny her that. It was just his thoughts. She was merely asking his opinion, he would give it to her as honest as he could. I don't know much as a shinobi. But I have heard that he never gives up no matter what odds he is faced with. I can say that it is quite true given my experience in my battle with him. As a person, he seems to hold dear to his loved ones. As a Jinchuriki, he is a better person than I am. Jinchurikis suffer the same fate. When I was up against my fate, I lost myself in darkness. But he did not, even when he had no family. But I had my brother and sister who were always by my side, no matter how many times I threatened to kill them. I failed to see that they cared and only cared for myself. But he chose to care for other people, for the village that resented him, and never lost his way. Overall, I believe he is a better person than I am. Gaara gave his honest response to the woman sitting before him. So Naruto is quite an interesting shinobi. The daimyo paused for a moment. Were you aware that he was coming to visit you? Gaara shook his head, no. The daimyo nodded before standing up. I will discuss much with you about our own relations in the coming weeks when I return here. Right now, I need to rest. Naruto was moving way too fast for my comfort. Well, she did not complain about it. She only held on firmly behind him as he dashed across the desert. Gaara stood up quickly. I will show you your place for rest. Later that day, Konoha. Tsunade sighed as she finished off her last paperwork for the day. She could not help but feel that this peace she was enjoying was not going to last that very long. It has been indeed so peaceful since she took charge of the village. At the moment, Konoha was in no conflict with any other village and she had no enemies that could give her headaches. Well, there was Orochimaru, but she could rest for a while knowing her former teammate would not attack recklessly after last time. She was still here and so was Jiraiya. The two of them could handle anything her sadistic former teammate could throw at them. The village also had some strong ninjas but she did not think that many of them could handle a Sannin like Orochimaru. Still, the village was at peace. She was mainly doing the usual stuff that did not have her worried about the safety of the village. Akatsuki were gone, there was little to worry. She could not help that this peace was going to shatter soon. Perhaps she was just overthinking things. But one thing was certain, as she has discovered in all her days living in this cruel world, peace never lasted for too long. One day you could smile and laugh thinking that everything was alright, but then in just bang, a kunai pierces you from behind. It was like that in this world. You always had to be watching your back, even in peaceful times. Within her office, there were Anbu, always watching her to ensure that no one tried anything. If a threat were to come to her, they would hurry to appear in no time to rescue her. Still, she was in peace. There was Naruto. Jiraiya had informed him that the blonde would return soon. But it had been a few days now and there was still nothing. It seemed to her that the blonde liked being away from Konoha. She did not even know what he was doing after he separated from Jiraiya. She did not like it. But she had to accept that Naruto was not that same stupid gaki he was back then. However, he was still a brat, but she had to admit that he had matured well, enough to take care of himself. Perhaps that is what bothered her. She wanted to care for him, protect him. She did not want to feel useless. Caring for him was not enough for her. She felt that she had to protect him with all her might. Was that wrong of her to feel that way? She shook her head no. There was nothing wrong with wanting to protect someone that was precious to her heart. Naruto again? Shizune said, seeing the faraway look on Tsunade's face. She only got that look when she was thinking of the blonde. She had to admit that her master did worry about the blonde too much than she should. She also cared for Naruto, but she had faith in him to believe that he could take care of himself. Yes, Tsunade responded slowly. I am just wondering where he went after leaving Jiraiya. It has been a few days since they separated. And I would have thought that he would be returning to the village soon. He may be taking some time to relax away from the village, Shizune responded, not too concerned about it. I highly doubt it. Tsunade paused for a moment and then narrowed her eyes to the door as she saw it open. Danzo walked inside the office with his annoying look and narrowed eyes. How many times must I tell you to knock before you enter my office, Danzo? The god spoke with a stern face. Danzo wisely ignored her question and got into more important matters, ignoring the fact that Shizune was inside. He knew that she would be told what he discussed with the woman. So her presence was not a factor. I have received a report from one of my agents. This pulled Tsunade's interest and she forgot all about his behavior. What is it? She asked in a serious tone. It must have been important for the man to come all the way to her to inform her about it. But she wondered why he would come to tell her. Perhaps he was more interested in seeing her reaction. There was not everything that the old war hawk would discuss with her. Uzumaki Naruto, no rather Namikaze Naruto as he calls himself now, was seen crossing the rain borders a few days ago. I was not aware that he was assigned any missions to that village. And I highly doubt that he went there on your orders. The eyes of the cripple were firmly on the Godime to narrow her reaction. Are you certain about this, Danzo? She drawled the war hawk's name. She did not know anything about this. Jiraiya had not told her about it. This must have been after he left Jiraiya. She was damn curious. She would get to the bottom of this as soon as the blonde came back. Yes. Danzo got what he wanted from the blonde Hokage. What he did not tell Tsunade was that Naruto was not hiding his entrance in rain. With the boy's unique shadow clone jutsu, he could easily sneak into the village without exposing his identity. The blonde was also fast enough to avoid patrol on Bu. But Tsunade did not need to know that. Thank you for informing me, Danzo. You can leave, now. Not so surprisingly to Tsunade, Danzo left the room quietly. Meanwhile, Sunagakure. It was very surprising for Temari to see a guy who said he had been tired and needed rest and was now in a training ground. Darkness had yet to take over. But the blonde had said he was tired about at least 3 hours ago, and now he was in a training ground with little light around him. She could see, so could he. But she did not expect him to be in a training ground when he had sounded very tired earlier during day. She shook her head. Perhaps it was a habit of man. She knew with her brother, Kankuro, that even when he was just released from the hospital, she would find him trying to get better with his puppets. However, she was always ready to smack him on the back of his head with her fan if she caught him in the act. It is not really nice to stare at someone like that, Naruto spoke, snapping Temari out of her thought process. With the wind blowing like this, he could feel any presence within a certain distance around him. It made this place like his home ground. Just as it was impossible to sneak behind Gaara, it was impossible to sneak behind him when he was in this kind of environment. Temari had not realized that she was staring. She had been caught up in her thoughts. I thought you were tired, she stated, brushing off the fact that she had been staring. I was. Naruto responded quietly, looking straight at Temari. If you were tired you would not be in this training ground, Temari responded, never taking her eyes off the blonde, who was now walking towards her in a slow pace. I was not doing anything that could be categorized as a physical activity and potentially tiring, the blonde stated calmly. Temari could not argue with that. She found the blonde motionless when she came here. So she could not say that he was doing any physical activity. She also did not even sense any usage of chakra when she came here. There was no way to retort, so she settled for shaking her head. Gaara is back at home. She did not need to say anything further. I thought he would go back home later on, Naruto stated, standing in front of Temari. He definitely has changed and matured, the blonde sister of the Kazekage noted. Well, at least he was not that annoying loudmouthed brat he used to be. He decided to leave his office early today. Naruto nodded and raised his right towards Temari. The woman tracked the hand as it fell on her shoulder. Before she could open her mouth, they disappeared into nothingness. Kazekage resident. I could have gotten back here by myself, you know, Temari said, a little bit annoyed that Naruto had the audacity to move her around without even asking her permission. Who the hell just walks onto a girl and teleports her to another place without telling her first? What if she had retaliated and kicked him thinking he was taking her somewhere else? I will remember that next time, Naruto responded, not so much concerned about Temari's annoyed look. Perhaps if there is a next time, I will leave you by yourself after you had come to call me. That was certainly not the response Temari expected. That is not what I am saying. Then explain. It would be a bothersome task to try to analyze the meaning of your words myself if you are standing right in front of me, Naruto stated in a light tone. He did not seem annoyed nor interested in the conversation he was having with Temari. I am trying to say that you should say so when you are going to do something like that next time. It is not polite to just do something like you just pulled. Her annoyed expression seemed to grow into her voice. But still, it did not bother her fellow blonde. Polite? It seemed to amuse Naruto slightly. I did not know you used the term. Considering all my interactions with you, you seem to be nothing but polite. Even earlier at the gate, you demanded that I follow you. Isn't it hypocritical for you to say something like that? TCH, Temari growled. But she did not answer the question. She did not think the blonde would backtalk her like that. Ah, women with anger issues sometimes amuse me, Naruto stated in a barely audible voice, but Temari heard him. He was not expecting her to hear him, but it served no consequence if she actually heard him. What did you just say? Temari questioned with a slight glare. Her hands were already grabbing her fan. She did not seem to appreciate what the blonde had just said. Judging by your reaction, you heard me, the blonde then folded his hands across his chest. His words only infuriated Temari further. But Naruto seemed oblivious to it, or he just did not care. Women with anger issues are often impatient, and often resort to violence to settle things. Your stance now makes me presume that you are just about to do that. Do you disagree? Temari glared. She was itching to smack the blonde in the face with her cold steel fan. But it would just prove that he was right. She could not admit that she was a woman with anger issues. She did not want to give him the satisfaction of thinking he was right. But then again, who cares? Before she could prove Naruto right, Gaara spoke. I see you two are getting along, the Sanjin Churiki stated, walking over to them with his older brother walking by his right-hand side. It appears so, Naruto responded, causing Temari's left eye to twitch slightly. Come on, let us go out to get something to eat, Kankuro stated impatiently before Gaara could respond to Naruto. Naruto raised a curious eyebrow before speaking. If it is not too much to ask, but I have been eating meals cooked in restaurants over the past weeks. I would rather eat something cooked home. Both Gaara and Kankuro seemed to narrow their eyes at Temari, who glared at them as if daring them to say something. Naruto noticed this quite well. I just thought it would better since it is your first time coming here. While I appreciate the thought, I would rather eat something cooked here. The two males seemed to be hesitant to speak. Naruto shook his head slightly before looking back at Temari. Will you show me the kitchen, Temari? He seemed to be a little excited about the idea of cooking. Why me? Naruto gave the blonde a blank look. Isn't it obvious? You are the woman in this house. Should I request Gaara or Kankuro to show me the kitchen? Isn't it your responsibility to take care of your brothers? Temari restrained herself and dragged her fellow blonde to the kitchen. This seemed to amuse Gaara slightly. But Kankuro was the first to speak. If it had been anyone, he would have been hit already. What do you think is making her restrain herself? Gaara shrugged. 100 Ryo that Naruto won't leave this place without being hit by her fan, Kankuro added, not even bothered by the fact that Gaara did not answer his question. But it seemed like Gaara was actually thinking about it. Later, the four were sitting around the dining table with the food nicely prepared. Naruto had taken his time to prepare the meal, they waited for him patiently. They did not normally eat dinner at home like this. It was in those rare occasions since Gaara always returned late from his work. His work as Kazekage required that he worked long hours. And since he was the leader of the village, food was often prepared for him within the Kazekage tour. This means that he did not always eat at home. Both Temari and Kankuro were top jonins, meaning they were always busy. They did not spend each night at home. Even when Gaara was going somewhere, they left with him since they were his personal guards. It was quite good and refreshing to eat dinner together like a family. Where did you learn to cook like this, Naruto? Gaara asked quietly. The food the blonde had prepared was delicious. He could not say that it topped all the meals that he had eaten. But for food cooked by a shinobi like Naruto, it was surprisingly good. I have been living on my own since I was 6 years old, he did not have to explain further on that. They understood clearly that if he was living alone, he had no one to cook for him, thus he had to cook for himself. They San siblings also knew that the blonde had no family to speak of, so there was no need for Naruto to explain on that further. I was told the only food you ate was ramen? Kankuro stated with a raised eyebrow. Naruto had been quite famous for his consumption of ramen. Everybody who knew him knew that he only ate ramen. Perhaps, his intel was a bit outdated. It had been more than 3 years since he saw the blonde. That is not necessarily true. I just used to eat much of it than any other food, Naruto responded, taking his eyes to Kankuro for a second. But during the past 3 years, I learned to cook more healthy food. And that is how I got used to eating the meals I prepare myself. Kankuro nodded. Well, at least some of us can cook, he said in a whisper. But everyone heard him. It seems that it was directed to Temari because his eyes were narrowed at the blonde jonin. She responded by glaring at her brother. What is that supposed to mean? She asked in a dangerously low tone. Nothing, Kankuro wisely responded so not to get into another word contest with his sister. He knew that if he did, it would end up with him being smacked in the head. He would rather not have that for now. He just wanted to eat and then go fix his puppets without a headache. Gaara saw that Temari was not going to let it go. He spoke in a calm tone. Temari, Kankuro, you should behave in front of our guest, he spoke in a tone of finality that left no room for argument. Both his siblings nodded stiffly. This seemed to amuse Naruto. Tamari saw the look on his face. What is so funny? Naruto shook his head. Nothing. Quite a family this is, he said. But that was not what got him to smile. He was smiling at the fact that before Gaara had changed, his siblings followed his instructions, and even now they still do. The only difference was that he no longer threatened to kill them. So, Naruto, how long will you stay here? Gaara asked quietly. A few days, perhaps a week, Naruto responded. I want to take advantage of the wind around here to do some light training. He added. It would depend on how long he manages to get something done of his wind technique. He needed to get something done in this kind of place. Still, to perfect it, he would have to come back here and spend perhaps month training. Gaara nodded, with something akin to a smile forming on his lips. But it was only for a second as it disappeared. But Naruto's perceptive eyes caught it. Should I inform the god I'm Hokage of this? You mentioned that you have been eating food from restaurants, by that I would assume that you have not been in Konoha over the past month. And she might not be aware of your visit here. Perceptive, Naruto noted. He had not told anyone that he had not been in Konoha over the past month. But Gaara had caught up to it given his little detail. Do that. I would not want any unnecessary trouble to come to you over nothing. It was highly unlikely, but in the elemental nations, one just could not take that chance. It was always for your own good to be perceptive and make precautions. Little things could cause a rift between two villages. I will send a messenger bird tomorrow to inform her of your stay, Gaara said before something came to his mind. Before I forget. The daimyo said you ought to be at the gate early in the morning tomorrow before she leaves. Did she say what she wanted? Naruto asked curiously. No, Gaara answered, shaking his head slightly. Naruto said nothing further on the matter. Perhaps she may want to thank him for the services he provided her. It was all right. It was not every day that you find yourself saving the life of a pleasant daimyo. She was quite an attractive woman, Naruto would agree. Perhaps next time he may get to know her more and see if he can get things to work for the good of the shinobi world. How did you even get the daimyo to like you, Naruto? Kankuro questioned. He sounded genially curious. The blonde looked at the older teen with a raised eyebrow. He wondered why the man seemed so curious about getting a response from him. Ah, you have a crush on her, he stated. Neither Gaara nor Tamari seemed surprised by this. It seemed that they all knew that their brother had a liking to their daimyo. Well, for starters, I was not wearing face paint. And I was polite. And the rest, you should ask Tamari about how to get women to like you. I do wonder if she will give you a good advice though. What is that supposed to mean? Tamari glared at the blonde. She felt insulted by his words. Her glare seemed to have no effect on Naruto though. You are Tamari, Naruto responded as though the answer was obvious. He shifted his attention to Kankuro. You should try your luck on other women though. Miyuki won't go for you. Talk about crushing a guy's hopes in one go. What is wrong with me? Nothing, Naruto responded with a shrug. Perhaps if you were Gaara, it would have given you a point. But don't listen to me, I am just saying my thoughts, I don't hurt too much. Huh? You are nothing special and my father was the Kazekage. Now my brother is the Kazekage. I am also a top jonin in Suna, how can she have a problem with me calling her by her name while she smiles like when you do it? And a grown man who plays with puppets. Some women do not find that attractive. Gaara decided to respond to the question, since it appeared that Naruto was not going to answer. You are missing something, Kankuro. Naruto saved her life. And he is the son of the most famous man in the elemental nations. You also know nothing about his skills. But I am positive he is stronger than you. He did defeat me 3 years ago while you could not. Unlike before, I am not quite oblivious and I am generally good with people when I want to be. My line of work also dictated that I understand women, Naruto added calmly. Tamari scoffed. You are right, she said. Naruto wisely ignored Tamari. He did not want to get into a pointless argument with her. Gaara remembered that the old Naruto would have surely tried to prove Tamari wrong. But this one was wise enough to remain calm. You have changed a lot, Naruto, the god I'm Kazekage stated smoothly. The following day. The sun had yet to take its shift as Naruto stood at the gates of Sunagakure. He was used to waking up this early in the morning, so having to meet with the daimyo this time was of no bother to him. Gaara had also waken him up. They left together as both headed to their different directions. He would meet with the Kazekage and talk with him after speaking with Miyuki. They did not talk about anything last night, this was a chance to speak since last night had been a night of introductions. After meeting Gaara, he would certainly hit the training grounds. He needed to perfect his jutsu before doing anything else. He had a lot of things to improve on as a shinobi. Perhaps the training may help with his troubling thoughts. He had to be careful so not to slip up because of his thoughts. Itachi had trained him better. Speaking of the Uchiha, he had been busy setting up a spy network for them to use. With Jiraiya's network also working, it would be easy for him to get to know everything that happens around. Jiraiya had also proposed on showing him a few things about spying. He hinted that he had the speed and stealth to be a good spy. There was also the fact he had the brains to make good decisions and not decisions based on his emotions. The Sannin wanted to show him the ropes since he would need someone to succeed him after he retired as a shinobi. Naruto had entertained the thought, given the chance he would take on Jiraiya's offer and look into all of Jiraiya's contacts. He still had met an interesting fellow that would solve all those problems, but he was keeping his options clear. Nevertheless, as it stood, he would take the offer. For now, he had to focus on dealing with his wind jutsus. It was the best element he could manipulate freely and his natural affinity. Wind was his nature, he could flow and move with it. Sunagakure was giving him the chance to perfect his manipulation over the element. Itachi had commented that his manipulation of wind was far beyond anyone he knew. It was still not enough for Naruto. Even though he could do most wind jutsus with a single hand seal and some without hand seals, it was still not enough. If he could perfect the wind armor, then he could say that he was satisfied. The Nidai manipulated water like a god of the Sutan element, he also wanted to manipulate wind like the god of wind. Looking back, Naruto saw some sand jonins, led by the man he recognized as Baki, Gaara's former sensei. Given that the man was probably the strongest jonin in the village, Naruto no doubt knew that the Kazekage was trying to ensure that the daimyo was kept safe. It would look good for Sand if the woman went back home safely. It was a good move on Gaara to do so. Sunagakure was not very stable, economically. The village was in a good condition, but being in the good books of their daimyo would get them to thrive even further. The daimyo was being carried in a luxurious carrier, certainly worthy of a daimyo. It stopped at the gate and the door opened. "Come in," the woman stated, showing Naruto inside. The blonde did not hesitate to get in. He noticed that once he got in, the carrier started moving again. He did not question it though. The woman next to him gave him a warm smile and held out her hand. "Miyuki, feudal lord of the Wind Country." Naruto took her hand and shook it. "Namikaze Naruto, Jonin of Konoha," he stated, introducing himself. They had never gone into the full introductions the first time they met. Naruto figured, the woman wanted to start new. "It is nice to meet you, Naruto," her smile never faltered as she spoke. "Likewise, Daimyo-sama," Naruto responded politely with a small bow of his head. He was certainly not mocking the woman. He was just being polite and respectful to those in higher authority than him. "Please call me, Miyuki. You have addressed as me such before. There is no need to change that now because you know I am the daimyo of the Wind Country," Miyuki stated softly. Naruto nodded. He did not need to be told twice about that. When someone requested he did something like this he would. He knew that it would make her comfortable, if he called her in the way she wanted. "I was told that daimyos were always males and old folks. I did not know that someone young as yourself would be accepted as the most powerful person in the Wind Country." Miyuki chuckled softly. "It was not easy being accepted, and mind you, I was still 19 when I assumed the mantle. It took me about 2 years to get everything in order inside the capital, looking into other things. But I only became daimyo because my father had no other children other than me." "It must have been a delight being the only child of the daimyo," Naruto said. He had to have spoiled her very much being his only child. But given her age, he could say that her father must have been young, or must have married a young woman to bear his child. If he had been young, then his death must have been plain or must have died by sickness. It also did not explain her mother. He had never heard her say anything about her mother. "It was, but not always. Father would have never allowed anyone to rule our country. Even if he was still alive, he would have ensured that I was the one to succeed him." Later that day, Konoha. Orochimaru was happy, no, he was ecstatic. He had never been happy like this in all his lengthy life. Ever since he started using his immortality jutsu, he had never been able to use all his full power, he had never been able to use all the techniques he had learned. The main reason was that he did not have the perfect body. The bodies that housed him were fragile and could not contain all his power. It always limited him in battle. But now he no longer had to worry about that. He had an eternal body, a body that could allow him to live as long as he wanted. But he wanted to live eternally, his body would allow him to do that. Life was just better now. He had to thank Kabuto though. He would have never thought of making something like this. Now he could do anything without fear. Not that he ever feared anything to begin with. Orochimaru, before my eyes, all your ninjutsu is useless. Itachi had stated those words when he had attempted to steal the Uchiha's body. It had been embarrassing to hear that boy rub those words against him. But now he wondered if Itachi would still be able to say those words. He was now in possession of the Sharingan, the very eyes Itachi was proud of, and he could use these eyes very well. Most of his body was created using Hashirama's cells, and also the cells of many powerful men he had studied over the years. The body was also had the same DNA as the weapons because they each had one thing in common, the power of all 9 Baijuas. He could not help himself from grinning like a madman. He had never felt so alive in his time living. The secrets of the world awaited him. He could not wait to see the look on Danzo's face when he showed the war hawk who was in charge. He did not fear the man, not with all these power. Danzo's own secret power was crafted by him. The man could not surprise him with anything. Yes, he was the perfect being. There was no one who could stop him now. He started laughing, madly, again as he walked within the dark corridors of Route Anbu. Danzo was surely waiting for him. He had been indeed right. The man had known of his presence and ordered his route from attacking him. He allowed the snake Sannin to make his way towards him so he could deal with the treacherous snake himself. He could not forgive the snake for what it has done. Kukukukukukukukukukuku, Orochimaru let loose of a full-blown laughter as he saw Danzo looking at him like a hawk. The man saw himself as above him, but he was going to prove the fool wrong. The root commander only narrowed his eyes as Orochimaru started laughing. Why the long look, Danzo? Orochimaru questioned mockingly. He walked further until he was just in front of Danzo, who was sitting on his throne. Your arrogance has always been your biggest weakness, Orochimaru, Danzo stated calmly, watching Orochimaru closely. Do you think I will let you leave this base alive after what you did? What I did? Orochimaru questioned innocently. What have I done to offend you, Danzo? He kept his expression innocent as though he did not know what Danzo was talking about. He was playing as though he was just an innocent man being accused of a crime he did not commit. Danzo narrowed his eyes. You know what I am talking about, Orochimaru. He never lost his patience. He knew the Sannin very well to know that he was faking it all. He was just playing. This was all fun for the snake Sannin. But he would not indulge in any of Orochimaru's games. I do know what you are talking about, Danzo could sense but that was coming, and it came. But, I have not yet done anything. Only Kabuto snuck in here. Well, he is the best when it comes to infiltration. Infiltrating a place like this was not that of a hard task, especially since he knows it so well. Kabuto works for you. Anything he does is on you. My agents are already searching for him. When they find him, I will deal with him. But first thing first, where is my weapon? TSK, Danzo, Orochimaru shook his head, never losing his grin as he shook his head. As if your agents could ever capture Kabuto even when outnumbered. But as for the weapon, it ran away. If you want it, you can go and look for it. But, Orochimaru's grin widened. It may kill you as it is uncontrollable. Danzo narrowed his eyes further. You failed me and then stole from me. The root commander stood up and motioned his right hand for his agents to appear. Within seconds, 100 of shadows surrounded both men. You know too much and I cannot allow you to live on. Tying up loose ends, aren't we, Danzo? Orochimaru did not seem to be concerned by the appearance of the Ni agents. In fact, he seemed to get slightly excited. Let me show you that you are nothing compared to me, Danzo. With that the Sharingan flared to life, surprising the root agents, but not Danzo. But don't worry, I am feeling merciful today, I won't kill your dogs. With that the Sannin turned towards the root agents. He gave him a malicious grin. Shall we? Minutes later. That was rather entertaining. But it was to be expected on Route Anbu, Orochimaru stated, regrowing his left arm which had been cut off. Most of the root Anbus were lying down on the floor, unconscious. Some had been accidentally killed because Orochimaru got a little too excited. Only 2 were remaining standing, they were Danzo's personal guards. They were standing next to their master. Danzo appeared calm in the outside. But deep inside, he was seething. This was an embarrassment, one he could not permit. How dare that snake do that to him? He would make Orochimaru pay for his. This great blasphemy could not go unpunished. Orochimaru would pay for this humiliation, he swore it. Stay away from Kabuto, that is if you know what is good for you. For now, I am happy with just watching you play around in Konoha. I am interested in seeing if you will succeed in becoming Hokage. Orochimaru took out a file and threw it at the war hawk. That file contains all the data I have been able to get on Naruto-kun, and all his fighting stats. I am sure you will find it worthwhile. Orochimaru gave a mock bow to Danzo. Until next time, Danzo-sama. What followed then was another chilling laughter that echoed throughout the base as the snake Sannin disappeared into thin air. Should we pursue him, Danzo-sama? No, Danzo shook his head slightly. His day will come. He sat down calmly. Prepare my visit to the feudal lord. Hi, Danzo-sama. Alright everyone, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Also, feel free to check out my Patreon page in the description. I post the full stories over there immediately, along with many other extra stories you guys can enjoy. Anyways, until next time, peace.